I recently got into a massive argument with my own chat about aliens visiting Earth, which is a crazy war to have fought. You know, it was a bloody battle. I'm sure most of you know because I've talked about it before. My dad is super into aliens. He firmly believes they've helped us build the pyramids, given us fiber optic internet. You know, I'm surprised he hasn't started talking about aliens, how they farted 5G onto our planet or something. Like, he's big into the aliens thing and always has been since I was a kid. So I've been inundated with all kinds of alien stuff ever since I was young. So I have loved the field, but I have never been a believer that aliens have ever visited this planet ever. I do think there is life outside of our planet, obviously, in the massive, unfathomably huge scope of the universe. I think it's unlikely there's no other life out there, but I don't think it's ever visited us. It would have to have somehow found fast and light travel, wormhole, something, which is so far above our comprehension that if they did actually do it, we wouldn't have even been able to process them visiting us, I imagine. Like, it is just so well beyond us that I just don't think it's happened. So I have been firmly against the idea that aliens have visited us, but I've always been open-minded in wanting it to be true. I would love to be able to fist bump my dad, be like, "Hey, Pops, you were right. And here's proof of the aliens having visited us. I did a keg stand with one of them at my frat brother's last party." Like, that'd be great, you know? But I've just never seen any compelling evidence about it. And we got to talking about it on stream, and a couple of chatters were very adamant that I was out of, off my gourd for not believing every single abduction story ever told and every single sighting ever made, including the recent Las Vegas one, which was confirmed to just be casino lights reflected in the fucking sky, but they're writing that off as it was like a cover-up for aliens. Like, it's outrageous. In order to convert me to their side, to believe in them, to persuade me, they would tell like these anecdotes. Like, I read this story once on these forums where, this guy's friend Eric was playing basketball in his driveway one evening, and then all of a sudden everything went white and his memory was erased, but he had his butthole prolapse. Like, the anal prolapse is signs of the aliens having experimented on him, and he lost 6 hours of memories. Like, what, like, how is that proof? Why am I supposed to take that at face value? But they would drop these things like the Eric butthole incident and have me look it up and be like, how can you not believe us? This is ridiculous. You're spitting in the face of real proof. So I was losing my goddamn mind having this argument with them, and eventually we ended up going to something called like the Ariel School incident, which is a school in Zimbabwe which claims to have been visited by aliens, where 62 school children drew in crayon their encounter with a UFO and aliens who warned them about the future. And I got called crazy for doubting the legitimacy of it because you have 62 school students that drew very different crayon drawings that don't agree with one another. Some of the drawings have them coming down in a goddamn space potato. Others have like this elaborate, huge UFO, very generic. And then the aliens, they can't even agree on what they looked like. Some claim that they had long black hair. So literally fucking looking like me coming out of the spaceship. Some of them drew the aliens bald, like very generic alien baldness. Like, none of the kids' drawings even like agree with others. Like, it's such weak evidence, but they're using it as fact. Like, how could anyone doubt us when this exists? So I'm just going to show you some of the clips from the stream because it got heated. And then we opened Pandora's box and started talking about warp drives for some reason. It got off the rails. It got a little crazy. So I just wanted to show some of that. But I want to make it clear. I would love if there was real compelling evidence of aliens having visited us. Like actual encounters with aliens, that'd be great. And there have been government-released documents and footage from pilots and shit from unidentified flying aircrafts, this unidentified air phenomenon, but none of it's like aliens per se. It's just we don't fully understand exactly how it works, so it's unidentified as of the moment. It's never definitive proof of aliens being here. It's just we don't have a full explanation on it yet. But it could be. Yeah, it could be. And I find that stuff to be pretty interesting. But I don't view that as, hey, here's proof that extraterrestrials are here for some reason. But anyway, let me just show you how the stream went. A leading UFO expert has investigated dozens of sightings over an impressive 45-year career and says aliens don't come in peace and have an agenda. I wonder what the agenda is. They come down here just to read our dank memes, shitpost on Twitter. I wouldn't say they're peaceful due to the thousands of UFO abductions worldwide. I woke up and my ass is sore. Damn you, aliens! Not again! I've been a big fan of aliens shit, UFO investigative shit for a long time. I have never once read, watched, or listened to a compelling abduction story that made me be like, this man actually he got abducted. At no point did I ever once even remotely come close to believing any of the abduction stories. Have you seen that documentary about a guy with 9 alien kids? What is that? What are we talking? What? No, I can't say I've seen that. What the fuck does that? He has 9 kids with extraterrestrials? This man's spreading the humanity seed throughout the cosmos? There were 30 plus kids who saw aliens at their school and drew them. If there is one group that I trust more than anyone, it's kids. They're notorious for not having an imagination and not just going with what everyone else is doing. That's what I would hinge my alien evidence on, is children's drawings. Being in all black, possibly showing medium long black hair. Were the aliens just clones of me or something? What do you mean? The aliens have normal human hair? Well, there's no hair here. One of them was bald, I guess. Maybe he got made fun of on the ship. Not only would the beings have to have somehow discovered faster than light travel to make it here, it would have somehow had to elude everyone else's gaze and have only a couple people, in this case 62 school children, see them. Like, the amount of crazy coincidence that must all occur for only a small group to see that is very unlikely. I'm ready to... There is nobody on the planet that wants alien encounters to be real more than me. If this has compelling evidence, I would be elated. I would love that. I want to believe. But it is so unbelievably unlikely, and all of the evidence is so shit that it's impossible, in good conscience, to believe that there are aliens that visit us periodically. The circumstances for such a thing to be true are very, 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 very low possibility. So for multiple days, there have been headlines of UFOs hovering over the skies of Zimbabwe. And the only evidence we have is some children's drawings. Surely that would be major fucking news. And also, why would the aliens just be hovering over Zimbabwe? What are they doing there? They're just hovering there, doing nothing. Standing there menacingly like the hash-slinging slasher. What would be the purpose? Why would they have come there? Let's go down this for a minute. So the aliens came here to warn us about the future. And the optimal way of warning us was to go to a small school in Zimbabwe and tell a group of children. That was the best way of delivering this warning of the future? They were talking about COVID. Imagine this is all very true. The aliens actually did just fucking boot, scoot, and boogie all the way down to Earth just to land here and be like, hey, there's this little thing called COVID. I'm letting you know it's right around the corner. No good. No good. Alright, good luck with that. We're out. We've done our job. Message delivered. I don't think they were visited by aliens warning us about the future. Let's play with that for just a moment. Going back to that. Not only were they intergalactic travelers, they're fucking time travelers, warning us about our future. That's another crazy technological leap. And if they're that smart, that advanced, why would they tell a group of children at a small school? And also, why would they ever even make direct contact with people? They could just transmit the message. There's millions of cases. So what you've just shown to me is you believe what everyone says. You don't believe anyone's making things up. You don't believe in people having, for example, a sleep terror, which a lot of it boils down to sleep paralysis, where they have these very real feelings at night, where they're half asleep, half dreaming, and a lot of it gets chalked up to sleep paralysis. So you don't believe in any of that. You don't believe in mass hysteria, I would imagine then. You don't believe in manifested group thinking, where if someone believes they saw something, other people mysteriously start to have memories or visions of the same thing. You just take everything at face value, and no one's ever lying. Oh, wow. Jesus, you're having a full meltdown. Anal probing isn't even a real thing, you moron. You get all your UFO info from fucking movies and TV. You get all of your UFO info from fucking TV too! What do you mean? All of your sightings are on TV. What are you fucking talking about? And then you said reptilians are part of the aliens. And faster than light is an outdated theory. Warp drives are proven. You're misinformed. What are you... What? Are you having an episode of psychosis? Jack Sarfati talks about the technology behind warp drives. Who mentioned fucking warp drives? I don't know why you're harping on that subject. That word had not left my mouth until I read your comment history of your 86 message meltdown. I'm not talking about fucking warp drives! Why do I need to do research on warp drives? That goddamn name didn't leave my mouth. He brought it up. But warp drives are an important part of alien lore. Maybe, but I wasn't talking about fucking warp drives. Jesus Christ. You asked for answers. On what? Warp drive? When did I ask for answers on warp drive? I want alien evidence. What the fuck are you talking about? Who am I talking? That is evidence? So, let's assume every alien has their own warp drive motorcycle. Why are they visiting trailer parks and fucking small schools to warn us about the future than only telling children? That isn't an answer. You weirdo. That chatter didn't read jack shit. It's theoretical physicist, meaning it hasn't been put into effect and there's no way to test any theories. I don't care about warp drives if they're... What an incredible day for father-son bonding between me and my dad. With all of the alien information that's come to light today, with the Mexican Congress broadcasting some alien corpses, supposedly, my dad and I have been going back and forth spitballing, and I have been doing a deep dive into the most rancid underbelly the internet has to offer when it comes to alien information. Sometimes when you stare too long into the abyss stares back into you. I'll tell you what, sports fans, if there are aliens out there, I'm on their watch list for how deep I've gone. I'm on their ass like a hemorrhoid right now. I'm having a close encounter with a third kind. You might see my eyes roll back into my skull and have me levitating out of the chair here in a moment. Point is, I have found some very intriguing information in regards to these alien bodies. But let me bring you up to speed just in case you don't know what I'm talking about. I posted a video earlier today going over the whole situation, and I'm sure a lot of you have seen it by now, but I'm just going to give you the cliff notes, bring you up to speed on the lore with what's going on. Last night, an individual named Jaime Musan had brought some supposed alien bodies into Mexican Congress, and this was broadcast to the entire world. He was making claims that these are authentic extraterrestrials, and he had a ton of tests to prove it. All the tests and all the information is public, and he invited anyone else in the world to come into the Thunderdome and analyze the alien bodies to confirm and verify that these are the real deal. Unfortunately, these aliens don't have three massive honkers. They're not goth, big-titted alien babes. They are little goofballs. These tiny little goobers are being shown in Congress, and he's bringing up a ton of pictures as well as data and saying that they were found at the Nazca Lines. They're about 1,000 years old, and they are actual aliens. Now, a little background on Jaime Musan. He is a UFOologist and a journalist. His main profession is journalism. And this is not the first time he's done this. He also had another mummified remain that he called an alien back in 2017. It was debunked. And this one here is taking the world by storm because a lot of people believe the Mexican government is the ones revealing this. They're breaking the magician's code and they're showcasing real aliens. When that's not the real story here. It is Jaime Musan and his team that's presenting this. It's not the Mexican government. It's become widespread confusion. Basically, they platformed him and he presented. Not an official endorsement from the Mexican government, at least not as far as I understand here. So, now that you're brought up to speed, what have I found? What new information could have possibly come to light in only 12 hours? Well, this is going to open your third eye here. Get ready to activate your Sharingan because the truth's coming in hot. It turns out these alien bodies aren't new. In fact, these were debunked in 2021. There's a really great YouTube video that goes over exactly what these are. And according to this, they're not aliens. Now, before getting into the video, I know a lot of you are going to say, well, what about all of the tests? And those haven't been, confirmed as faked or fraudulent or anything like that. So again, if the rest of the world truly does have access to this information and are invited out to actually study these mummified remains and conclude that they are real and authentic, that'd be amazing. Nobody wants them to be real aliens more than me and my dad. But it's just hard to really believe that because there are so many things working against it. I've seen a lot of cope from the community about why they look so stereotypically alien, like the movie depictions. And what they keep defaulting to is saying that people that worked on the movie sets modeled their alien design after real alien encounters and paintings from back in the day, or they'd actually seen aliens like at fucking Area 51 or something, so they made the costumes and the effects to look like that, so it'd be warming us up to what real aliens look like. And to me, that's just a load of baloney. We're teetering on Tumblr fanfic with that reach. I would like to ask you, what's more likely? That, or that whoever had these mummified remains modeled them after our perception of aliens from movies? It becomes even more likely that that's the case when you consider where it comes from. The source here, Jaime Maussan, whom is regarded by some as a hoaxer, who has had similar things in the past be proven completely wrong. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, fucking please stop fooling me. You're making me feel dumb. It's, again, nothing's been 100% confirmed here, but I would just like to present to you the evidence here from 2021 with these bodies that suggest it's not actually alien remains.
Now let's study the X-rays of the small mummies. Ufologists go as far as calling them humanoid reptiles. So what do we see? Same stuff. A hodgepodge of human and animal bones.
The channel is called Scientists Against Myths, and they tackled this alien mummified remain phenomenon all the way back in 2021. They even use some of the same pictures that were presented to Mexican Congress last night. So I do believe these are the same mummified remains. I don't think there's any wiggle room to make a real argument that what's being analyzed by this channel is different than what was presented last night. I think it's pretty clear that these are the same.
Here's a mummy named Josephine. A real beauty. Instead of humeri, she sports femurs, or thigh bones. Her legs are even more baffling.
Immediately the question needs to be asked, if this is a real extraterrestrial body, why does it have the same bones us cringe-ass humans have? What are the odds that these aliens would evolve down a similar path we did and have the same bones we did, just in a different order and arrangement? That seems highly unlikely, but let's go ahead and paddle around in the kiddie pool of fantasy and assume that all intelligent life in the universe evolves down similar paths, so every single fucking life form out there in the cosmos has all of the exact same bones we do. Well, in that case, this species got fucked hard in the ass by evolution, because with the way these bones are arranged, it wouldn't even be able to move. They need some kind of evolution patched DLC update here, like a hot fix, because these aliens wouldn't be able to even take a single step.
One of the thigh bones is actually a femur, only facing the wrong way around, while the other one is a tibia. And they are completely mismatched. With the hip bone, there's no joint there at all. The poor humanoid wouldn't have made a single step. Some of the bones are simply chopped off.
So even if you go ahead and write off the coincidence that the aliens have the same bones we do, how could you possibly write off that the way their structure is set up would mean they can't move? Evolution doesn't really work that way. It wouldn't have made it this far if that were the case. And it's getting me gassy, so I'm just ripping mean ass right now. All of this alien stuff has just been so fascinating, and this video says that some of the bones were just chopped off, like kind of just chopped willy-nilly. That wouldn't really happen naturally at all. It suggests that they were made like this, with just an absolute fucking mishmash of different bones going in different places in order to look alien-like.
Note this asymmetry here. The fingers are a total mess too. The first pseudophalanges are facing in different directions on her left and right hands, with the white part facing up or down. Well, they just forgot to turn them the right way. Stuff happens.
That's pretty damning. Some of the bones are just facing the wrong way because whoops-a-daisy. And like I mentioned, some of these photos that are in this video from 2 years ago were the same ones that were presented last night. Most notably, the alien with the 3 eggs in their tummy. The pregnant alien carrying the triplets. That is in this video. That same X-ray photo was presented last night. So I think we can say with a high level of confidence that all of the information presented for these corpses 2 years ago applies to the corpses shown last night. They are the same. And if that is the case, then a very interesting component of these remains is actually the skull.
French paleontologist Julien Benoit thinks that those who crafted the small humanoid mummies used skulls of some small mammals for their heads, such as a llama or alpaca. Comparison shows that the reptiloid's cranial cavity fits perfectly the cranial cavity of a llama. The skull was then rotated so its back part faces forward. The reptiloid's face is actually the back of the poor llama's head.
I trimmed this up just a little bit to keep it brief, but they make an extremely strong argument for why this alien skull is actually that of a llama skull. The bulbs, the brain hemisphere, all of it matches up perfectly with a llama skull. The only thing is they cut out and rotated it. And the question then becomes, well, where would they get a llama skull? And the video answers that too. According to one of the historians, back a long time ago, there was actually burials for llamas in the area where these mummified remains were found. So they would have had easy access and readily available llama skulls at the site.
Where could the mummy forgers have gotten a llama skull? Historian Yuri Bereskian has told me that pre-Columbian peoples of Peru often made llama burials. Here's a fresh report about finding buried llama mummies in Peru.
Overall, I think this video makes an extremely compelling case for these being forgeries, not actually alien mummified remains or anything. Now, I have seen that the newest presentation here has the bones in the correct alignment in terms of like the ones that were backwards here in the video. Apparently, what might have happened is they recognized the error first off and then just rotated the bones properly. Though it still doesn't fix the underlying issue of why the fuck would an alien have all of the same bones we have? Like there is still just no good explanation for that other than it just being completely fraudulent really, and that this isn't a real alien remain. But like I said, I would love for this to be the real deal, completely legitimate, and hopefully soon, scientists from around the world will actually go investigate, either confirm or deny the findings, and conclude once and for all if these are real aliens, or if it truly is just a complete forgery here of some mummified remains, if it is just a bunch of bones from a bunch of different things thrown together into this creature here. So, I guess we'll see. I just wanted to show this to you because it's that time again where I start gushing about aliens. It's one of my favorite topics to discuss. It's the one I get most heated about on stream and have the most absurd conversations with chat on stream about. And yesterday, there was a massive UAP congressional hearing that had some very well-established individuals, some very high-ranking individuals that were making testimonies under oath about UAPs and government divisions, as well as general information about things relating to UAPs and the government. It's all very interesting, especially because it's coming from people who have real merit here. It's like substantial credibility for the individuals that have come forward under oath to speak on these things. It's not like they just grabbed random nobodies, right? They didn't go out there and find Giacomo Sloppenheim, who goes to the congressional hearing talking about how the green guys from space probed his chocolate starfish. This is very buttoned up people that have come forward to talk about these things and blow the whistle on UAP departments, even talking about how some people were injured during UAP retrieval programs, and it is fascinating. I haven't had the chance to talk to my father about all of this, whom all of you know is the preeminent expert on anything extraterrestrial. He is the world's best when it comes to anything alien related. I'm sure right now he's hunkered down doodling away, crunching numbers, theorizing things, all from these new testimonials that have come forward. But I think it's important to note that they don't present any, like, physical evidence. The evidence that gets presented here about the UAPs and everything is testimonial, which is real evidence, but I don't want anyone coming into this expecting them to wheel out the corpse of the fucking Martian Manhunter or something, or have like an alien smoking a cigarette talking about his time in deep space and his journey to get to Earth. That doesn't happen. Instead, they are talking about departments and different things that have been going on for a while in regards to non-human crafts. And one of the biggest ones is about the Immaculate Constellation program, which is now fully available for anyone to go out there and read, which I think is a very cool thing to do. And also there was this moment. Now I learned about it on stream last night, so I didn't get to do a huge deep dive on stream, but this morning I spent quite a bit of time going over a lot of like the big moments, and this one really stood out to me.
Has there been any, to your knowledge, any communication with a non-human life form?
So the term communication is a bit of a trick word because there's verbal communication like we're having now. The problem is you also have nonverbal communication. And so I would say definitively yes, but from a nonverbal meaning, when a Russian reconnaissance aircraft comes into U.S. airspace, we scramble two F-22s, and we are certainly communicating intent and capability. I think the same goes with this. We have these things that are being observed over controlled U.S. airspace, and they're not really doing a good job hiding themselves. They're making it pretty obvious they have the ability to even interfere with our nuclear equities and our nuclear readiness.
That's pretty big, considering this is all under oath. And this is someone who was once a counterintelligence operative for the government. Like, this isn't just some random, fucking weirdo in their basement who's locked themselves away feeding into delusions. This is someone that did have a pretty powerful position, at least as I understand it, and many others who came forward here, the same. They all had positions that have real merit for what they're talking about. So it is a big deal to have these testimonials. Now, as I discussed on stream, I still believe aliens are absolutely out there in the universe. Those slimy weasels, I know they're out there having a hoot and a holler, but I truly, sincerely do not believe they have ever been to this little fucking space rock. I just don't. I just think it is so unbelievably unlikely, and if they ever did visit us, we would never know because their technology would be so far beyond our comprehension, and there's no way we'd be able to actually even see it at any point, let alone retrieve some kind of crash. Like, the odds of them crashing in here, there's a higher chance that I get a growth spurt in my 30s. Like, it's just so unlikely. Now, I don't believe anyone during the congressional hearing was lying under oath. Absolutely not. I have no doubt that everyone that was testifying and giving their statements was being 100% truthful. I believe all the departments are real departments. I believe all the programs are real programs, all of that they spoke about. I believe in this case, they believe that there was a real nonverbal communication with a non-human entity. But there's no physical evidence that was presented. There's nothing that was presented that convinces me that, oh, it really was aliens. I know they're being truthful, like I'm very confident in that, but that doesn't mean that it's absolutely aliens. For example, this statement about like definitively, yes, we have had nonverbal communication with non-human entities. Well, we also thought that back in the 70s with the WOW signal. And there's still a lot of people who believe the WOW signal is irrefutable proof of intelligent life out there, but I just think there's more evidence to suggest that it isn't. There's a lot of other explanations for what the WOW signal really is. Like, just because he believes that there was 100% definitive communication with a non-human entity doesn't mean that that's what it was. There could be something else to explain it, and since we weren't presented with any of what that is, it's now just, okay, I guess I have to assume it was aliens, because he believes it's aliens, It's just hard to get me to 100% say, like, yes, it's aliens. I desperately want to. I would be extremely happy to be proven wrong about my take that aliens have never visited us. But at the moment, there just still isn't that proof that gets me there and convinces me of that. But hopefully this is the start of more and more conversations and more information about UAPs and the government's involvement with UAP programs and departments. Maybe we can get some more declassified information and evidence of anything of non-human origin. That would be extremely exciting. If that information and that content exists, I would love for that to start being shared, and this seems like a good step in that direction if all of it truly is of non-human origin. So hopefully this is just the first of many UAP breakthroughs. Did you watch the UAP Congress hearing today? Apparently it was earth-shattering. The UAP thing was today? I'll definitely take a peek. I feel like if this actually was groundbreaking, my dad would have called me ASAP with a big "I told you so."
Live for us on Capitol Hill. Joe, you were in the room for that more than 2-hour hearing. What did you learn?
Aliens are real. You won't believe it. And they want to suck my dick right now.
If these technologies are not made by any government, who's making them? Private companies, or are you implying they are crafted by a non-human intelligence?
No, my buddy Eric makes them in his
That's
garage.
precisely why we're here. The problem is that, temporally speaking, over decades, not just the last 10 years, to put this in perspective,
Are these private companies you're implying, or is this non-human intelligence?
it may be both.
Okay.
When it comes to Blue Force technology,
What? Maybe both. Like they're working together, or like there's different UAPs? I don't think they could both be true, right? They're private company aliens. Oh, of course, yeah. What's next? You gonna tell me the aliens unionized or something? Yeah, whatever. Man, I wish they just had 3 titties.
to discuss.
Okay. Are you read into secret UAP crash retrieval programs?
We would have to have a conversation in a closed session, ma'am. I signed documentation 3 years ago that restricts my ability to discuss specifically crash retrievals.
It's like the Suicide Squad. They got like that thing in their neck gonna blow his head off if he talks about it.
And what is in the book is what I was told I'm allowed to talk about.
Has the government conducted secret UAP crash retrieval programs, yes or no?
Yes.
That's not, well, that doesn't necessarily mean they were successful. That just means they might have seen something and then tried to go get it and reclaim it, believing that it could be a UAP. And then what they found could have very well been just my buddy Eric's man-made doohickey. But that would be cool if they have retrieved some.
Were they designed to identify and reverse engineer alien craft, yes or no?
Yes.
So those two yeses right there at the end, very important there. Now, just shortly after that hearing, that was Congresswoman Nancy Mace sharing.
I mean, it's cool to hear, but that's not surprising. I don't think aliens have ever visited Earth. I've made that very clear. I know aliens are out there. I think it's unlikely that we're the only intelligent life. I just don't think they've ever been here. I truly don't. But it's not surprising me to hear, like, I'm assuming it's true because he's under oath, that they had like a program to go retrieve it and try and like reverse engineer it. That doesn't mean that it ever found or produced anything, right? Like, I've had times where I've gone out trying to get laid. I didn't get laid. Shit, I didn't meet anybody. You know? Like, it's you know, you can have those plans, you can try and do those things. It doesn't necessarily mean that it worked. But I think the question should be, have they ever retrieved anything of extraterrestrial origin? Because you can have a department dedicated to reverse engineering it if it's ever retrieved. The question should really just be, have we ever actually gotten anything of extraterrestrial origin? That's what I want an answer to. And some evidence of.
Yes.
See, that's not confirmation they ever got one. Again, that is a program that would aim to retrieve them, if there was any. Like, I feel like there's millions, like, we have a fucking Space Defense Force program, right? They haven't fought off any alien invaders, I'll tell you right now. Apparently, the biggest bombshell during this hearing was documents regarding the Immaculate Constellation program, which is a secret UFO retrieval program the Pentagon is running. They just released them online for everyone to read. Ooh. United States Department of Defense and the intelligence community are withholding information about anomalous phenomena from Congress. It's a testimony from Michael Schellenberger. I do believe we probably have plenty of programs for that. Like, there's no way this guy's lying, not under oath. No shot. I definitely do think there are programs for, like, retrieval of UAPs or, like, any kind of investigation into it, reverse engineering if they ever find one. I just don't think it's ever happened. I don't think there's ever been a alien spacecraft that has ended up here. You don't think UFOs exist at all? I think it is so unbelievably, like, main character syndrome type shit to think that somehow aliens, if they have faster than light travel or wormhole traveling capabilities, would somehow just crash on our fucking tiny little planet. That would be so unbelievably unlikely because it's incomprehensible to us the technology that they would already have in order to even make it this far. Like, that's so unlikely. And for us to catch a glimpse of them is even more unlikely. If they made it here and we'd somehow see them in a fucking Tic Tac, that's unbelievably unlikely. So the witness is lying? Brother, how many times I gotta say it? No, I don't think they're lying at all. They're talking about programs. I have no doubt these programs exist. Just like we have our Space Defense Force program. But we're not defending the Earth from anything right now. We're not fighting off the fucking Tyranids out there with the space defense program America's got. They exist, I have no doubt. I have no doubt about it. They're definitely not lying. Tic Tac video, probably the most credible we have. Yep, that and the other one from the ship. Those are the two UAP videos that have the least amount of explanation for. What do you think about the theory that aliens created us and are coming now because we're close to ending ourselves? What? I think that's a theory that's based on nothing but someone who really likes anime. If life is found on other moons in our solar system, would people finally stop thinking we are special and we're literally the point of the universe? So for the longest time, I always thought if aliens ever visit us, if aliens ever have visited us and we finally reveal it, I always thought they'd be like a unifying moment, because in pretty much every sci-fi property ever, when people speak of humanity or Earth, it's always like one united front of humans. And I always thought if aliens were discovered, that would be that unifying moment where like everyone on Earth comes together. And now I'm 100% sure that would never fucking happen at all. That would just never happen. That just caused so much fucking chaos now. We'd take their oil. Yeah. Man, we would butt fuck them so hard if we could. How disappointed would you be if aliens just looked like humans but with pointy ears or glowing eyes? There is not a single alien design that would actually disappoint me. The only one that would disappoint me is if aliens looked like what that researcher said dudes are going to look like from gaming in 20 years. If they looked like this, then I'd be mad. But anything shy of this, I'm going to be blown away. I'm going to be so happy. Much to the delight of my entire family, today we have received some groundbreaking news in regards to aliens. I feel like I'm giving some kind of press conference here about it because I feel so personally invested in it. For my entire life, my family has always firmly believed that extraterrestrials have not only visited this planet, but made contact with us, and we've like recovered some spacecrafts and all kinds of gadgets and gizmos that the government isn't telling us. And now they've received some vindication that that belief might be the truth. Today there was a hearing with a gentleman named David Grush who is claiming that not only have aliens come to this planet, but we have recovered some wreckage, some items, even some bodies, perhaps. And this is all sworn under oath. And he is a pretty credible source, all things considered. He was a military intelligence officer for about 14 years. He had, from what I understand, from what I've researched here, pretty high level clearance. He was a pretty important person in his post. And he is now putting all of this public at this hearing. Now, he hasn't presented any concrete evidence or any evidence like that, any proof, but his claims, he says, do have not only eyewitness supports, but real concrete proof, irrefutable evidence that he is unable to share publicly, but is able to share in private with Congress. So it's a very interesting development. I'll go over it a little bit more in depth. I talked about it on stream today. Overall, though, I don't think you're going to find anyone happier about this news than my dad. After the hearing today, my dad called me just full of jubilation. It was like a kid on Christmas. He was giddy, like a high schooler that actually just got a date to prom. My dad called me, laid out all of the details of what happened in the hearing, and was just so happy to hear someone that has credibility say these things because it gets him excited to hear it. He really wants to see alien proof and get to experience that truth coming to light. So this was a really cool day overall for me and my family. I still don't fully believe it, if I'm being honest, because he hasn't provided any proof. It's very hard for me to just take everyone at their word. I understand lying under oath is a serious offense, but it's not like that's never happened before. You know, you really think someone would do that? Go under oath and tell lies? Absolutely, for sure. It has happened before, it will happen again. I'm not saying it happened right now, but I just don't take anything at just the face value of the claims. I would like to see some of the evidence here. So I'm very excited to learn more about it. This has got me fucking salivating for more information and more details about all of the things that he's claiming. So let me just go ahead and play the stream clips now to bring you all up to speed on what went down. How many aliens could we take in a fight? Well, according to David Grush, we stand no chance at actually fighting them, apparently. Which, I have always said, if they are real and have visited us, well, I think aliens are real in the universe at some point. I personally haven't ever thought they visited us, but I've always said if they did, we would stand no chance. We would stand legitimately no chance. It'd be like putting a child up against, like, John Bones Jones. Like, you're never gonna win, right? And that's kind of what he said, too. One of the questions was, are our weapons sufficient to defend ourselves against them? Or something to that effect. And his answer was, absolutely not. According to my dad. So, like I said, I haven't watched the hearing yet, but once it was over, my dad called me, like, damn near celebrating. I could hear kazoos going off in the background. He's like, I told you, Charlie. I told you this day would come, that we'd have legitimate confirmation from reputable sources that aliens have come here. And he was filling me in. He was giving me the nitty-gritty behind everything here. But for those that don't know the situation, David Grush is a former military intelligence officer. We talked about him a little while ago. He is the real deal. He is who he says he is. And he does have actual pretty high-level clearance, as I understand it. And a little bit ago, he came to the public. Well, he made public statements that extraterrestrial visitors have not only been here, but have been observed, and in even certain situations, we have recovered some of their shit. And they had a hearing about this today. These are huge claims. Now, granted, he has not provided any evidence. He hasn't linked to, their social media accounts for us to double check or anything. We don't have any pictures or anything. Like, he doesn't have a picture of an alien doing a keg stand outside of Area 51 or anything. But he is a high-ranking intelligence officer who is making these claims. So it has more weight to it than most. So they had this hearing today, just kind of going over the scope of it, bringing everyone up to speed. And very interesting. He was asked point blank if there's any real biological indication that what they have is not of human origin. And he says, yes, it is not human. When asked how many people are aware of this, like in terms of like unidentified aerial phenomena, he said thousands of pilots have reported them, but are either too embarrassed to come forward, thinking people will call them crazy, or are unable to come forward because of like crackdown, something like that. Evidence should be king here. Well, he's not on trial. There's no burden of proof here. This is a hearing just to get all the information. He did say he has all of the evidence, but is unable to bring it forward to the public, but is willing to share it with Congress in what's called a skiff, I think, is what my dad called it, or my dad's just making up terms to make me sound like a fucking idiot. I've never heard of that before, but apparently it's like a private hearing, and he said he's more than willing to give over all of the evidence he has on all of his claims in the private skiff. Yeah, that's a real thing? Okay. I've never heard of that. But one thing that I said was very fishy from the start about this story is David Grush actually had expressed written permission from the DOD to come forward with alien information. So to me, he's not really a whistleblower. He's more of like a spokesperson. I don't think that necessarily pokes holes in the credibility of the claims, I guess. But it is very interesting that they're labeling him a whistleblower when he literally has permission from the teacher. This isn't a guy that fucking crawled through the trenches and threw up a signal in the sky in order to get us the information. He had permission. He had their blessing. Why is he doing this? We'll have his answer and then I'll give you my answer. He believes that he's doing the public a great service by bringing this information forward, thinking that we need to be brought into the loop here, brought into the fold in an ever-growing situation here with advanced life forms. I think the reason is distraction. I think all of this is serving as a big kind of distraction for what? I don't know. But I just find it so odd that the DOD would be like super on board with it and let him do all of this. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what the distraction would be for. But I mean, here, let's spitball some tinfoil hat shit. Let's assume I'm right and it's all a distraction. I guess what they could do next is make claims like they need to build defense systems in order to combat potential extraterrestrials, like these big-titted goth babe aliens coming to Earth looking to harvest us. we've got to stop it. So we're going to need to increase our spending on defense programs in order to make sure that we're adequately prepared for it. But I would love to believe that this is all very legitimate. David Grush legitimately has real evidence. Aliens are real. We've recovered certain things, and he can prove all of it. That's what I want. But what I really believe is that this is all somehow a distraction. That's where I'm really torn. I don't know. This is, to date, probably the most credible person to come forward with apparently other witnesses of high-ranking military origin with evidence. And we now have more access to unidentified aerial phenomena than ever. That's very hard to explain. So this is probably as credible as it's ever been. But I just don't know. It just feels artificial. He said it all under oath. If he's lying, he just ruined his life. Yeah. Of course, but there is a huge difference between a testimonial and evidence. We've heard the testimonial, it's all under oath, of course, but we haven't seen any evidence yet. The Israeli space chief said the Galactic Federation is in contact with America last year. The DoD doesn't support, they just released him to say what he believes is a classified program. That's the only other comment. But that's still giving their blessing, otherwise they would have shut him down like they do most other whistleblowers. For example, like Edward Snowden, right? Like, I feel like if they didn't want it out, it wouldn't have got out. And I don't know what the Galactic Federation is. I didn't realize we had Commander Shepard out there on the fucking Mass Effect relay at the Citadel or something talking to us. That's news to me. If this is all real, do you think they would ever tell the public the full story? No. If not, why do you think they need to hide it? Panic. Brother, we can't even handle the most basic concepts right now. Go on Twitter for any length of time, or excuse me, the platform formerly known as Twitter, for any length of time. People won't even accept the most obvious, conclusive, true statements anymore. We are not ready for it. Why do we have any reason to listen to them when they provide no evidence? Because of where the claim is coming from. This isn't just like a Joe Schmo. This guy was a high-ranking military intelligence officer for like 14 years. Not exactly like the number one person you'd think to just go out there and lie for no real benefit to himself. No, he didn't say if the aliens were hot or not yet. I'm going to assume no. I've always thought if there were aliens out there, they'd be like insectoid-esque. How would the government even capture the spacecraft? That's exactly what I said. I have no idea. The only thing that I could even somewhat spitball a guess, assuming it's all real, is they recovered wreckage from a spacecraft that blew up somewhere in space and drifted onto Earth and crashed somewhere. I don't think it came to Earth and then crashed. It certainly wasn't shot down. Apparently he even claimed we have no chance of even, like, defending ourselves against them. So it would have just had to be like a drifting piece of something. Just because you're smart doesn't mean you can't crash. Brother, you're not just smart. If you have something that can reach Earth, that means you have something that defies our very understanding, and this is even according to David, apparently. This is what my dad said, and he's right. That means you have something that is so far beyond our comprehension, we can't even prove that what we're seeing would be real. You wouldn't just crash on Earth. The only thing that I could even think would be the case is, again, something happened, maybe it hits asteroids out in space and a piece of it breaks off and lands on Earth, crashes into Earth. It wouldn't crash when it gets to Earth. They can travel the galaxy without problem, but when they get to Earth, all of a sudden they're crashing everywhere. I don't think he was claiming that there's been a ton of crashes. Just a ton of sightings. And apparently they do have in their possession some UAP fragments and shit. And I guess bodies too. Aliens heard about your performance in the Hunger Games and needed to come see it firsthand. See, like, there's a theory I'd actually subscribe to. That one would make sense. But why are the aliens here? COVID? That's probably why. COVID hit their planet real hard and they were trying to escape. Or maybe they're here to collect COVID from us. They have like a virus museum or something and they need COVID to be part of it.
I'm asking Congress to hold our government to this standard and thoroughly investigate these claims.
God, imagine if he brought in an alien.
As I stand here under oath now,
actions speak louder than words. Come in here, Glorb.
Told them. In a position of extreme trust, both in my military and civilian capacities. I was informed in the course of my official duties of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program.
Oh, that was one of the other questions they apparently asked pretty soon, is if anyone ever got injured reverse engineering any UAPs. And he said yes. But again, there's no evidence.
To which I was denied access.
I hope there
to
will
those
be at some
mission
point.
reruns when I,
In what possible sense is he credible just because of position? Yeah, what? Yeah, obviously. A 14-year high-ranking military intelligence officer with, actually pretty impressive clearance? Yes. That is what would make him credible. Yeah. It's like what makes everyone credible is their position. Like, if it was me saying all of this, it would be completely uncredible. I'm a worthless source. Right now, all it seems like is that they've made him a celebrity, with an official endorsement from the DoD. Which seems very weird for a whistleblower to get that kind of glamour from the people he's blowing the whistle on. I disagree. How? Look at all the other whistleblowers like Edward Snowden. Look what happened to him. Oh, here's another one, an easy one. Epstein got fucking murdered when he was about to blow the whole lid off of that crazy operation. I was just going to ignore this alien update here because it's so outrageous that it actually is insulting that people believe it, because if you look beyond the headline for just 2 sentences, you only need 2 sentences worth of work, you will realize that this is the most stupid, dumb fanfic that has been written since Tumblr was popular, about giants who built pyramids on Mars. This has gained some traction because a CIA document was declassified that talked about this experiment. If you can even call it an experiment, it feels more like everyone at the CIA headquarters was on PCP and just journaling their experience. It's about as much of an experiment as me putting my finger in my butt and seeing if it smells bad. Their method for reaching this conclusion, if you can even call it that, that's a loosey-goosey usage of the word conclusion, was they induced an altered state of consciousness through sound frequencies that split a person's spirit from their body, and they astral projected them 1,000,000 years before humanity onto Mars, where they claim they saw giants building pyramids. That is the actual intelligence gathering method the CIA used to crack the mystery of Mars. It's about as reliable as me saying I had a dream about giants building pyramids on Mars, thus it must be true. Like, whoever came up with this was watching way too much Doctor Who at the time. So it was stated in one of the CIA projects, Stargate, in the report, Exploration of Mars, May 22nd, 1984. Literally 1984, holy shit. However, the sensational data was obtained in extremely dubious ways, according to British Daily Mail. By the way, the Daily Mail is like the main source that all of this comes from. I can't believe Daily Mail has made such a fucking comeback as a tabloid. It's unbelievable. But anyway, so what happened is, the agency recruited people who claimed to have psychic abilities. Well, that sounds trustworthy. People claiming to be psychics. Surely nobody lied about their psychic abilities. They fucking recruited Mob Psycho out here. Then they included binaural rhythms, simultaneous listening to sounds at different frequencies, and semi-synchronized audio to induce altered state of consciousness, separate the spirit from body, and send it traveling through the astral. It's a fucking anime plot. Like, this is something you'd see from, like, a garbage tier anime of just mumbo jumbo. But this is something the CIA apparently actually did. And according to one of the psychic subjects, they got sent to Mars 1,000,000 years before our era and found out Mars had pyramids similar to the Egyptian ones, but then the giants had to look for a new place to live because their environment was spoiled. Well, that settles it. I always knew that that's what was going on with Mars. And thankfully now we have irrefutable proof. Because one guy said so. He said he went 1,000,000 years before our era. Let's just play with that for a minute. How would you know that? Let's say he actually did somehow fucking astral project because he listened to Led Zeppelin backwards or whatever the CIA was pumping through those headphones. And he goes 1,000,000 years back to the past, like Samurai Jack here, on Mars. How would he know he's 1,000,000 years before humanity? How would he know that? Did they have a calendar on Mars that he was able to check? Then he could put it against the start of humanity and check like, oh, well, the upcoming patch notes for humanity aren't for 1,000,000 more years. Oh my god, I'm 1,000,000 years before humanity. Like, how in the world would he have possibly had any available information to deduce that he is a million years before humanity on Mars. Like, how would he even know he's on Mars? It could be any other planet in the fucking universe. Was there like a welcome to Mars sign that he entered, like through the fucking pearly gates or something? Like, how anyone could have actually conducted this experiment and thought there was any valuable information from it is beyond me. It makes me so mad, actually. Like, at this point, people will just believe anything at all. Not to go off on too big of a tangent, but it somehow flat earth always comes up, because I think it's just the shining example of people just wanting to believe something because they want to, and no matter what you do, you can't convince them otherwise. No matter how many times flat earthers prove themselves wrong, they still just wipe their ass with it and don't care. There was just another one done called The Final Experiment, where a bunch of flat earthers were talking about how there could be no 24-hour sun because the earth is flat and it doesn't fit into that model. Well, The Final Experiment brought those flat earthers out, and they, with their own fucking peepers, confirmed that, yep, there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And then instead of just accepting that and being like, I guess we were wrong about flat earth, some of them were saying like, well, doesn't mean that we're wrong about flat earth. Now we just need to figure out how a 24-hour sun works with a flat earth model. So no matter how many times you have overwhelming evidence to suggest something is wrong or can't be true, people will still just believe in it because. And what do you do about that? Nothing. You can do nothing about that. And to tie that into the giant pyramid building Martians, there are people that are now running with this and saying like, finally, the CIA has confirmed what we always knew to be true about alien life and Mars and pyramids. And if you just look at how that data, if you can call it data, was collected, you should be able to realize that it's a load of hooey. It's fucking baloney. Project Stargate was meant to be a weapon against the Soviet Union that aimed to basically create psychers from Warhammer 40k. I'm sure all of you know by now some of the torturous experiments the CIA performed on people. I also imagine the psychics that signed up for this program were probably also treated like shit by the CIA just because the CIA has a history of doing some absolutely inhumane tests on people. So I think there's a chance that the psychics in here also had that kind of mistreatment, which is a terrible thing. Project Stargate was shut down in 1995, and then leading up to its closure was Mars Exploration, May 22nd, 1984, which is a document that was declassified in 2017, but only recently resurfaced. And it kind of goes over the entire kit and caboodle of how they even came to this Mars giant theory. Basically, it boils down to a bit of an interview where the subject is just saying things. He's just kind of talking about some stuff that he's imagining. So, like, the administrator asks him to focus his attention on 40.89 degrees north and 9.55 degrees west. And the subject responds, sort of looks like, kind of got an oblique view of a pyramid, or pyramid form. And this kind of dialogue goes back and forth for a while, and concludes with the subject saying that the people there are looking for a way to survive, but they just can't because their environment is full of corruption. The subject claims to have even spoken with one of the people who told them that the group had left in what looks like the inside of a larger boat. Maybe some kind of ark, perchance, drawing inspiration from the Bible on Mars maybe, who knows? Also, how would one of the people have spoken to the person that astral projected there? You're telling me that the ancient giant Martians saw a fucking Force ghost pop in there like Obi-Wan Kenobi and they just started like trauma dumping to the astral projection? Really? Like, hey, far be it from me to question the wisdom of the Martians, I suppose. The administrator keeps pressing the subject to go further until eventually, bringing him back to 1984. And that's where all of this comes from. That is the declassified CIA document about life on Mars that some people are now taking as the gospel. That this has confirmed alien life on Mars at one point. It's just sad. Please, just do yourself a favor. Read it, and then actually just like marinate on it for a second and ask yourself, is this a reliable way of gathering data? Does this really prove alien life on Mars? Because if the answer to that question is yes, you need to take a hard look in the mirror. Like, it's crazy. What if I told you there's life on Pluto right now? You can't really prove me wrong, per se. You haven't been there yourself. But why would you just blindly take that at face value? Like, I have no real evidence to prove there's life on Pluto. Neither did the CIA experiment here. So why believe in it? Why not wait until there's some actual substantiated evidence about these kind of things? There's no reason to marry yourself to this kind of belief based on an absolute nothing burger. You don't have to do that. You can just say like, oh, that was an interesting read, but I'm not convinced yet. I'll wait. But it's food for thought. Nothing wrong with that. I just don't understand how people just like fucking cannonball into the deep end here for these kind of things. Read past the headline. Like, just read past the headline on that, and I really think it should have been obvious that this is not real. So anyway, do you think me a fool? Do you really think there would be groundbreaking new alien information and I wouldn't know about it? Ridiculous. I stay at the forefront of all alien developments. I love alien shit. Last night, there was a surprise broadcast from Mexican Congress where they presented supposed alien corpses. And you bet your sweet bippy I was glued to it. Now, I want to start by laying out the foundation here. I'm going to give you all of the eating utensils before feeding you the meal. Basically, what happened is there is a individual by the name of Jaime Maussan, and he claimed that he had 1,000-year-old alien bodies that he presented at Mexican Congress. There's a lot of confusion around this situation right now. People are misled into believing that this was the Mexican government coming forward and just dropping this hot potato on everyone out of nowhere, when that's not the case. This is from an individual, Jaime Maussan, who is a UFOologist and researcher, and he is presenting all of it. And this isn't even his first time doing it. In 2017, he presented yet another mummified alien corpse, not human, but it was later debunked and proven to not be alien at all. So he has done this before, but this time around he's presenting new corpses and also claiming that there's been extensive research, studies, tests, and scientists working on it to confirm that these are 100% real, authentic extraterrestrial visitors. Now, he and his team are saying that all of this information is available for any scientists around the world to confirm their findings, which I think is great. Inviting research into these is fantastic, and I guess we can finally know for certain if he's being truthful here, and these are somehow actually alien bodies. I guess they came down to Earth for fucking spring break and just, they lost control of themselves, maybe drank too much and died of liver failure. I have no fucking clue. But we have these corpses from 1,000 years ago. He's claiming these are mummified aliens and has a bunch of tests, allegedly, that they've run on them, and is inviting the rest of the world to do the same. So I'm excited to see if the rest of the world does that, and if they also confirm all of these findings. But now, let's get into talking about the aliens themselves, and then I want to bring on an expert, my father. You all know my father is on the cutting edge of everything alien related. If anyone's going to have an eye to see through the bullshit, it's gonna be old Papa Charles, I'll tell you right now. Oh, it's a little carcass. I couldn't even tell. I don't believe that at all. This is way too stereotypical alien look. I think there is no way. I think there's absolutely no fucking shot. I just don't believe that, though. If this looked actually less like all of the movies depict aliens, I'd be far more on the side of, possibly. But this actually just looks like a prop. From, like, Arrival. Or, not Arrival. What's the, oh my god. What is the one that has the really quintessential grays from back in the day? I can't remember now. They even made, like, little postcards for them. Like, you're invited. Okay. Pretty cool. It'd be wild if these were real and our movie depictions of aliens were spot on. That would be crazy. That would be big. But I don't see why they would bother faking this. I don't see what the gain is other than, like, a good joke. Humano? No humano. I understand that. I feel like aliens are likely to look like giant insects. I think they'd be insectoid as well. Your father would disagree? I don't think he'd believe this. This looks very silly. And especially just to drop it cold turkey out of nowhere on a YouTube stream. Well, I guess it was more than a YouTube stream. This just happens to be one of the places it was broadcast. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. So they put it into a database that is able to be accessed by anyone to verify their claims. They show a list of tests that have been done to the bodies, including metallurgy specialists, radiologists, and geneticists. They verified the authenticity and age of the bodies. They showed scans of their insides that showed metal implants in some of them, as well as eggs with embryos and organic material inside of them. Okay, well, if anyone can access it, it should be super easy for every other scientist in the world to start running tests on it, then to confirm it. That should be an easy slam dunk then if it's real. Oh, it's a 43 gig file. Holy shit. Well, if it's all there, then put it in the labs of the brightest scientists in the world. They'd all want to get a piece of that action, I imagine. Let them run wild. We could win the alien war if they actually look like that. In hand-to-hand combat, for sure. But their tech to get here must be nuts. So now let's go ahead and break down what we've seen here. Judging from the bodies, they're not that large. They're not, like, imposing in stature. I actually feel confident that I could beat them in a fight, whereas normally the only age group I'm comfortable at beating in hand-to-hand combat is ages 12 and below. I feel like there's just not many children that would beat me in pugilistic combat, and I feel the same for this alien race if they're all about that same size. And who's to say that these aren't like their elite warriors and the normal aliens could be even smaller? Like, I feel like I'd have no problem just wiping the fucking floor with them, just feeding them knuckle sandwiches out the wazoo. So that's nice. That makes me feel a lot more confident should this be a real alien, and they all look like that. I feel like we'd have a really good chance if it came to, like, fighting them with our bare hands. Now, apparently one of the aliens also had eggs inside of it, so I guess it was pregnant. Maybe it's possible we could dust the cobwebs off and hatch those puppies ourselves. That would be pretty wild. But now anyway, you've heard from the dumb Neanderthal, Charles White Jr., but let's hear from the preeminent expert in alien research, Charles White Sr. I've given you my perspective. I don't necessarily believe this, but I'm going to withhold full judgment for the rest of the world's scientific studies on these bodies. Hopefully those results and those studies will be conducted soon. But let's see what my dad had to say.
Me.
Hey.
What's up?
You look at the alien corpses?
No. Where's that?
How have you not seen them yet? Go look at them right now and tell me what you think.
I'm working on the Top Fuel dragster.
Well, the Top Fuel dragster can wait. You gotta see the alien corpses. I need an expert's opinion.
Why do you care? What, because you want to make fun of me?
I'm not making fun of you. I just want to know what you think about it.
So where do they claim they got these things from?
The Nazca lines. They claim they're 1,000 years old.
Well, I know all about the Nazca lines.
Yeah, I knew you would.
They look awful small. I mean, to me, it looks like a fucking paper-mache rock or something.
So, you don't think it's real alien evidence?
I don't think it's real. I mean, not to me. That's not real alien evidence. That could be any video. Hell, I could build that myself. With some paper-mache.
Okay. Alright, so this one does not have your stamp of approval as legitimate.
No, but all the other shit in the world does, like all the construction and all the other stuff. I mean, this is like, I don't know, this is too phony to me.
Alright, so it's not as convincing to you as Puma Punku and all that.
Fuck no, not even close.
Okay. Well, you heard it here first. If my dad doesn't believe it's real alien evidence, then dag nabbit, it's just not real alien evidence at the end of the day. So he's not super convinced of it. He's of course going to keep his finger on the pulse, as will I. Since they are inviting the rest of the world to study these mummified remains, I'm hoping that we'll get some conclusive yeses or nos on if it's extraterrestrial or not. I feel like that shouldn't be super hard to prove if it's a fucking alien, if it's something that we've never seen before, and, I feel like that'd be kind of easy if it's all real, but we'll wait and see. Either way, it was still just a wild development. Last night on Stream Chat, put something on my radar that I somehow missed in regards to aliens. It's very rare that something slips through my fingertips when it comes to juicy alien details. So now, first thing in the morning, I wanted to look into it because I thought for sure I'd be coming in here, shooting it down. Oh, it's not an alien, it's actually my buddy Eric and his homemade hovercraft. Like, I thought for sure there'd be a logical explanation for what they were telling me, which is new footage has just been revealed in an official capacity in regards to a unidentified aerial phenomena that ate a Hellfire missile. Which already sounds so far-fetched, it sounds like it fit right at home in Ice Cube's new War of the Worlds movie, but, you know, I'll eat my left shoe here. That is like exactly what this footage shows.
I want to cue up a video that I've been given. And as before it starts, I'm going to describe. This was taken October 30th of 2024. This video is of an MQ-9 drone tracking an orb, or this object, off the coast of Yemen. You'll see that another MQ-9 launched a Hellfire missile. This is when it zoomed out, so you can still see it traveling.
Declassified?
So
now, I've made fun of a lot of new footage that keeps surfacing, like the fucking steel soccer balls that have been spotted, you know, in Colombia, and then it's like, here's the proof, and it's a guy posing next to what looks like two colanders glued together with his nipples out. Like, that kind of stuff is so silly and so stupid, it is clearly a hoax. This, though, I don't have the same criticism of. But don't worry, I have plenty of criticism for it. This video is still pretty fishy. Granted, this is one of the more, like, authentic-seeming videos that we have, and you all know how much I want to believe, how much I want there to be irrefutable proof of aliens visiting this planet. Me and my dad argue about this 2 times a week. I love this shit. He loves this shit. I, more than anyone, want to suckle from the tit of hopium that this is aliens. But there are just too many things to overlook here that are red flags. 1, why is data on this absent, such as location, travel speed, that kind of thing that would be present on other pieces of footage? For some reason, it seems to crop out so much information that would be present on the actual raw footage of it. Also, why does it cut there? I don't understand the reason for cutting where it does. Why does it cut? Surely they would have still been following that if a Hellfire missile was just fucking fired at it and it's still going. They wouldn't have just dropped it there. If this is all legitimate and you're whistleblowing, attempting to blow the lid off of a big operation here, why would you intentionally hide some crucial data to the footage? It doesn't really check out. Also, this randomly being sent to a congressman with, I'm guessing, little oversight from other departments and other people, that also feels a bit peculiar, like it wouldn't necessarily work that way, I would think, or at least it historically hasn't. So I guess just the absence of that information, as well as like some of the odd circumstances around it, just lead it to feel a bit weird, because it should be there. Like it feels like it's deliberately cropped to not have some of that information there. Also, why were they using a Hellfire missile in the first place? Hellfire missiles, as I understand it, keep in mind, I am not an expert on Hellfire missiles by any means, but you can look this up yourself. Hellfire missiles are typically used for air-to-surface engagements. It doesn't often get used for air-to-air. So it seems like a weird choice for them to just launch the Hellfire missile at this UAP that's scooting through. And it's also equally confusing why it ricochets in the first place instead of just exploding. Because it clearly does make contact there. There's even debris you can see, fire off from it. Why did it bounce off like a fucking ping pong ball here? Let's assume that this is actual alien technology and it's got some kind of hyper advanced, incomprehensible force field or gravity distortion field around it. Like, let's say that's all like legit an alien in there. Fucking Marvin the Martian is cruising through on his new cosmic nut ship, and it just now got this Hellfire missile shot at it. I just don't understand why it wouldn't blow up once it makes that contact the way that it's supposed to. I mean, it, of course, could be like a dud. It really seems like a miracle it even hit it with a Hellfire missile in the first place, considering how seemingly small the target is. But I just don't really get the ricocheting. It feels like even if there is a force field or some kind of crazy tech around it, it still should have just like blown up once it makes that clear contact. Of course, you can make the argument that this technology is so advanced, I am shitting my pants, it disabled the rocket mid-flight and that's why it bounced off, because now it was, completely disarmed or something. Maybe. I mean, if it's alien tech, throw all logic and knowledge we have out the window, because it would be beyond our understanding, truly. But food for thought, and something that I learned about that maybe could be an explanation for this, they make inert Hellfire missiles. They're used for the sake of like training and that kind of thing. Could this be an inert Hellfire missile? It would explain the lack of explosion there. But, counterpoint to my own point of bringing this up, from what I understand, most inert Hellfire missiles don't actually have the ability to be launched. Is it possible this one did? Maybe. I don't know. There's a lot of maybes here, because this is so hard to know what is actually going on here. I haven't seen anything like this. Of all of like the alien ship footage I've seen, this one is the most head-scratching, I'll say it.
So, Mr. Knapp, have you heard about events like this occurring, and what information might you have?
I have heard about events like this. I have heard about this event. Jeremy Corbell and I talked about it in one of our episodes a while back. We did not have the video, though. There are servers where there's a whole bank of these kind of videos that Congress has not been allowed to see, that the public hasn't been allowed to see. Occasionally, some of that stuff gets out in the wild, and it comes our way. It should be going to you. The public should be seeing this stuff. And why you're not allowed to, I don't know. But that's a Hellfire missile smacking into that UFO and just bounced right off. And it kept going.
It kept going, and it looks like the debris was taken with it.
Yeah. What the hell is that?
So
flies like that?
Again, I'm not going to speculate what it is, but the question is, why are we being blocked from this information?
That is something you can also see in the footage. The debris that seems to spawn after the impact does appear to get like wrapped up with the UFO. Like it appears to travel with it from that point forward, and the speculation is it has some kind of like gravity to it that is able to like attract it in, something like that. Again, if this actually is like alien technology, you could just start spitballing the craziest shit ever, and it's possible, because any technology that would allow visitors from the universe to come here would be so above and beyond our comprehension, we wouldn't even know what the fuck it would look like. So you could throw out anything like that as an explanation, and if it is actually alien tech, yeah, it's definitely possible. I just have a hard time believing that here. I think the IR camera also makes it seem very different than how it might have actually been in real life. Like, this could be as simple as like some kind of like missile interception test footage that we're seeing through IR that's been shared with the congressman under a completely false pretense. Missile interception technology is something the military actively pursues. Everybody knows that. That is real. Or maybe this moves kind of like a drone. Maybe this is a new type of drone. The fucking rubber drones, the Luffy drones out there, designed to ricochet rockets off of it. Like, there are other explanations outside of aliens. And since so much data is missing here, it's hard to really know exactly what it is, and also, like, other crucial components to it. It is very interesting, though.
Hellfire makes a hit, a kinetic strike on something solid. There's usually not much left of whatever it is it's hitting. It's very, very destructive. What seems to happen is that the missile is either redirected, or in some case, perhaps glances off the object and continues on its way.
Naturally, I had to call my dad to see if he had seen this yet, and if he hadn't, I wanted to put it on his radar so we could get the expert's opinion on it. Hey, did you see the new UAP footage, the new UFO eating the Hellfire missile?
What?
Yeah, Congressman just brought some footage of a supposed UFO that got hit with a Hellfire missile, but the missile bounced off it and it continued on its way. You haven't seen that?
No, where was that?
You're slacking. What the fuck? It was earlier.
I'm watching TV. I ain't on the computer.
Well, was it?
I've been working on my goddamn iRacing for 2 nights. I can't get on there because I did an update and it's all fucked up. I'm probably gonna have to just quit. I can't fix it.
No. You're not gonna retire from iRacing. I'll fix it. Yeah, look it up. It was yesterday, like last night.
What do I look up?
Just type in UFO Hellfire missile.
That was a hoax, though.
No, it's
Okay.
just
UFO. What?
UFO
dodges Hellfire missile.
Yeah, what do you think though? You think that's aliens? You think that's real?
They have more than 752 sightings.
Listen to Mom.
They have the number received more than 750 UAP sightings between May of 23 and June of 24.
No,
it's bullshit.
You can't tell what it is. It's a little white dot on a screen, and you see something flying at it and something down. I mean, I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, it's just interesting though.
It's nothing discernible. Well, it's really not even interesting. I think it's just, I don't know. It's just kind of freaking hokey, if you ask me. Whatever.
Oh, okay.
How do we even know it's a Hellfire missile? That's what they're saying. We don't know that.
That's true. That is just what they're saying. Well, you heard it here first. This did not pass the smell test for my father. I found it kind of interesting. He, however, smelled stink. The stink of some baloney. So after I heard that from him, I decided to do even more digging. I watched the footage back multiple times. I was reading from other people that had analyzed it quite a bit. And I found a theory that really explains a lot of the wackiness here in the presentation, like the absence of location, telemetry, that kind of thing. They are speculating that the object in the video isn't even moving. What's moving is the drone, the MQ-9 drone. They are saying that the drone is what's moving, and they are panning to the object, so it looks like everything around it's moving, when in actuality it is stationary. It would explain the absence of telemetry data here in the footage, because if that was present, you would see that the object itself isn't moving, it's the drone. So that would explain why they wouldn't want that there, if that is the case. But if that's wrong, it's easily debunkable. You could easily slap that shit down by just releasing the uncropped version of the footage. They're also explaining why the Hellfire missile didn't detonate, because they are speculating that this object is something very small and very light. Like a balloon, which, when it comes to aliens, the weather balloon thing is as old as time. That has been around for a while with the whole balloon theory. But in this case, I mean, it does kind of check out. Like I said, even if it was some kind of force field on alien tech, the Hellfire would have still exploded. It still would have detonated. But it doesn't here for some reason. Whereas if it passed through something, like a balloon or something really light in the air, it would go through without blowing up. That would explain that, but what it doesn't explain is the seeming ricochet of it. Because it does seem to aggressively ricochet off it, which the balloon theory doesn't account for. But if the object is actually stationary, it would also explain the use of the Hellfire. Hellfire is laser guided. It's hard to laser guide on something that is moving very fast in the air, which is why it's typically reserved for air to surface. If this is stationary, then it would explain how the Hellfire even hit it in the first place, because it's a fucking miracle to have even made contact at all. That is a tough thing for it to do. The balloon theory, or very light object in the sky theory, would also explain the carrying on after being hit with the Hellfire. Let's assume that it is some very light object up there that's stationary, or at the very least only moving little bits with the wind. And then it gets hit by the Hellfire. Well, it kind of maintains most of its shape, but it loses altitude over time. So as it's losing altitude and looks as though it's carrying on, they stop the footage before it gets to the point where it's obvious or it hits the ground. That does also make sense in that context too. So the balloon theory has some pros and some cons. Once again, it's just more food for thought. I do still find the footage interesting, even though my dad doesn't. I'm kind of surprised I'm the one more surprised by it and kind of bewildered by it. But I don't know, I just find this to be one of the more compelling, more unexplainable UFO videos I've seen. Crazy UFO sighting in Colombia just dropped on r/UFOs. Let me see. Oh, right here, I see it. Those dirty bastards. Oh, they're very small. Very tiny little aliens. Go talk to them. I want to meet them. Knock on their door. Holy fuck. I always knew it. What? This would be a lot of effort for a prank, especially in what appears to be a rural, low-income country. A lot of effort for a prank. Get out of town! The picture at the end is pretty wild. This is so sad. This is just so fucking sad. I thought for sure the Redditors would not be believing in this. No, but usually r/UFOs is a little more sensible than that. Hope this is real, but I'm dubious. Hope this is... But I'm dubious? You're dubious. If that isn't the most it insists upon itself shit I've ever read. Oh, shit. The witness reported suffering nausea, dizziness, and severe headache after handling the object. Symptoms that forced him to seek medical attention and undergo various clinical examinations. Though the origin and nature of the artifact remain unknown, the man insists his experience was real and has clear photographs showing him holding the mysterious object. Where's the object now? Did it vanish? Like a thief into the night. It came all this way. Survived entry into the atmosphere just to land in a bush. Not only that, and then to end up on this guy's bedside. Those aliens weren't expecting that. That nipple means business. And now they know who the boss is. Your skepticism is dubious. I suppose it may be a tad doob, but I'm just not convinced. Is this post actually doing numbers right now? Is this actually circulating? You know, I'm just gonna look at it myself. It'd be... I would actually be surprised if this one started getting traction. Like the News Nation egg, I could see why some people would believe in that. Because it's an egg in night vision. They'd probably be like, that could be a fucking alien. Like, okay, fair enough. But, no way this one, right? It's not exactly blowing up on Twitter, but I do see this one, which has some people debating the authenticity. And then one guy's really passionate. He says, "For fuck's sake, seriously? This looks pretty bloody convincing. And is it the too good to be true category? Where is the orb now?" That's a real person, by the way. That guy exists on this planet with you and me. Wait, what is this? This just came up when I was looking at this orb. Is there multiple orbs? Is this not new? Manchester Airport UFO recreated. 3D models have been created of the orb UFO that was recently sighted and captured at Manchester Airport, UK. Oh my god, there was another orb! Ah! It was a Pokeball, damn it! What is that, an Ultra Ball? Holy shit. It's 343 Guilty Spark. That's even more serious than I thought. Pilot films clearest UFO landing at Manchester Airport, but then suddenly vanishes.
And recording a silver orb-shaped UFO origins and the lengths to which officials might go to keep such sightings under wraps. The pilot's detailed account...
Not very hard. They clearly didn't go to such extreme lengths. It's on Twitter.
Hasn't
been taken down.
Mysterious suspension of his social media accounts after sharing the footage in an area adjacent to the tarmac. The object was about the size of a small car. And
I made that same marble in Maya when I was in college, when I was still a digital arts major before switching to exercise physiology. This is like one of the first 3D models they have you do because it works with texture. But that doesn't mean that it can't be little bastards in there from outer space. They wanted to observe the airport. See what our aviation looks like.
The plot thickened when, just hours after posting the sighting on Twitter, Bigelow's account was suspended without explanation.
The cover-up!
Undeterred,
the cover-up!
He turned to Reddit to share his experience and engage with the UFO community, only to have his Reddit account similarly taken down shortly.
Oh my god, it goes too deep.
These actions have fueled widespread speculation of a deliberate attempt to suppress information about the sighting.
I always love that shit. That's always so good. That's how you really have to sell it to them. And then everything was suppressed. Except for every video ever and every person ever talking about it, including a 2 million subscriber YouTube channel. They didn't find this one somehow. It's hilarious that even when one lands and sits at ground level at an airport only a few hundred yards away, it's still blurry and out of focus in a world filled with 4K megapixel camera phones. That's part of the alien technology. It blurs it. This is compelling. I wasn't sold on the Columbia sphere. But this one? Whoops. This one? Jesus. I'll eventually click the right tab. That one's got teeth. Florida! No, they're here! God damn it!
Oh, there it is.
Fucking pinball in the sky! No! How much time is left? The aliens are everywhere. All at once. Yeah, take a good look at this video. It'll be off the internet by tomorrow. They're going to suppress it. Oh yeah, here's the Columbia sphere. How is it looking It's crazy. It's just so crazy. Oh my god, another orb. This one followed the plane. Orb!
Hey guys, welcome back. This is Scott. Now this is something I discovered from a friend on Facebook, and
more like a friend something you discovered from a friend on Adobe After Effects. What the fuck is this, man? You've got to do better than that. Come on, man. Miraculous Jesus figure in forest fire. Sacred heart revealed. AI enhanced image. This channel is awesome. If I may, why would Jesus put his figure in fire? Like, I feel like that'd be the antithesis of how Jesus would want people to perceive an image of him. Fire and flames is associated with hell. This would be more akin to like a plot from Lucifer.
This is corrected by AI. Before AI on the left, after AI on the right. Look at the detail. AI on the right, normal on the left. This is...
How is that Jesus?
Look at the difference.
Since when is Jesus fucking the evil dad from Codename Kids Next Door? How the fuck? And what is he doing? This looks more like a Yu-Gi-Oh card.
And does it look like anything familiar to you? Anything you've ever seen in your entire life?
No.
Have you ever seen this before?
Absolutely not.
Because I think you have.
I don't.
Hit that
you'd
like
be
and
wrong.
subscribe button. Helps me out so much. Thank you. The Burning Man, for real, creature of Jesus. And look at this. The burning person also has a similar heart in the same place.
I jumped the gun. There's Jesus. There. Burning alive. In a forest fire. Just the way he wanted us to perceive him, I suppose. What a compelling argument.
Exactly like the
Oh, this just reminded me of something. I saw this floating around earlier. Matt sent it to me. You guys remember that post on Facebook with me as Jesus, and a lot of Facebook moms really thought that it's a picture of Jesus? Apparently a post on Reddit got kind of popular because their grandma also has that same photo on their, like, mantle. And that shit goes crazy. Are you honored? I think that's very sweet. If it brings her comfort, I don't mind being on her mantle watching over her, wishing her well on her daily routine. No, this isn't the exact same one that I covered last time. This is the one from the Moist Wrestling League, and then got big on Facebook. The other one was this, the Share If You Love Jesus. But the original didn't have, like, the halo in it or anything, so it was more convincing to the Facebook audience or some shit, I guess. I'll have to keep my eyes peeled on this channel. They're breaking ground on all the latest. Apparently there was a rabbit on Mars. Fucking Peter Cottontail went cosmic.
And fast forward so you can see this object, and it looks like it's in cone shape. I mean, I've never seen a module or a Russian module in this shape. It doesn't look like...
Neither have I, but I have seen this shape in a snack called Bugles. Any connection? Food for thought. It's time you and I have a very important talk. Might be an awkward discussion, but it's a very significant one in every person's life. The old birds and ETs. We need to discuss aliens a little more in depth because there's a lot of misinformation floating around about what I believe in when it comes to these beautiful cosmic bastards out there, and, well, I want to set the record straight. All of you know, my dad loves aliens. I'd argue he's one of the biggest alien enthusiasts in this country right now. And he's very passionate about this topic. So am I. I am also very passionate about aliens, but more so because I find a lot of the theories that pop up about aliens visiting us, and here's UFO footage, and it's just like this poorly photoshopped image of two colanders stacked on top of each other, wiggling around in 240p, and it's black and white and just blurry out the wazoo. They're like, no, it's real footage of a UFO flying around. Like, I laugh at that kind of stuff. Or, like, the alien bodies that keep being discovered. Like the fucking potato alien from 3 days ago, where people were convinced there was an alien in someone's garden because they had this, like, interdimensional cosmic abortion that just plopped into their garden. They're like, look, finally, irrefutable proof to convince all the doubters. We got an alien body. And it just looks like a shriveled up mushroom with nipples on it. Like, that does not look like an alien at all. And you also have to ask yourself the question, if an alien race is advanced enough to reach Earth, it means they've cracked faster than light travel, one, so they're already well beyond our comprehension technologically. How the fuck would they just crash land here and end up in someone's garden? Do they just come to Earth to die? Like, alright, we'll take the space cruiser out. I'm looking for a good place to just die. I'll choose Earth, and this one random person's garden seems like a nice spot. It just doesn't make sense. It's not like it's just going to be some freak accident where they crash into Earth and die, and our weaponry certainly wouldn't be effective against something that technologically advanced if they're able to visit us. It's just illogical. Like, that kind of stuff makes me laugh. So when it comes to aliens, I'm very passionate because the comical nature of it is unmatched, really. But I do still firmly believe there's alien life out there in the universe. It's too big for there not to be, in my opinion. I just firmly don't think they have ever visited Earth. Ever. My dad does not agree. We don't see eye to eye when it comes to aliens. My dad is a firm believer that aliens have not only visited our planet, but helped us evolve and advance, all the way back into ancient times. He is a big proponent of ancient aliens. And while I too am an enjoyer of ancient aliens, it's for an entirely different reason. It's because I think it is very entertaining because of how outlandish it is. Meanwhile, my father subscribes to the belief that Ancient Aliens is right on the money when it comes to, like, aliens building pyramids and Pumapunku and all of that kind of stuff. So I just want to set the record straight. I believe aliens are out there. I feel like you'd be a fool to think that we're alone in the universe. I just really have seen no compelling evidence that convinces me they've ever visited Earth in any way, shape, or form. But my dad very much disagrees. And he wants to do some kind of like panel where he tries to like really convince me of it. Like he wants to put together like a video showcase of it, which I've encouraged him to do because I think it'd be amazing. But we haven't done that yet. I also went a little bit deeper on stream about like my dad's alien beliefs versus mine. So I'm just going to go ahead and play those clips. I just don't want there to be any more confusion because I keep seeing people say that I don't believe in aliens or something. Or on the other side of the spectrum, people saying that I believe aliens helped us build the pyramids and fucking blessed us with fiber optic internet or something. Like all kinds of different things because wires are getting crossed here. Because my dad talks about aliens so much and I talk about my dad talking about aliens so much. And then everything just gets all, you know, confuddled into like this, you know, knowledge soup. So I just wanted to make it very clear here. But anyway, here's the stream clips that go a little more in depth. It's kind of already been cracked, but he just doesn't believe the official explanation because my dad, he's like an engineer, and he just really doesn't believe that people back then would be able to make these cuts on these blocks. And that's the thing he harps on a lot. He just really thinks people back then were stupid as fuck. He really does. He thinks not only were they stupid, they just didn't have tools to make cuts on stone. Well, at least cuts like this on stone. The H blocks. So how did they do it? According to my dad, the aliens did it for him. He doesn't have an explanation as to why. He just thinks the aliens came down here and just fucking started carving H on these blocks. He doesn't really have like a reason as to why. He just says, well, we can't know, they're smarter than us. And I'm like, damn, that's such an easy cop-out. If aliens did help make it, why the hell would they only use stone and not give early humans advanced metal or something similar? Are they stupid? That's what I said. Like I'm basically just reliving like our arguments that we have back and forth, and they're not arguments, like they're good-spirited. But like I always say, if the aliens did this, why? And he just says, well, we can't know, they're smarter than us. Okay. And then I say, if aliens did this, why are they still using primitive shit? You could have easily made this out of like metals or something. And usually what he'll say is the aliens wanted to teach humans how to do it, to help them advance or something along those lines. And I'm like, if they wanted to do that, why didn't they leave any other messages or instructions? And he says they did. It's called the pyramids. They're perfectly aligned with Orion's belt. It's their message to us. And I say, what is that message? He's like, well, we don't know. They're smarter than us. We can't possibly know. And I'm like, well, it's a fucking very ineffective message then, isn't it? I used to watch Ancient Aliens back in the day, bro. The shit they come up with is hilarious. They unironically said the Bible story about Jonah being swallowed by a whale is false. He was actually abducted by an alien submarine. We talked about that yesterday. Yeah, my dad fully disavows 99% of ancient aliens, but really believes that they know their shit when it comes to the pyramids. And I guess Pumapunku by extension, because they covered that. They have a whole goddamn episode on, like, Sasquatch being an alien, or dropped off by aliens or something. I already forgot. Have you heard of the Intergalactic Federation? That's kind of part of the secret space program. They're adjacent. But yes, I am familiar. This even got referenced in 2020, if you guys remember this. Former Israeli space security chief says extraterrestrials exist and Trump knows about it. He said, a galactic federation has been waiting for humans to reach a stage where we will understand what space and spaceships are. So this kind of kicked that whole thing off. What's the most heated alien argument you had with your dad? I don't know. Heated's just not the right word, because it's always comical. Like, we're usually both giggling, but he's very passionate about it. So I guess he kind of gets heated. He'll start, like, really, like, raising his voice about it. He's like, Charlie, I built cars for fucking 50 years. I know engineering. The people back then didn't have the tools or the fucking brain power to build the pyramids. It's simple engineering, son. When are you gonna stop being so stupid? But, like, he's not being mean about it. He's just getting, like, really animated. Speaking of ancient aliens, remember that episode where they said giraffes used to have short necks? Blame it on the aliens? Or am I on crack? That sounds like ancient aliens. There was even a whole meme for a while that was passed around Reddit where they had Sukalos, who my dad fucking loves. Before I watched more ancient aliens outside of the homework he assigned me with the pyramids episode, my dad was like, Charlie, you gotta look at this guy. His name is Giorgio Sukalos. He knows his shit. And then it turns out he's the guy from all the memes where he does this and it just says aliens. He's that guy. And I felt almost shame. I was like, Dad, no. Not Sukalos. This can't be your expert source. It can't be. And sure enough, it was. And Sukalos is like the worst offender of just blaming everything on aliens. So in the pyramid episode, I think it was Sukalos, there was like a speculation like, this pyramid didn't have a tomb in it. So then why was it the way that it was? And Sukalos comes in and said, well, it's because they were communicating directly with aliens in the intergalactic cosmos far, far away. And he's like, well, do you have a source for that? Like, that's quite a leap. Like, how do you know that? Sounds like he's just messing with you. Doesn't sound like he actually believes it. No. No, you couldn't be more wrong. Since I was a child, my dad has been on the aliens and pyramids. I remember being a baby boy, a toddler, and my dad would try and have these profound talks with me where he'd sit me down and be like, listen, son, it might not be this year, it might not be 10 years, it might not be 20 years, but one day, you're gonna see, we're gonna find out that the aliens built those fucking pyramids. We will learn that the aliens helped us advance in our primitive stages. I remember as far back as my brain will allow me that he has always been on that. Since day one. He's committed to the joke. It's not a joke to him, I'll tell you right now. Even tonight he texted me. He's like, so I see you talked about those stupid garden alien potato things or whatever. What did he say again? You say, what's that new alien vid? Bunch of bullshit. You gotta do one about Puma Punku. Love you. That was at 8:23. He is always on alien mode. You know what it is? I talked about this on stream. I'll mention it again. I think what happened is my dad, when he was a teenager, he always believed that, he just really, because my dad is, like I said, he does so much engineering and has his whole life. He just really can't wrap his head around people back then being able to make sophisticated stuff like pyramids and fucking giant H's, I guess. And I think he probably for a while harbored this belief that it must have been the aliens because it's so advanced, but was probably more open-minded to it, to being proven wrong, hey, no, that's not what happened and here's how they did it, which we have a lot of evidence to support a lot of theories on how these things were made. But what happened, what really cemented him in this way, is my dad's roommate was a U.S. Army lieutenant? No. Major? I think it was a major. I can't remember the order. But he was a pretty high-ranking a person in the military, and he worked at a MacDill Air Force Base, which is a huge Air Force base in Tampa. And they were roommates for the longest time. Even after leaving the military, they remained roommates, remained very close. And he was an alcoholic, unfortunately. Very sad set of circumstances. He was not in a good way. But my dad swears by this story that he was telling the truth. One day, his roommate came back, fucking blasted, per usual, and he told my dad that, that day on the base, they had recovered an alien corpse, and that MacDill Air Force Base had an alien body there. And my dad swears by it, fucking swears by it, that he wasn't being lied to. He was in his right mind enough to reveal that information. He's usually very tight-lipped. This isn't something he would normally do. It probably rattled him to the core. And I think that was the moment the switch was flipped in my dad's brain where it's okay, I'm right. The aliens are here and they've been here. I think that's what happened. When really, what I think happened is the guy had a lot of mental problems, alcohol abuse, a lot of terrible things. And I think it may have just been associated with that. I don't think they actually had a fucking alien body on the base. You gotta find that guy and see if he was telling the truth. Well, I need a Ouija board for that because he's dead. Yeah, he passed away. So that information is, that's with him now, in the afterlife. The aliens got him. He knew too much. That's probably what it was. Thanks for the gift sub, Couch. What kind of information do you think was lost in the Library of Alexandria? You don't think the Egyptians had sophisticated tools? Well, hey, what the fuck? I have been firmly on the side of the people back then were still very smart, very resourceful, and actually had a very good understanding of, like, tools and all of that. They had the means at their disposal to make these things. Wait, you're barking up the wrong tree. I'm on your side. Thanks, Resub Hubie. But as for the Library of Alexandria, God only knows what information was lost in that. They had Stanleys back then. Yeah, they probably fought wars over Stanley Cups back then. I did more research on Sukalos. Motherfucker unironically said Excalibur was an alien laser weapon. That does sound about par for the course. That's the Giorgio Sukalos I've come to know. Archaeology degree checking in. The thing with Puma Punku is simply we have not found the tools they used. Look up Cyclopean masonry. Ancient Greeks and Romans saw these walls of huge, perfectly fit stones and figured, surely only Cyclops could have built this. 1,000 years later, we figured out what tools they used and decided the OG theory was cringe. Well, from what I recall, and it's been years since I bothered digging into Puma Punku, they actually did find the molds for tools they used to carve out the H-blocks, and the tools, like the molds, what they were making, would be able to make those cuts. So I don't think there's a lot of mystery left to it, from what I remember. You ever wonder if there was a case that we did see actual proof of alien life but just wrote it off as fake because it looked so unbelievable? I don't think anything that the general public has ever seen was alien, like real alien life. But I do think there's probably been, like, maybe something through, like one of the, like, I don't know, maybe the James Webb Telescope or something that they've seen. It's like, oh, that's like actual alien life. That they just haven't published. That's what I think. I don't think there's anything layman like you and I would have seen. Does your dad believe in the Men in Black? If so, what are his thoughts on them? No. The statistics of there not being alien life is unfathomably higher than the statistics of there not being life. The chances of us intersecting is also astronomical. I've said 1,000,000 times, I firmly, truly believe there's alien life out there. I just don't think it has ever crossed paths with Earth. I really don't think that's happened. Ever. Do you by chance know about the signal that came from space in 1977 that we never really found out where it came from? Oh my god, not the fucking WoW signal again. We're not going down this shit. We're not doing this again. We've already covered the fucking WoW signal. Not again. Next we're gonna get into warp drives or some goofiness. No more. No more. We've barked up that tree plenty. Have you heard of Teotihuacan? It's an ancient city in Mexico that ancient aliens believe is an alien computer. Their proof is that it looks kind of like a circuit board. I'll be the judge of that. I know my way around circuit boards. I'm guessing this one is the most circuit board-esque. Maybe there's a reason why aliens don't visit, like what can they do with a bunch of old dinosaurs? Thanks for some spaghetti. There's just so many different ways you can toss around that thought experiment. I just think faster than light travel is probably just not cracked by any life right now, would be my guess. And even if it was, I don't think they would touch us. They just be no reason to. They wouldn't need anything from us. If they have faster than light travel, we can offer them nothing. Except memes. And OnlyFans, I guess, if they don't have that in their world. Search the Teotihuacan alien computer. It shows a comparison with a real circuit board. I didn't need more convincing. I already bought in, but sure. Those bastards. They hid their circuit board in plain sight. And they thought they'd get away with it. They thought they were slick. Don't show this to your dad. I don't think my dad would believe in that one. Though I wonder if I, like, dressed it up well enough. Like, Dad, you know, I mean, we may not see eye to eye on all the pyramids and stuff, but what do you think about Teotihuacan alien computers? And he'd probably hit me with question marks and be like, check this out. I saw this today, and it turns out this entire place is a giant alien circuit board. And I bet he'd be like, I told you! I knew it! I'd maybe just need to put it in the right context, because I feel like if I just came at him like, what do you think of this? He'd be like, it's kind of baloney. But if I let in like, I'm starting to believe it, he'd probably be like, okay, this might be some good shit. You gotta start making up your own conspiracies to convince him, hire some artists to create some fake images for you. That's just diabolical. That is something I wanted to do on Facebook. I think it was about 5 years ago. And I was getting pretty serious about it. I was drumming up my own conspiracy, and I was going to hire some artists to start putting together like a lot of material for it, and I was going to start spreading fake conspiracies on Facebook for fun. But I ended up not doing it. There are many planets that look like they can support alien life. What do you think they'd look like? Again, insectoid. I said it yesterday. I think they'd look insectoid. Like, I don't think they'd be fuckable. Alright, things are getting real weird right now in the world. I'm sure you've all seen the UFO hysteria. Every couple hours, it seems like a new UFO is being identified and blasted out of the sky. This is a phenomenon that's happening around the world, it seems, and it's leading people to believe that aliens are coming to visit us in droves, like they're all taking a school field trip to planet Earth, and then subsequently getting shot down, which I can't imagine would have been part of their itinerary. Now, this all started with the spy balloon that the US shot down. Basically, this balloon the size of a few school buses was identified and then executed. Just this giant balloon that looked like the house from Up, but instead of a house, it was just a surveillance device, which they said came from China, and from what I've read, China did take ownership of it, but called it an overreaction to shoot it down, which gave me a bit of a giggle, because I just love that image of like, hey, whoa, guys. Hey, cool the jets a little bit here, calm down, you know, no need to get so rambunctious and shoot it down, which is just a silly thought, but this kind of opened the floodgates to UFOs, like inviting this unknown menace in, because now UFOs are being sighted every day, every couple of hours really, across the world. A few hours ago, China said that it was preparing to shoot down an unidentified flying object, so they're all over the place. It's a very interesting situation, and this is even more weird considering I just posted a video going over aliens and how I don't believe they've ever visited Earth, and now 2 days later, we've got UFOs out the wazoo here. Maybe the madman I was arguing with on Twitch was right about warp drives, and they're fucking firing on turbo mode with their warp drive technology to visit us here. I'll go ahead and give my perspective now. I still am not convinced it's aliens, because if it was, we stand 0% chance of actually shooting them down. Our technology wouldn't even begin to make them, like, consider us a threat. We are so laughably low on the technological food chain of a species that can visit our planet, because they would have cracked things that are beyond our comprehension. There's no way they'd somehow fall victim to our weaponry. But Zoinks Scoob, I'll tell ya, I couldn't be happier to be proven wrong. I would love if this truly was extraterrestrial tourists just coming by to visit, though I'm sure they wouldn't be happy about us destroying their, like, balloon travel devices, but god damn it, that would be amazing. I also love the idea that it actually is alien visitors, and the way that they get here is through like hot air balloon through space, like the most inefficient means of travel imaginable, but somehow that's the one that they've chosen. But regardless, I would love if it was aliens. I also love the discussion around aliens right now. You'll have people giving all kinds of like evidence once again of like abductions and shit. I fell asleep one day while working on the construction site, and when I woke up, there was ejaculate in my pants. And I didn't even remember having a wet dream. Fucking aliens abducted me and jerked me off in order to frame me to look like a weirdo at my job. You know, like, discussion around aliens has never been hotter than right now. And again, I would love if these UFOs really were alien, but I'm doubtful. And you know what? Maybe I could even make an argument for why aliens might want to visit Earth. Maybe they're coming here to buy Moist Global merch from moistglobal.com. It's so comfortable that words traveled across the galaxy. It's the best fucking merch ever designed, and they know it, so they have to come to Earth in order to get, like, proper connection to the server, so that way they can purchase it. And you can too. It's all available at moistglobal.com. Right now we're doing a special 15% off on all Moist Esports merch, so definitely feel free to check all that out if you're interested. moistglobal.com, baby. Anyway, though, I find all of this very exciting, even though I'm not fully sold on it being aliens. I am very curious to learn more about all of this, because I'm sure tons of information will start to surface about what these UFOs actually are, what their purpose is, where they come from, all that kind of shit. So, very interesting time period. I'll show you some clips from stream where we talked about it a little bit more. You see the UFO videos over Canada. Is there video of it? I only saw the picture of the one that got shot down. Let's see. NORAD stated that they lost Santa's tracking signal. I fear the worst. Oh god. Heaven have mercy on the elves. Yeah, that's what we have up right here, the Canada UFO thing. Someone said there was a video, but I haven't found it yet, aside from the cell phone one where you can't see shit. I hope it's aliens. But all the pictures make it seem like it's probably another balloon. NORAD just said they locked up airspace in Montana. Something came up on the radar and disappearing. I'm just gonna say it. I'm gonna say what everyone's thinking. It's no coincidence that Tom Brady retired and now all of a sudden aliens keep popping up. He was keeping us safe both on the field and off the field. The FAA has released a statement. The FAA has closed some airspace over northern Montana to support the Department of Defense operations. Contact NORAD for additional information. I'm also going to say that I really don't think it's anything extraterrestrial. There's no way that we would ever be able to fight back against something that could actually visit us. It'd be impossible. It's definitely more spy balloons or some kind of surveillance tech from somewhere on Earth. There'd be no shot we'd successfully shoot that shit down. Let alone ever see it. Yeah, maybe drones too. Could be any of that. You should go check it out, get us the real inside scoop. You know what Mr. Beast should do? He put out a tweet saying, would you vote for me for president? He should become president and just release all of the information they have about aliens. That'd be so hype. That video would be huge too, by the way. The views on that would be outrageous. Like, last to leave the circle gets all of the Area 51 documents. Yeah, and all of them are so fucking weak that they get shot down by primitive human technology. They can travel across the cosmos with technology we can't even begin to comprehend, yet they get shot down by our fucking jets. How embarrassing. A fun thought, though. They spec'd all of their points into travel and nothing into defense, so they're just full glass cannon build. Well, it wouldn't even be glass cannon. Glass wheel. So you talked about aliens 4 days ago, and they visit Montana and Alaska today. Thoughts? Hey, I think it's all connected. Maybe the aliens watch my streams and shit. They're like, oh fuck, he's talking about us. Alright, we'll show ourselves a little more often. That stream was fire. Aliens have come here to compete for Moist Esports. We talked about it on stream. If aliens do visit us, we want to be the ones to make first contact so we can sign them to Moist Esports. Imagine the position that gives us. They would be dog shit at video games. They don't need to go pro in any game. They can just be like content creators for us. Brand ambassadors. Yeah, pretty much. What do you mean? No, like if the aliens actually did show up and, you know, for some reason we negotiated a really good contract for them with Moist Esports, I think they wouldn't even need to really do anything special. But like if they're releasing the little balloons that we're shooting down, maybe fill one of those balloons with like, I don't know, maybe Moist Esports merch or something, right? Or even paint it blue, like Moist Esports colors. Like, they wouldn't need to do anything special for us. They can keep doing what they're doing, but under the Moist Esports umbrella. What if the aliens break TOS? I mean, that's fine. We'd have to teach them the guidelines and shit. Plus, I doubt they'd want to go that hard anyway. Like, I recently learned about a community on YouTube who uses something called light language to channel and communicate with aliens. And I just found it to be truly wild. So I've been practicing my light language, but I've been unable to get them on the line. I guess I just have bad service to the cosmic entities out there. So I fear my third eye may be forever closed. I might never experience the joy of tapping into that intergalactic Wi-Fi and communicating with these spacefaring organisms However, not all is lost. I found a great YouTube channel called Skylife that actually did a really interesting video on it where she met with and interviewed an individual who claims to be able to communicate with aliens. I guess more accurately, she's able to allow alien communication through her as like a vessel, kind of like in SpongeBob when they have the magic conch. Like, she is the human magic conch for the 5G extraterrestrials out there. Now, this should go without saying, but I'm going to say it anyway in my own version of light language. Do not go harass anyone in this video. Don't be a fucking douchebag. No matter how you feel about alien channeling or communication or anything like that, just don't be a fucking asshole. One thing that I've learned about recently, I haven't watched this video, but there is I think she's a YouTuber who talks to aliens. And it's kind of similar to the Kundalini. She's able to tap into the alien hierarchy and speak their language to us.
If I weren't experiencing this reality, it would seem insane to me.
You believe you're an alien?
Definitely. I can open up a portal, speak your own version of light language as well.
See, like, I feel like aliens communicate with just orgasms. Because every time there's an alien channeler, they're just constantly busting.
Activation vibration.
Do we have anyone fluent in light language that can translate? Like, I know I couldn't pop that in a babblefish. Shit would just explode. You have any experts? You're dog shit, kid. Okay. I mean, that's awfully long-winded for such a short sentence, but who am I to question the aliens?
They actually feel that they've come to Earth.
That was pretty low effort. At least the other ones are putting effort into making it sound like almost a language. Hers was just quiche, quiche, quiche.
They actually feel that they've come to Earth from another part of the galaxy. She's coming.
Quiche, mama, quiche, quiche.
For like 2 years.
Welcome.
I've been feeling you like you've been coming through the realms recently.
What does that mean, coming through the realms?
Like you've been appearing in different realities, your name.
So I believe you're understanding the gist of it, where it's individuals who enter a trance-like state. Like, you know when you're really fucking turbo gaming and you just enter this flow state where everything just starts connecting? They enter that zone and then start speaking light language, which is their way of communicating with aliens, I believe, at least to my understanding. Now, one thing that I'd like to immediately question here is whether or not the individual Skylife is meeting with is actually the human or aliens using her like a fucking meat puppet. You know, there's no way of confirming whether or not there's a human soul in that body anymore, because maybe she went too deep. She got too lost into the cosmic vibrations, the chakras, and the aliens, you know, like you stare too long in the abyss and it stares back into you. The aliens have now taken over that body, right? Kind of like in Peacemaker with the butterflies. What a lovely portal.
Where I live, we call it the portal.
Really?
There's a resonant vibe.
There's lots of synchronicities happening already.
There's so much nothing words.
Sekhmet.
What does that mean?
It's actually the
So
light
many
goddess
synchronicities
from
and
Egypt. He's a guy,
quarks.
but genders are. There's different crystals actually alive.
I saw a bottle
throughout
of
the
brain
place, all
juice.
set with intention to like hold a specific frequency so that you feel good, so that you feel nourished, so that you feel loved.
That's my favorite frequency. Is that FM or AM?
Can we talk about this beautiful altar?
Yeah, she likes
we have a bunch
Shungite
of
and shit, which is
different
cool.
things that are energetically representative.
Rest in peace any
and, like,
Wi-Fi
symbolic
signals trying to
of
penetrate
certain
here.
frequencies to invoke thing though. I haven't eaten meat in 11 years,
Wow.
actually, until I just did ayahuasca 2 weeks ago. And I had
What's
this whole
that?
thing come through where it was like, I partly identify with the fact that I've been vegan, that I haven't eaten meat for over 11 years, and I'm like, I need to dissolve that ego.
I want to sit down and really
Yes.
dive into all of this.
Let's do it.
So let's go back to.
I like to imagine that situation. Fuck, I've been vegan for 11 years. I'm becoming too self-centered. Fucking starts blasting chicken nuggets and chicken wings. Alright, good. Now I'm humbled again. Back to being vegan. This story here really confused me. It was like veganism tenet. Like, I don't really know what she was trying to say. So I looked up ayahuasca because I'd never heard of that before. And it's apparently a plant-based psychedelic. So she basically had a trip and then was like, damn, I partly identify as being vegan. Which would make sense, right? Like, if you made the choice to be vegan, you should fully identify as being vegan. So why is it partly? And why is she looking at it as a negative thing? Perhaps this was like one of those weird out-of-body experiences. Like when Doctor Strange blasts fucking Spider-Man's soul out of his body and Tom Holland is like floating outside and he's like, damn, She must have had that happen, like the ayahuasca just split soul from vessel, and she was like, shit, that's a vegan. And then what? Like, I don't know if because she said she didn't eat meat for 11 years until she did ayahuasca, so I'm assuming when she did, she started just fucking pounding meat, like gluttonous, grabbing pork, duck, veal, lamb, you know, all kinds of shit. Like, that's the impression I got. Like, she was a vegan for 11 years until ayahuasca, where she had this epiphany where it's like, gee willikers, I guess I was vegan. Time to dissolve that for some reason. And it might be my fault because I'm not fluent in light language, so I have a hard time wrapping my head around a concept this big brain, this galaxy brain. Like, in the cosmic scale of intelligence, I'm still down here at, like, the primordial ooze, and she's somewhere towards, like, a level 3, like a type 3 civilization intelligence, I think. Because I couldn't even spell ayahuasca. I thought ayahuasca was like a small town somewhere in the Midwest. I didn't know it was a psychedelic or anything. And when I was Googling it, I had to spell it like 20 different ways before I finally found the correct spelling for the plant-based psychedelic. So really, it's probably just my lack of understanding because my brain isn't like truly opened. I'm not using 150% of all my neurons.
What's it called? A hand drum?
A hand pan, but it's a space drum.
It is a UFO.
It's actually a spaceship.
In your lab.
It's a cosmic instrument.
Sound frequencies that are like cosmic binaural beat sound frequencies that register to certain parts of your brain and activate certain awarenesses and consciousness.
It's like the secret space program instruments.
Feel. Same thing as light language.
I don't understand.
Unlocking our memories from our spacefaring days.
How do I do it?
It's kind of like I would love to.
I'd love to talk to some aliens,
a
please.
Container to where you feel comfortable.
Say
and
what's
if you
up.
feel called to allow your soul
They have
to speak
Fortnite
your
out
own
there?
version of light language as well. And as I was meditating, these 3 light beings appeared on each side of my bed, like kind of what you would think an alien would look like, where they were really tall, their heads were different shapes, and their arms and their legs were more lengthy, and they had maybe about 3 or 4 fingers I couldn't
so like
fully see, but they weren't.
You communicated with a
they were
Ninja Turtle.
emanations of light. I woke up
You
the
were
next-
awake.
I was awake.
Imagine
I was not sleeping.
Mikey's
I
just
wasn't in a dream,
communicating
and
with
they
her.
lifted
Like, I just
out
need a
my
pizza.
light body so I could see it. Almost. I started thinking about Arcturians. Arcturians.
Oh,
What are
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Arcturians?
So the name Arcturians just
Real quick, just to connect everything here, this is so serendipitous she decided to bring this up. I mean, maybe we are vibrating on the same frequencies thanks to this portal. The SSP, Secret Space Program, that's very big in Arcturians. So the Arcturians, they're a spacefaring lizard race, and they can also have shape-shifting abilities as well as vampirism. I think they can also be werewolves as well. So really, it all kind of blends together. So she might be speaking the truth. She could be a Secret Space Program member. Yeah, I'm sure all of you that accept the truth of our universe are very familiar with the Arcturians. Very cunning, very intelligent beings out there. In Mass Effect, I'm sure they were somewhere in the Citadel as well. They're something that always gets brought up in pretty much every single conspiracy theory, that at least ones that involve space. I don't exactly understand why, but somehow Arcturians just always find their way into these communities.
Fully relaxing your nervous system.
Can we move the cat? It's gonna get caught in the crossfire beams. Oh shit. Fuck, I'm starting to transcend. And I don't even have like the eucalyptus oil on me or whatever. Oh my god. Oh, Kalimba!
Shwarasiki ashasala fwa kapi as asham indiki ashasafua.
It's coming!
it still.
Which is natural and normal, and that's a part of the fun, where it's like we forget so that we can remember.
My fear is that I'm just gonna make things up.
At first it may feel like that, but you have to give yourself permission because that's still the ego doubting.
It's like
I'm gonna
the
be
exact
speaking to
opposite,
you
I would
as
think.
well. It'll be a conversation.
So from what I can tell here, the ritual, the sacred ceremony to start summoning the aliens here to our dimension consists of just laying down while having obscure instruments being played over top of you, I guess, to align your vibrational, frequency with the correct space frequency or something. I like when she brought out the kalimba, though. I actually had a kalimba myself for a while that I can't find now. Perhaps some kind of cosmic burglar came in to steal it because maybe kalimbas are too powerful an instrument. Maybe I was pretty close to summoning a dangerous alien here. But I had this kalimba and I could play the Teriyaki Boys on it from Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift. The dun 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 dun. Yeah, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. So I was a little disappointed to see that she didn't break out into that solo there and get that pumping, because that probably would have summoned some fucking badass aliens. Like, the aliens would have come in and start talking about, like, fucking horsepower, diesel, suspension, shocks, and carburetors. They probably wouldn't have even summoned an alien, and they just probably would have brought in Dominic Toretto or something. I also really like that line, "We forget so that we can remember." That's basically just a Mudvayne song, "Forget to Remember." So maybe they're summoning the spirit of Mudvayne, I guess, trying to get that band back together.
Okay, so like bring your energy into our hands and let's activate
That was
the energy.
profound.
And so we're just gonna
Speak
be
it.
kind of moving the torso.
Come on, let's go. Oh, she's falling into the galactic stream of vibrations. The chakras. Oh, fuck! It's a close encounter with the third kind! Be careful! It's too much energy! She's gonna go turn into Dr. Manhattan! Who am I communicating with? Who's on the horn? Banish it! Ah! Get out of this realm! No! She's too deep! Alright, we're coming down. Fuck, that was close. She was tapped into the mainframe. Oh, now she's communicating with an alien comedian, huh? What'd you say? Good Lord. Jesus! Let her go! Oh God, no! Jesus, have some class! These fucking cosmic beings! Stop it! Oh my God. Where did she travel?
Okay, that's it.
Sounds good.
The adventure continues.
Yep. Bye-bye. That was interesting. You know, that was pretty good. Skibbity-dee-dee, boop-bada-bop. Boom-bottom-bop. That was me saying goodbye in light language. It does seem cathartic to just get the wiggles out and like just have a full body exorcism like that. I imagine that probably feels pretty good. I don't know if it necessarily makes me a believer in the communication with aliens through light language, but if nothing else, as long as it makes them happy, I guess that's what matters. You know, it's not hurting anyone. It's pretty harmless. Just, yeah, thought it was a pretty interesting and fun. Did you hear that the Las Vegas alien body cam video is apparently legit, according to expert examiners? Who are the expert examiners? Hey, this is my Uncle Steve. He said this shit is super real. Like, who do you even call in? The scientist from Independence Day that gets strangled to death? Yeah, they didn't even contact my father, so I already doubt these experts. Las Vegas alien videos previously missed detail proves authenticity, expert says. You can't deny it. Watch me. Boy, do I have some cold water to throw in your face, expert. Let me take a peek. Oh my God, wait, it's this old one. It's the old one. This whole load of baloney, this load of barnacles. He's still on this. I thought this was new. You mean this load of proof? True, right, sorry. The irrefutable evidence. After, of course, the 20 ads that I get here. I'll get to it soon.
I was on the other side. I was helping my dad to clean the...
On that side of the house?
On the other side, yeah, in the backyard. So we're working on a truck. We work on a truck and we were checking... Okay. So we're working, I was cleaning everything, put everything inside the little garage we have.
Mm-hmm.
Me and my brother, we just looked.
What's the detail that we all missed?
Yeah, me and him saw it.
What'd you see?
It was like a big picture.
A big creature?
Yeah, like around 10 feet tall.
I'm not going to BS you guys. One of my partners said they saw something fall out of the sky too, so that's why I'm kind of curious.
Can we go outside? I want to spend
Yeah, we can go look. No, any dogs or anything?
Is there something over there? Was that the missing detail? What's? Oh my god, what is this format? I paused the video and then there's like 7 videos just surrounding it. I just wanted to rewind.
Not gonna let me sleep tonight.
Oh yeah, I bet. I wouldn't be sleeping either.
Alright, so what was the missing detail there? Was there some kind of alien warp drive parked in the backyard somewhere? Just scooted in sideways? When a Las Vegas family told police they saw something not human in their backyard, they were not lying. A veteran crime scene recreation expert said. Scott Roeder of Evidence Room Animation and Exhibits used his expertise and motion tracking software to analyze the video of a purported UFO crash landing in Sin City in April 2023. He told News Nation they tried to debunk the responding officer's body cam footage or prove something was added to the video. Now, he said he is convinced there were 2 creatures creeping around the family's Las Vegas yard that night. All of our results came back as authentic, Roeder said. There's no editing. That is an original video. What do we... am I misremembering? Where are the 2 creatures? Is it this one? Are they here? A tall, skinny alien creature with greenish color.
This is you. And this is us.
The man's being hunted by Piccolo, I guess. I don't remember that in the body cam. Because I remember the incident, but I don't even remember the greenish tall guys. So that's the footage? Let me see it again. Enhance. How do you have something that looks this blurry in 2024? This? These glow-in-the-dark neon props from mini golf? Is this them? Why are they this color? Are they inflicted with gamma radiation? Or is it this one, which is even blurrier somehow? What is he using for a security camera here? A Motorola Razr? Jesus Christ, I can't see anything. Is this proof somewhere?
This is around the neighborhood, so here's the video.
So it's the audio. Why would it do that? I guess if it was really mad if they crash landed, like, fuck! And then he kicks a trash can.
¡Ay! ¡Permisar! Calmungarela, me canceles var eso. Cáelo, cherro, que chitica. Cáelo, cherro.
Are they in the sand? Did they bury underneath? Like a little crab? What am I looking at? What am I looking for? Are they in the RV? Maybe I missed something important in the sand. Hold on, what does he say about it?
But Metro... So they went in the backyard and one of the officers pointed at the floor and it was a perfect circle. Here's a photo of the circle I'm referring to.
Who gives a fuck? And that is the furthest thing from a perfect circle I've ever seen. That's very oblong. That's like edamame shaped.
Come back, don't call us, all right? Deal with it yourself. I ain't dealing with that.
Yeah, this is all old. I remember all of these. So what is the irrefutable proof that we missed? I don't understand. So this guy ran simulations to prove that there were aliens in his backyard that night? What kind of fucking simulations? Did he go in Blender and make a game out of it? Like, what do you mean? Roeder pored over the footage and watched it over and over until he finally spotted what he missed every time. 2 beings in the video at the same time, he told News Nation's show Banfield. Using motion tracking software that zeroes in on the source of motion, Roeder said he attached motion to a figure in the background to show that the movement of the shadow reflects the movement of a body that is attached to the head. We don't believe it's a floating head. We believe it's attached to a body, and the motion of that head from right to left is consistent with the motion that we see between the slats of the fence. The story has been fiercely debated since the streaks of lights lit up Las Vegas sky April 30th, 2023. Alright, let's take a peek at the irrefutable evidence that we all missed.
So this is a very slowed down screen recording I took, and I know everybody is trying to find the aliens in front of these guys, but I noticed something insane, and I want everybody my two friends who will watch this to take a look down, pay attention to two areas. We're going to look down here on the bottom right behind their fence and right up there. But we're going to first start down here because I found something crazy. Okay, so I want you to pay attention to what I believe is the creepiest part of this video. And I'm going to point out two things you need to pay attention to right here, which is the head. And if you look really close, there's actually a shiny black eye.
It's that alien that pops out of that dude's chest in Total Recall. He's here.
Hand. That, I believe, is some creature, non-human, crouching down. And that was its eye I just pointed at. And I want you to pay attention to what appear to be fingers running up the fence, as if it's kneeling down or something and peering out. And then there you go. See the fingers? And I think I go back and forth a couple times here, but it looks to me like...
Yeah, it's massaging the wood.
There's a little other, or a big creature looking through the fence on the bottom there, crouched down.
Whoa, this is irrefutable.
And then there's the fingers going right up.
How did we miss it?
Down, up and down. Just looks like almost a human hand crawling up the fence. And at the very beginning you see... You get it.
Well, now I feel like a damn fool after seeing
really
this.
What's interesting about this is...
I'm assuming this isn't what Scott Roeder is saying is, like, irrefutable, completely authentic. Because apparently this guy's some kind of expert, and I don't think that would be the video. Because that is the stupidest shit I've seen in a minute. So where is Scott Roeder's video?
To another episode of Surviving the Survivor.
It is a fact that one man could not have made those 3 shots. It's a fact that John F. Kennedy was shot from the front, right, not the back. If you know how bullets react, you know that when a bullet goes into the brain or into the body or into the tissue, it creates a smaller hole on the entrance and a bigger...
What does that have to do with the aliens? Is he claiming aliens helped assassinate John F. Kennedy? I really want to believe that that's the angle he's taking. I'm going to rewind briefly. We are so off course now, but I have to know if he's blaming that on aliens.
All right, Scott. Let me jump in 1 second. So, Scott, is your claim? And I don't want to stay on this because we're delivering UFOs.
It's a ridiculous argument. I mean, you
got
to come to me more with
Scott. Do you believe there were 2 shooters? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, okay. Damn, it's not about aliens. Fuck, that would have been amazing if he's like, listen. If you analyze the Zapruder film, frame by frame, you're going to see 5 extraterrestrials touch down and blast them with a ray gun. It's right there. We used our motion tracking software to confirm it.
Which I found initially, and I didn't even see or recognize the being or whatever it is above the fence.
Then you're a damn fool. I recognized it right away.
It was pointed out to me by a subscriber to a friend of mine's podcast. But once you see it, you can't deny it. So there's actually 2 beings in the video at the same time.
Where is his video? Once you see it, you can't deny it. Well, show it to me so I can stop denying it. Where is it? This is like the most nothing fucking video of all time. Like, actually, it is like the most fucking nothing video to hyperanalyze. Oh, we talked... So here's good news for the alien enthusiasts. While there's still no evidence of aliens having visited us anytime recently, there is evidence from a Cambridge scientist who found the markers of life on an exoplanet, I think it was 50 light years from us. What was it, disulfur monoxide or something? And it's only found from life, I believe. Yeah, I think it was disulfur monoxide. I already fucking forgot. But whatever they found is only present in life. Only produced from life forms. So... that's big news. That's very hype. It was 140 light years? Oh, I thought it was 50. Whatever. That's still cool.
We can take a video and look at whether or not there is an artificial artifact added to it or not. And in this case,
Why are you having this alien teabag these gentlemen? What in the fuck does that prove?
Can definitively say, to a degree of scientific certainty, that this entity, this thing in the video, is there in the physical reality in which the Kenmore family is also there. Like, this is so critical because you can clearly see through the slots in the fence that there is a leg motion moving from the right to the left side of the screen. And clearly it is behind there. It's just what you were able to determine that this shadow being or this being.
Did he like boost the shadow? Because now I can see the shadow for the fucking first time. Let me go back to like an old one now. I can finally see that shadow that they're losing their mind about. So he must have really like bumped it up so it was more visible.
In the shadows, possibly creating its own shadow or smoky filter or cloaking technique.
Technique? You think this guy he's like participating in the Chunin exams? He's using ninjutsu? Cloaking technique, brother, it'd be like cloaking tech, and I don't think it'd be casting a shadow. That'd be really inefficient. That'd be like the worst cloaking tech ever. Turn yourself into like a new character in Super Smash Brothers you haven't unlocked yet.
But cloaking itself from the camera itself in that it's minimizing our ability to identify pixels inside of that shadow.
I'm joined now by UFO
Her face really says it all.
I don't detect anything overt as a red flag that I would say that made me suspect that it was edited.
I'm so curious. Why would it... Let's just assume he's 100% right. Why the fuck would an 8-foot alien just be walking around, stop at this fence, look at the camera, and then walk away? What? He probably would just leave the scene. He's probably like super tight that is Turbo Cosmos. Can you ask your dad to confirm if the garden alien from the Alien Bodies subreddit is real? Is there another alien body floating around like the ones in Mexico? Let me take a peek. Alien Bodies? I'm unfamiliar with that subreddit. This looks like the thing from Harry Potter when they pull up like the screaming plant. This is thought-provoking. So is this a satire subreddit, or is this, like, real? Different nostrils, but it appears to have the nipples. My god, it does. So we're not so different after all. Searching through these posts, but I don't understand what's going on here. Are people claiming this is a mandrake root and that the posters are all hoaxers? What are we looking at here? Obviously they, whatever they are, look visually interesting and sort of humanoid, but surely someone is not just sitting around with these things if they're actual biologics of some sort. First thing you do if you have actual bodies is you go straight to Ross Coulthart or George Knapp, I don't know who they are. Not post it on Reddit and ask Redditors what they think it is. Not a match, the fingers look different. Where are the fingers on this thing? Forbidden potato. It does look potato-esque. It's definitely just some sort of prop. Like, this isn't a fucking alien. There's no way. I do love the nipples on it, though. That is adorable. Muda made a video on this? How? What? Muda already made a video on this. When? Muda covered this in a 20-minute video. It was made by some guy who makes cursed items. Case closed. It's been a thing for days now. And nobody told me? You know I love this shit. What do you think real aliens would look like? I've said this 100 times and I'll say it 100 more. I think real aliens look insectoid. That is what I imagine. I don't think they will resemble anything close to humanoid. Not even remotely close. But would they have a cloaca? They probably wouldn't pee or poop. I don't know. Well, they'd have to. There has to be some way of getting out waste. Or maybe they're so efficient they don't have any waste. Hear about the U.S. Army pilot who allegedly spent 3 months on an alien mothership and even hung out with 2 of the aliens. Is it these 2 right here? And why wouldn't he give us more information? Like, why didn't they give him his their contact info? Look it up. His story sounds pretty legit, I swear. How does his story sound legit? He hung out with 2 aliens over the course of 3 months? Humans to find alien ruins soon, says ex-U.S. Army pilot who claims he spent 3 months on a UFO. Alex Collier, who served time as a helicopter pilot in the Army, claims he spoke to He spoke to 2 aliens in the 1980s. A former United States Army helicopter pilot claims to have spent 3 months on an alien mothership and has said that humans will find ancient alien ruins in the universe soon. Alex Collier, I just read that. He allegedly spent time with aliens known as Andromedans, who were called Visasis and Moroani. This guy is writing fanfic. What the fuck? Why would they have human names? He wouldn't be able to understand them. What? They take a Rosetta Stone course or something to communicate with Alex? This man had a mental breakdown or a really bad ayahuasca trip. He insists his encounter with the aliens was so extraordinary that he was taken onto their spaceship. There he was forced to wear a special belt so the aliens could communicate with him over 3 months. Oh my god, that's so convenient. I'm sure. They actually put the fucking Wumbo belt from SpongeBob on him. Amazing. The ex-pilot claims that this strange encounter happened in the 1960s when he was a child. He recounted that he fell asleep outside his grandfather's home while playing hide-and-seek. When he woke up, he found himself in a dark room where he met Visasis and Moroani. He spent nearly 3 months with them on the UFO as per his claim. However, that only transpired to 18 minutes in Earth time due to time dilation or alternate dimensions. He had a dream! He fell asleep. Yeah, you know what? I actually went to an alternate dimension last night. You guys wouldn't believe the shit I saw there. It was crazy. Shit was unreal. You can't prove that he's lying. I hate that argument. The alien duo apparently told him that humans are not alone in the universe and that there are many other alien races. During a talk he gave in Japan in 2007, he said, "Our science tells us that there are 100 billion galaxies, but we are only looking at one dimension. According to the Andromedans, there are 100 trillion galaxies, and every galaxy has life in it. We are far from being alone. The universe is vast. We are just beginning to travel space, and we are going to find ruins everywhere." Why would they communicate with a fucking child if they're trying to get a message to us? A random child. In the 1960s. This kid. He'll be the one. He'll be our vessel. He added, "I once asked the Andromedans how technologically advanced we were, and they said that the United States Army is 400 years more technologically advanced than we think they are." What does that mean? What? I once asked the Andromedans. I'm drawing a blank. They're communicating on an alternate dimension. This belt must have malfunctioned because there's no way that's a direct translation from Visasis. What does that mean? What does that mean? What? Then who thinks they are? Then the United States thinks they are? Then a child thinks they are? Then the aliens think they are? What is it? Who? It's in the military's interest to obfuscate. So the Andromedans are trying to reveal government secrets through a child. They don't know. They don't want us to know about Area 51, and Visasis was trying to protect us. Visasis, one of the aliens, allegedly told Mr. Collier that humans are the only race on Earth that use money. No shit! We're the only race on Earth that use money? We're the only race on Earth that's fucking sentient! We're the only race on Earth, like the only species that does that. Of course. Do you mean the universe? Is Visasis illiterate? Did he just get, like, abducted by 2 dumb aliens, like actual idiots? Like fucking morons in their galaxy? From that moment on, Visasis would only refer to money as paper with pictures on it. Jesus, he's a pretentious Redditor. He got abducted by the worst aliens the galaxy had to offer. Or rather, the dimension had to offer. Probed a little too deep. Yeah, they went way too far on that one. We lost them. Octopus use currency to pay for things? I guess I don't know enough about how octopi function in the wild, but they're not using money. How about that? Maybe they use some kind of currency for trade, but they're not using the USD or the euro or rubles or anything. They're using fucking octopus tokens. What do you even find down there? Can we get Charles Sr. to firsthand explain to us in chat how pyramids are made by aliens? My dad and I have been really we have been talking about that so much recently. He really wanted me to watch Ancient Aliens Pyramid episode, so I did. It was so fucking silly, it was unreal. So then I ended up doing a deep dive on some more Ancient Aliens, and I ended up showing him one of the episodes where they thought that, what was it? Aliens were crossbreeding with robots, and Sasquatch was actually an alien or something. A YouTuber named Gabby Bell also made a video on it too. But I started showing him like how ridiculous some of the Ancient Aliens episodes and concepts were. And he's like, yeah, oh, that's super stupid. That's all a bunch of bullshit and a bunch of a bunch of mumbo jumbo. But the pyramids, they're absolutely right about. They know their shit when it comes to the pyramids. I'm like, Dad, what the fuck? 99% of the things they say you disagree with, but the one thing there you think they nailed is the pyramids being built by aliens? He's like, yep, oh, absolutely. They know their shit there. It's sad how ancient humans are so much underestimated. I tried to tell him that. My dad really believes that ancient civilization was just a bunch of fucking bumbling fools. He's like, there's no way they were smart enough to even know what a pyramid would be. And I'm like, Dad, they weren't dumb. They weren't stupid. Like, we came from them. Like, they obviously had some level of advancements. Like, there's so many good astronomers back in the day. Like, they were smart. Like, they were smart people still. He's like, nope. Dummies. Bunch of dummies. And like the reason pyramids got built in the first place is because a pyramid is like the most structurally sound structure you can make, which is why there's so many all over the world from ancient civilizations. But he refused to take that answer. He's like, nope, they wouldn't know that. Aliens taught them that. I'm like, damn it, Dad. No, they didn't. Didn't someone make a really primitive computer in Greece or something? You're talking about, it is Greece. You're talking about the oh, what's it called? What was the name of it? Yep, here it is. The Antikythera mechanism. Our society could look a lot different today if this was able to continue to be built upon. This is an extremely advanced piece of tech from back in the day. I remember we watched something on this a long time ago. Does it use Windows? No, it's Linux based. This shit was crazy. I recommend checking it out, looking into it a bit. I think it was the BBC that made something on it. Flintstones tech. Hey, it was some sophisticated Flintstones tech though, brother. Imagine ancient humans were able to build 4090s. I really think society today would look so different if this was able to keep being advanced. It's crazy to me that there's people out there that think that I'm not familiar with 3i Atlas. You think there's an alien spaceship heading to Earth that I wouldn't know about that would somehow fly under my radar? Come on, be real. Those aliens probably had to contact my dad just to ask his permission to visit us. Of course I'm familiar with the theory that 3i Atlas is an alien spaceship. If you don't know what I'm talking about, 3i Atlas is a comet that is passing by Mars very soon that doesn't really display the typical things you see in a comet. And a scientist, actually a couple different scientists from what I saw, speculated that because it is so anomalous, we have to be open to the possibility that this could be alien tech, and in the event that it is extraterrestrial, we are not prepared. Now, personally, I feel like he should speak only for himself. He's not prepared. Don't rope me in there with you, dork. I've got all kinds of plans and strategies out the wazoo, in case they're three-titted goth alien babes, or in case they're aggressive, hostile species. I've got all kinds of tactics. For example, one's called pants down, ass up, just in case, letting them know I fully submit. Because if these are actually fucking aliens, there is nothing we on this planet can do besides just beg for mercy. Their technology would be so far above our comprehension, we stand no chance. But don't panic. I'm here to tell you, it's just a bunch of hooey. This is such fucking horseradish, man. It's not an alien spaceship. And a lot of other scientists are debunking that narrative because, of course, media is running wild with that about how this is potentially aliens and we have nothing to do, we're vulnerable, we've got to do something, that kind of thing. So it's got people starting to actually believe that it could be. It's not. It's just not. Sorry for blasting you with the cold water of the truth here with the naysaying, farting on all your fun, but it's the truth. There's not a single shred of evidence to suggest this could be an alien spaceship. That whole theory is based off of a single thing. Comet's weird. So we got goofball comet coming by, and they're like, well, I guess it could be alien tech. It is definitely peculiar. This thing is quirky. Maybe it's alien tech. That's it. And this has become so rampant now that this idea that it could be alien spaceships, that you got the crazies latching onto it here. So they have fully fucking attached to this butthole like a hemorrhoid. And now I'm seeing a ton of shit about like remote viewers who are talking about how this is 100% confirmed alien occupants on 3i Atlas.
CERN, they've used their collider to open up a portal to communicate with extraterrestrial beings.
Whoa.
And one of them are the occupants from 3i Atlas.
To be clear, CERN already has a room and a technology to open a portal to talk to extraterrestrials.
Yes.
But recently, they also used it to communicate with the beings on 3i Atlas.
That's correct.
Okay, go on.
Well, I'm convinced it used every buzzword you could find. Throw CERN in there and immediately got people hooked. Now it's legitimate. So, remote viewing, for those that don't know, it's ESP, basically. Or if you're familiar with MKUltra, it's something they tried with MKUltra. In a nutshell, you basically have people claim that they have these powers, so they'll close their eyes and imagine things and then say it to you and you go, whoa. With the MKUltra project in particular, they tried to make it a little more scientific, spruce it up a bit, but not by much. That's also where you're seeing like the declassified CIA shit about how they had these, you know, mutants go in there and remote view to Mars, and they found giants building doohickeys and doodads on Mars, and then one of them tapped our remote viewer on the shoulder and blasted him to the Shadow Realm back to Earth 5,000 years in the past or some shit. It's all just bogus. It is the silliest shit that people actually put real stock into. Remote viewing is not a real thing. There is never, in anything I've ever researched on it, a single piece that even makes me even loosely convinced that there could be something to it. It's just fanfic.
So those beings introduce themselves as such, like so we are the occupants of this object, and they did not show up physically. They show up as holograms. Now, they apparently showed up as holograms. They look tall, that's what she said, and they communicated telepathically with every single scientist in the room.
Yeah, but why? When you start asking the why question, this whole fucking narrative falls apart. Why would these aliens even bother responding to a bunch of goobers here astral projecting themselves onto their spacecraft? Why? And how would you even be able to get information from them? They don't speak English unless they're out there with fucking Duolingo studying up on their trip over. Like, they're not going to speak any of our languages here on Earth. So even if it's not English, they're not going to know any of the languages here on Earth and be able to communicate it back to you. And I've seen a little bit of cope about how they, like, transmit feelings. Okay, how, though? You don't know their feelings. They wouldn't know our feelings. There's no way you'd be able to somehow make a bridge and figure out what feelings are being transmitted. It's just so fucking stupid, man. But so many people believe this. Like, I've seen this video kind of popping off right now. And it's just some guy saying, like, yeah, so all of us, we were remote viewing, you know, CERN, of course, with their portals that they're able to open. We were talking to the occupants of 3i Atlas, and they introduced themselves as the occupants of 3i Atlas, by the way. They call themselves Atlassians, naturally, no doubt. And, well, we had such an insightful conversation. We even played a game of chess. One of them even gave me an OTPHJ, and I really appreciated the work that he did on my wiener.
Wow.
And they all got the same message, which is that they are coming in peace, and they're just trying to come over here to gather all the star seeds of this planet.
So when you remote view, did you pick up on that intention as well?
Yes and no. I believe that the direct reptilians, will be coming to Earth, but as to know what the exact intent, that I couldn't really say.
They're coming to sap the juice out of our 5G towers. We're flying too close to the sun, so now... he calls them the Draco Reptilians. Now they're coming to take all of our G's. No! But apparently other remote viewers were saying that they're coming in peace to take all the star seeds. If you're on TikTok, you're familiar with that nomenclature. Star seeds are people that believe that they are aliens inhabiting a human vessel at the moment. There's a little more nuance to it than that, of course. There's different degrees of star seeds. There's even like... a totem pole, like an upper echelon of star seeds that inhabit this planet and the bodies on it. It's a whole lot. That's a big old can of worms. Anyway, though, this sounds a lot like Rapture for the star seeds. So we've got, the galactic hall monitors or whatever coming in here saying, we're just here for your star seeds and then we'll leave. So they're gonna rapture starseeds and skedaddle? But why, though? Why even bother making the whole trip out here?
Well, this is an extraordinary development.
It is.
You remote viewed 3i Atlas. Did you do that on your own, or were you tasked with this assignment?
I was tasked by the same intelligence people I'm working with to look at the object, because they also had concerns. But what I saw as a remote viewer was a mothership with occupants on board, and they were mostly Draco reptilian occupants.
Okay.
We pulled the mask off the Scooby-Doo villain. These aliens are actually Draco reptilians. I've been saying it all along. I knew from the get-go, you cannot trust the Draco reptilians. They're always up to something fishy. They're always scheming, those Draco reptilians. I also love how the guy he's talking to just takes all of it at face value. He's like, wow, this is an incredible development. I knew it. This is incredible stuff. Wow, Draco reptilians, that's amazing. Extraordinary. So you saw them? Wow. Yeah, no, I'll just take you at your word. I believe you. It's just so crazy, man. He's just spouting gobbledygook, and people just accept it. For some reason, there are people that actually put stock into this whole remote viewing nonsense.
That's what, I saw as a remote viewer.
And that was corroborated by other remote viewers seeing the same thing.
That's correct. Yes.
The ship and Draco.
That's correct. One of them is John Vivenko, who is also a known remote viewer, and he announced it publicly as well. And other people from the Stargate program as well. So they basically all came up with the same idea.
Well, can't argue with that. That's pretty irrefutable. Other remote viewers confirming what the others are saying. We now have a group of people all saying the same thing. They closed their eyes and saw Draco reptilians. We need to take this more seriously. I think I've been clowning on it a bit too much, but that right there at the end, that sealed the deal. It's Draco reptilians and 3i Atlas heading our way, and we've got to get ready. Now, I'm not overly familiar with Draco reptilians, but I'm gonna go take a nap and remote view, see if I can learn anything in my dreams about them. If I find any of their weaknesses, I'll be sure to share it with all of you, but just start preparing the best you can for the arrival of the Draco reptilians. The remote viewers are trying to warn us. They've already touched base with them on 3i Atlas all the way out there in the cosmos. So, yeah, well, hello there. Yep, haven't slept again. How'd you know? How could you tell? Is it the grease? Is it the bags under my eyes? What gave it away? Yeah, no, I couldn't sleep again. What? Big whoop. Want to fight about it? Anyway, decided to use this insomnia as like a superpower here to grow my brain here, get real big and smart, and look into something chat told me about that I kind of wrote off pretty quickly as being probably nonsense about NASA discovering potential evidence of ancient life on Mars. This is a headline I've seen regurgitated like once a year, every year for the last 31 years of my life. And it never actually leads to anything, it never goes anywhere, there's never any confirmation, and a lot of the evidence in many of the cases feels very flimsy, where it's like, well, using this rover, it drove over this grain of sand that reacted in a weird way. It made like a whoopee cushion sound, which means that was most likely probably some microbial life playing a prank on us. We knew it all along. Maybe. So I've kind of just instinctually started to write it off as most likely horseradish. So when chat was telling me, I kind of was very dismissive of it. But since I couldn't sleep, I decided, well, let's take a peek. Let's see what all the hoopla's about, huh?
This very well could be the clearest sign of life that we've ever found on Mars.
So last July, NASA's Perseverance rover found a leopard-spotted rock at Mars. And scientists immediately knew it was interesting. We hadn't seen anything like that before.
What we saw in this rock were these layers of very fine-grained, rusty red mudstone that had in them these incredible features, these things that we took to calling poppy seeds, which are the sort of dark black spots in the rock, and leopard spots, which are these kind of ring-shaped features that have dark rims around them.
I'm not a geologist, so the significance of this rock kind of eludes me. I do think they do a good job of breaking down why it's a big deal and what it actually indicates, but in my sleep-deprived state, I unironically thought when they were showing the leopard spots, I thought it was going to be something like fucking eye-popping, having my eyes go out of my skull like a cartoon character. I thought they were going to say, like, and these leopard spots here, these dark rings, Well, it turns out these are cigarette burns, indicating that we had tobacco-smoking doobie lord monsters on Mars at one point, or just something unhinged. I don't know why I was expecting that. I guess maybe with the way chat was talking about it kind of just planted the idea in my head. But even still, the actual, like, real explanation is still cool, just not quite to that level.
We've done the analysis on these leopard spots, and we think they are potentially made by some sort of ancient life. This finding by our incredible Perseverance rover is the closest we've actually come to discovering ancient life on Mars.
The discovery of a potential biosignature or a feature or signature that could be consistent with biological processes, but that requires further work and study to confirm a biological origin.
That's the quick and dirty of it. That's kind of the rock in a nutshell and its importance. Basically, they found this very peculiar geode here that they don't have a way of explaining how it could be like that without life being involved in some way. They have a null hypothesis where they attempted to prove that it's not life, but were unable to prove that. But I wanted more information than just that. I wanted more than just a surface level dive on it, so I went to a YouTuber named Anton Petrov, who covered it beautifully. I highly recommend you check out his full video. I'm going to play a couple clips for you here.
For several years, this rover has been moving across the Jezero crater in order to collect several samples and in order to possibly find life. And here this crater was chosen specifically for one reason. Researchers believe that this used to be some kind of an ancient lake, and also very likely contained a river delta, both of which are environments considered to be prime targets in the search for extraterrestrial life.
Now this is something I did know about, and I think a lot of people get confused about with like the mission of the Mars rovers. A lot of people are under the impression they're actively looking for water on Mars or life on Mars, like they're going to stumble into a fucking frat house or something up there. The goal is to put these rovers and explore areas where they believe water once was. So this area was chosen because they believed it could have been an ancient lake. So that was something I was aware of, but I wanted to put it here just in case people were still kind of confused about like, well, why are they looking at, fucking rock? I thought they were up there trying to, get water samples and stuff. That is not exact. I mean, if they could do that, if they find that, that'd be huge. That would actually be like game changing, but that's not like the primary directive here. They're not expecting to somehow find that.
And it actually stood out because of these somewhat bizarre markings. They were referred to as the leopard spots, with the initial scans revealing that it seemed to contain organic compounds that might have come from some kind of ancient life, or at least showed us that there were clear evidence of liquid water in the past, and so life did have conditions necessary to exist. And it also contained these flecks, or these unusual spots of iron and phosphates, from various chemical reactions that, though could have been just chemical in nature, could also have been produced by ancient microbes that possibly used this for energy.
So that's how it ties into ancient life, why this rock would be potentially indicative of ancient life. It could have been used by ancient microbes on Mars, the fucking Martian microbes, as energy, and what we're seeing here is kind of the result of that. Or it could just be a chemical process in nature that the scientists aren't overly familiar with at the moment. And since it's not exactly a convenient trip over there to grab the sample, nor is it feasible to send the sample from Mars back to Earth because we don't have a retrieval mission scheduled any longer, I actually learned from Anton Petrov here that the retrieval mission, which was supposed to get the Mars sample to study them on Earth in our labs, where we could actually do some real heavy digging on it and figure out, what the fuck is going on, get into the bare butt cheeks of it. Apparently that has been put on an indefinite hold. So right now, there's only so much they can do to analyze that rock, and at the moment, they can't prove that it's not, indicative of microbial life because it is peculiar and there are some markers that it could be.
And this is a really interesting study. Now, first of all, this is really good science. There are no speculations here. There are absolutely no assumptions based on some kind of a preconception. And most importantly, this whole study is based on a null hypothesis. In essence, they're trying to prove that whatever they discovered is not life. But at the end of the study, the conclusion is that they're actually unable to do so. They don't have an explanation for what was discovered if it was not produced by life.
As he mentions, that's good science. That is chef's kiss, what you want to hear. And, not to toot my own horn, it's how I approach ghost hunting. About as far removed from science as you can get real quick, but just hear me out. I approach all of our paranormal investigations with the sole intent of proving empirically that ghosts are real. My, biases about I don't think that shit's real play no role in my science. It just happens to be that all of the science points to ghosts don't exist. So even though I'm going in there for that, I always end up proving so far that they're not real, but maybe one day that'll change. Actually, the more I talk about this and say it out loud, it's not really a null hypothesis at all. But it did just somewhat remind me of my ghost hunting methodology and how I approach it. Anyway, though, as he says, the report here is very good science, and it is super interesting. As far as these life on Mars claims go that I've been privy to over the 31 years I've been alive, this one so far holds the most weight to me. Like, this does seem pretty significant.
Which usually contains iron phosphate, and greigite, which contains iron sulfides. But what's really key here is how these minerals were arranged. Because on Earth we usually see very similar arrangements in water sediments where microbes are physically eating organic matter and then breathing out rust and sulfates. This is usually referred to as redox cycling. And so the presence and distribution of these minerals in the Martian rocks potentially suggests similar biological processes that might have happened here before. And one of the scientists from the study, Michael Theis, essentially describes this as something that would be very easy to explain if there was life, but something that would be extremely difficult to explain if it wasn't. So if this was just the chemical or geological processes, it would be super difficult to explain.
And that right there is kind of the bread and butter of why this could potentially indicate ancient microbial life, because the geological and chemical processes that we're familiar with, they would very much struggle to explain the presence of what they found on this rock. Meanwhile, if it was microbial life, that easily explains it. It's not to say that 100% confirms it or anything. There is still wiggle room that maybe there is just a process that we don't know about that is geological and chemical and does not have anything to do with life at all. It is possible, but it is seeming more so, at least to me, that it is likely explained with ancient microbial life being responsible for that, which is pretty cool. And I was looking up people's reactions to this, and a lot of people are downplaying it as not a big deal, who cares, not a three-titted goth alien babe, why should I even bother giving a fuck? And I think that perspective is kind of dog shit. I want to go ahead and show you Anton kind of going over some of the implications if this truly is ancient microbial life.
It would have profound implications on life existing elsewhere in the universe. It would basically suggest that developing life on different planets may not be as difficult after all. And so if life arose independently on two different planets in a single star system, it may suggest that life is not rare, but there's also this idea of panspermia. Maybe life started on Mars and then got transported to Earth, or I guess vice versa. And so maybe what we're seeing here are two different cousins that eventually ended up on two different planets. And finally, this idea also brings up the very important Great Filter hypothesis. And so if the simple microbial life is common, why don't we actually see intelligent complex life as well? And so is there some kind of a filter that's stopping everything? And is there something really major basically preventing life from becoming super advanced? And if so, what is it?
Of course, this is just some of, I imagine, many discussions and questions and things that would arise should this actually be confirmed as ancient microbial life. I find it to just be really fascinating. Any kind of proof that we're not alone in the universe, I think, is a big fucking deal. Truly. The Great Filter in particular is always such an interesting thought, because if this is ancient microbial life, it would really then need to be, thought about deeply why we're not finding complex life. Because if we can prove that we're not alone, we're not the first and only civilization in the universe, here's proof of ancient microbial life on Mars, well, what happened, to prevent other civilizations from, sprouting up elsewhere that we would have probably at least seen inklings of by this point? What is stopping it, if there is anything at all stopping it? It's all just so big in scale. I don't know. I always find shit like this very cool when it is legitimately something worth getting excited about, which I do think this is. I really appreciate Anton's coverage of it. Again, I recommend the full video. It'll be in the description. And chat wasn't lying. Like, they weren't overhyping this. I did think it was pretty huge. It seems, to me, like pretty strong evidence of ancient microbial life, but I guess we'll see as more tests get conducted on it. I guess as many tests as they possibly can do from this distance, since they can't get it into labs here or anything. There's only so much available to them, but for now... See, Harvard published a study saying aliens may be living on Earth disguised as humans. I saw... It's not like a real thing, though. It's like a theory. But based on actually nothing besides, like, maybe they are. There's membership first. I haven't read the whole thing, though. Just little bits and pieces here. Let me pull it up. Aliens may be living among us disguised as humans, claims Harvard study. Recent Harvard University study has revealed that aliens might be living among us probably underground or on the moon. Please get this garbage off my screen. The Human Flourishing Program of Harvard University also stated that UFOs might be alien spaceships that are visiting to meet their alien friends living on Earth. Man, this sounds so real. Maybe the aliens come here because they have so many friends that they want to stop by and say hello to. So obviously the most efficient way of doing that is flying all the way across the goddamn universe in order to see their friends in person and say hi. More commonly referred to as UFOs and extraterrestrial beings could be living underground on the moon or even walking among humans. The research also explores the idea that UFOs are unidentified aerial phenomena, UAP. Paper also states that the author is aware of the depth of evidence and theory that also tentatively support another extraterrestrial explanation, the cryptoterrestrial hypothesis, linking UAP activity to the action of hidden non-human entities. Where is the evidence? Or anything grounded at all in reality? This theory claims that aliens might have traveled from the moon or other places to visit the Earth and hidden themselves among us. They traveled from the moon to Earth. Brother, that's like a walk in the scale of the cosmos. We would have seen them do that. Magical cryptoterrestrials. These beings are like earthbound angels having magical rather than technological relationships with humans, like folklore creatures like fairies and elves. Isn't Harvard supposed to be prestigious? Is this in the paper? Or are they just going over all kinds of potential theories? Fairies and elves? The primary weakness of the theory is its perceived oddity, especially for those accustomed to conventional scientific explanations. You mean logic? The primary weakness. As if there's any strengths to it. Other than, like, I want to believe in this, so maybe it's possible. The researchers admitted that their research was likely to be regarded as skeptically by most scientists, but it urged the community to consider their claim in a spirit of epistemic humility and openness. What fucking research? Scrolling through Tumblr? Like, what? Where's the actual paper? All right, I'm reading the actual paper now. This is ridiculous. Now I've got to see. I did not want to bother reading this paper, but whatever. Oh, here we go. From the Human Flourishing Program. What is this? Okay, let's start here. What is the Harvard Human Flourishing Program? That sounds like MK Ultra, except you're brainwashing college kids into being fucking idiots. The Human Flourishing Program, Harvard University. It's integrating knowledge across disciplines. Knowledge, huh? Fairies and elves. Founded in 2016, the Human Flourishing Program at Harvard aims to study and promote human flourishing. I love that. Please define human flourishing. What does that mean? Like, I'm flourishing by opening magic cards because it fills me with a sense of satisfaction. Would that classify as human flourishing? And to develop systematic approaches to the synthesis of knowledge across disciplines. This is just an absolute nothing statement. That's just buzzword for buzzword's sake. Many topics that are fundamental to human well-being, such as happiness itself, virtue, religious community, meaning, and purpose, have traditionally been viewed as principally falling within the purview of the humanities, often of philosophy or theology. However, robust empirical research literature of these topics is now developed from sociology, political science, economics, education, psychology, medicine, public health, and other empirical sciences. The program's research contributes to the broad question of how knowledge from the quantitative social sciences can be integrated with that of the humanities and questions of human flourishing and how best to carry out the synthesis of knowledge across disciplines. hopes to bring greater unity to empirical social sciences and humanities. This actually told me nothing. You told me nothing with this. I came into this not knowing what this human flourishing program aimed to do and how, and I'm leaving not knowing what it aims to do or how. Our research. Promotion of flourishing. It sounds like a cult. Promotion of flourishing. The Promotion of Flourishing project seeks to develop and evaluate properties of new measures of human flourishing, drawing upon happiness and life satisfaction, mental and physical health, meaning and purpose, character and virtue, and close social relationships. Alright, so this is the Human Flourishing Program. Your guess is as good as mine. Now, what is back up. What the fuck do aliens have to do with human flourishing? Magical fairies and elves? How does that fall into this department? The crypto-terrestrial hypothesis, a case for scientific openness to a concealed earthly explanation for unidentified anomalous phenomena. Thank you. Yeah, this is the one. Then we explore over 5 sections, limits to historical and geological knowledge, traces of lost civilization, traces of underground civilization, traditions around magical crypto-terrestrials, and UAP-related activity considerations, and UAP-related activity underground, underwater, and nearby, i.e. the moon. We conclude by noting that across these various considerations are actually 4 distinct CTH, whose merits we briefly consider. We recognize these CTHs may rightly be regarded skeptically by most scientists, but argue they nevertheless should not be ruled out and deserve consideration in a spirit of... yeah. But, okay, let me see. There better be some fucking banger evidence. Show me some evidence about the magical fairies being aliens or whatever. It's all just complete fucking speculation, based on nothing. The ideas canvassed thus far, while not generally accepted by contemporary natural science paradigms, nevertheless still fit somewhat within their rough boundaries. Aliens on the ocean floor or subterranean hominids would be highly surprising but not genuinely metaphysically revisionary in any strong sense, and essentially just involve extrapolating from activities in which we humans already undeniably engage, from flying spacecraft to living in caves. What? This is nothing. It's just straight up nothing. We can't rule out the possibility that there are some magical crypto-terrestrials on the ocean floor. I mean, I fucking guess. I guess. Just like we can't rule out the possibility I shit my pants in the next 5 minutes. Like, it's super possible. Like, I could. I don't think I will. Like, I'm very confident I won't. But I guess we can't fully rule it out. It's just a statement that means nothing. Oh my god. Future human time travelers was just dropped in here with a source there. We're talking about fucking John Teeter again? Fucking time travelers and interdimensional beings? Is there warp drives in the paper? You know what? I'm going to control F warp drive. No. No warp drives, but there are Russian warplanes engaged with UFOs. Oh god, if warp drives came up, I would have blown a gasket. There, I'm not gonna just keep fishing through this. How odd. How odd. This dude's paper seems like it's his D&D campaign notes. So fucking true. Yeah. We need a deeper dive. A red thread. On that one Harvard paper. I have to... So... One thing I learned is that you can kind of publish anything. Well, not you as like just some random goober, but things will just get published without actually being fully peer-reviewed. So it doesn't necessarily... While most of you were sleeping soundly in your beds having wet dreams, I was up tossing and turning all night, just eagerly waiting, like a kid on Christmas morning, for what the Pope was about to say in regards to aliens. If you're confused by that statement, it shows me that you're already so naive and it makes me sick. You're living in the dark. The deep state's controlling your mind and it's time you break free. And let me be the guiding light to get you there. The Vatican had scheduled a live stream where they were going to go over supernatural phenomenon and even aliens themselves, potentially, according to many headlines. The live stream was slated for this morning, and as of 2 hours ago, that live stream happened. I don't want to get into spoilers, but this was universe-shattering shit. Let me first lay down the groundwork for the lore about what the live stream was supposed to pertain to, then I'll give you the debriefing on what happened. Here, the Pope is going to be holding a live press conference tomorrow to talk about aliens. We live in the golden age of aliens right now. The Pope is talking about aliens? Pope set to hold press conference on aliens and supernatural. This is what I'm talking about! It's about time! Let's see what the Pope had to say about the aliens. Okay, never mind. The Pope is demanding that I pay the sun. What is this? This is so ridiculous. A word from Larry Kudlow, and that word is go fuck yourself, I guess. I hate modern journalists. I'm not paying just for access to a fucking article that you probably lifted from the tweets anyway. It's a radio station. That's what it seems like. 99.9. The Pope station. This one's tuned directly into God. Did you hear Jesus is going to be making a guest appearance at the Pope's press conference? Can you imagine that lineup? This would be like Coachella, but for religion. The Pope, Jesus, aliens. All we need next is Job. That'd be a wild lineup. They would go so hard. The Vatican is scheduled to release documents pertaining to the supernatural and other phenomena, and others are suggesting even about aliens. What's going to happen? According to the National Catholic Reporter, documents will be released that were prepared by 3 investigators. The document is set to explain the new norms considered by the dicastery for the doctrine of the faith about such issues. They have 3 Vatican investigators? Who are they? Is it like Russell Crowe from The Exorcist? Was that more of like a documentary than anything? What is this? The dicastery for the doctrine of faith. This is... I'm very new here. Here's the Holy Father tab. Okay. The last time a report like this was released was in 1978. The Vatican has now prepared papers that share the Pope and the Church's guidelines when it comes to things like apparitions and supernatural phenomena. Social media sites, blogs, and others interested in the discovery of the possibility of the existence of aliens and the proof thereof have been buzzing on different platforms, speculating about what will be put forth in the papers. A few media outlets are hinting that there would be something earth-shattering at the news conference, but that doesn't seem like the case. Tomorrow's press conference will be live-streamed, and the press conference will be led by Cardinal Victor Manuel Fernandez, who will speak about the Church's view on various items like apparitions and supernatural phenomena. In addition, the doctrine does comment on the Church's view about faith concerning aliens. Why? It's an easy explanation. According to the National Catholic Reporter, it is being done so after a surge in reporting of aliens and supernatural phenomena from the mainstream media. Okay, so this just sounds like they're going to say, like, yeah, if there are aliens, they're, like, totally Catholic. Like, we're, like, completely fine with that. It doesn't seem like they're putting forth their own evidence of their existence, more so about their perspective on aliens versus the faith. That's a lot less hype than I was expecting. I thought the Pope was going to come out there with, like, a fucking alien head, slap it on the desk, and be like, yep, here they are. And this is the proof. I'll watch the live stream, but I'm not expecting anything earth-shattering here from the Pope press conference. What time is it? I'll set an alarm so I can be there right on time so I don't miss anything. 12 p.m. Like Eastern? 12 p.m. what? Central? 12 p.m. Pope time? Like, I don't... What does he operate on? Okay, not even the Reddit's all that pumped. Yeah, I'm not expecting much, so I guess we'll see. I'd love to be pleasantly surprised. The Pope podcast about aliens? Well, it's more than a podcast. He's going full-blown live stream. I don't know if it's on Kick, Rumble, or maybe they have their own dedicated service. Do you think the Pope will talk about the Kendrick versus Drake beef? I know we gathered you all here about, like, supernatural, apparitions, aliens, Bigfoot, Sasquatch, Chupacabra, gnomes, goblins, whatever, but let's talk about the Kendrick versus Drake beef for a second, huh? Isn't that shit crazy? Well, aliens are definitely real. 100%. There's aliens out there. I think you'd be a fool to think we're alone in the universe. I just know that they're not here. And I don't think they ever have been. Maybe, like, aliens scanned us at one point. I think maybe that has, like, a slim chance. They got us with, like, a fucking UAV after a 3-kill streak somewhere in the cosmos. But other than that, nah, I highly fucking doubt aliens have ever been here. People always misconstrue my stance on aliens. I 100% believe, it's more than a belief, I know aliens are out there. I just really am, I also know they haven't been here. I don't really feel like reading all this. Why in the fuck would aliens be traveling across the galaxy in the golden snitch from Harry Potter? Like, this looks like a Christmas bell. Like, what is this needle? Like, this is... I mean, this is like steampunk almost. You can't be serious. There's no way. Well, can't argue with that. The Vatican Alien E3 showcase has concluded. It was about 2 hours long, and I have no fucking idea what they were saying. There's no subtitles that were available for it, so I had to wait for it to be translated by others so it could be fed to me, baby birded, just vomited into my mouth about what was discussed. And the answer couldn't have been more underwhelming. This was like the Willy Wonka experience, but for adults. It's so fucking lame. Basically, they just came out with these set of rules and guidelines that would help people avoid being the victim of scams and hoaxes. So, since alien sightings and UAPs and all types of supernatural phenomena are being reported so frequently, and a lot of times, well, every single time pretty much, it's all from bad actors fraudulently just using this as a way of making money off it or generating headlines, the Vatican decided to come forward and tighten its grip, just get like this titty twister on it, and let people know, from now on, only a pope rather than local bishops can declare apparitions and revelations to be supernatural. So that's a pretty vague term, that's kind of all-encompassing, so if you see like a light in the sky that you can't quite explain, you can now no longer write it off as aliens or try and portray it as something other than, well, that was a weird light, until a pope comes forward and says, yep, that shit was freaky. That one's going in the alien logbook, son. So, from now on, only a pope has the power to declare something as supernatural. And this is basically just patch notes to their previous guidelines issued in 1978. And the reason they did this is to crack down on people falling victim to bullshit baloney. So, as mentioned here, some cases of supernatural phenomena were exploited for profit, power, and personal interest, or even a pretext for exerting control over people or carrying out abuse. There's a quote here that says, "The possibility of believers being misled by an event that is attributed to a divine initiative but is merely the product of someone's imagination, desire for novelty, tendency to fabricate falsehoods, or inclination towards lying." So overall, this press conference was about announcing these new rules which aim to streamline the process of declaring something truly supernatural, so that way people can avoid being scammed as frequently as they have been. So for everyone like me who wanted this press conference to have like eye-opening new information about aliens or anything supernatural, we were left high and dry, dick in hand, with nothing to eat here. This breakfast that they served up was a fucking nothing omelet, unfortunately. I mean, it's cool that they're doing something to try and crack down on people using supernatural sightings to exploit people. Like, yeah, that's obviously a good thing to try and, you know, tighten the screws on. But damn, the way that the media hyped this up really had me and many others believing that this might be something big. Like, the Pope comes forward, like, you know, pyrotechnics are going off, smoke shooting, they start playing the Undertaker WWE walkout music, and the Pope approaches the mic, flips down a pair of sunglasses, and says, "We're not alone." But that's not what we got from the live stream. Maybe one day, I guess we'll see, but yeah, that's the most recent alien update in the world. I keep my... Have you heard of Daryl Enka? Not sure if he's crazy or a fraudster, but he claims to be able to communicate with / speak to an alien named Bashar. Bashar, huh? I'm unfamiliar with the cosmic entity known as Bashar, but I'd like to get familiar with them. Messenger of good news. Bashar, how to attract anything into your life by going gamma state. Huh?
Now, many of you are familiar with some of the different frequency states of your brain, and you know that...
Yeah, 93.3 the hits. Yeah, I know those frequencies.
Different kinds of modalities, different kinds of perspectives.
So this is Bashar talking to us right now, right? I'm guessing. He's in his channeling stance. He's got like the TN tri-beam going with his hand, so I'm assuming this is the alien Bashar speaking to us through Daryl.
Many of you are also not familiar with the idea called the gamma state, which is between...
Did he just fart? Was that Bashar or Daryl that tooted?
Which is between 40 and 100 cycles
Man, just shot
per
himself.
second in your brain.
Cosmically. Quantumly.
In the typical channeling state. And this particular vibration allows you to experience in the neurological net of your brain more cohesiveness, more acceleration, more connection, more synchronization.
A lot of good buzzwords here,
while
Bashar.
also simultaneously allowing certain neural pathways to actually close down. That is the gamma state, also typically called the channeling.
Reading comments always make, like, this is all well and good. If you want to pretend to channel an alien and just spout a bunch of gobbledygook, all power to you. But it's the comments that actually just make me feel so sad. This resonates with me very much. Bashar says out loud what has been running in my head all along. Thank you for confirming that I am receiving the right information from my higher self. Oh my god, he's been teaching us how to access flow state all this time, which is something I've wanted for a long time. On top of that, he's saying flow state is the key to manifestation. Wow. It's like he's saying to a kid the key to life is to eat cake. Lots and lots of cake. Perhaps maybe I just don't understand the gamma state. Maybe I need to lock into flow state and then I'll be able to dunk on a 10-foot hoop. Perhaps I'm not being receptive to the wisdom of Bashar, the cosmic being. Wait, Danica Patrick has a YouTube channel? And she interviewed Daryl and Bashar? What in the world? Bashar predicts humanity's coming great shift in 2024. Prepare yourself now. Bashar Sedana workshop. Oh my god, he goes in front of a class?
Hi everyone. Hi.
Hey.
Someone who's lost in the song, an actor who becomes the part, in essence, is in a channeling state. But in that state, you can also access other portions of your own consciousness. You can access...
Oh, so Bashar lives inside of him.
Portions of information from throughout the universe.
Jekyll and Hyde style.
And make connections with other beings, other dimensions, what have you, depending on how you wish to focus the idea of that channel.
He's interdimensionally traveling.
For me, this began... I received what I experienced to be a telepathic connection from Bashar and his people.
Okay.
In that one instant, an actual memory came back of having made an agreement with Bashar to do this before this life.
Okay.
I understood in that moment that the UFO had been shown to me on purpose to get me to go in the direction I needed to go, so that by the time it was time for me to fulfill that agreement I had made, I would be ready. And
it's almost like the Rocco's Basilisk paradox. Very cool. Daryl, this is incredible stuff. What was the agreement? You'd agree to be his vessel so he could be a motivational speaker on Earth? That seems like a very underwhelming use of this cosmic being's powers. You're telling me that Bashar decides to use his abilities to just tell people to brush their teeth and eat well? And, like, have a positive mindset? That seems like a complete waste. Look at his website and his store. He's written 200 books since the 1980s. Jesus Christ, Bashar. You should show your dad this video. My dad doesn't believe in any of this shit. My dad just believes in the aliens building the pyramids. I don't know what to tell you. That's like the one, that's pretty much it. Like, this kind of shit he would absolutely laugh at. He wouldn't text me being like, Charlie, you hear what Bashar said today about our horoscopes? Isn't that some shit? Like, that. My dad doesn't believe in that. Can Bashar take over like Sukuna? I don't think so. I think so. He was describing the channeling state. I think he needs to get into the zone. And if he's not in the zone, I don't think Bashar has like a door to get there. I don't think the alien planet is sending their best. Yeah, maybe Bashar is kind of like a dweeb on his home world. But to us, well, not to us. To Daryl, he's super cool.
Bashar is really another entity, or whether it's a portion of my own consciousness or whatever, The altered state is real. The information seems to have the ability to help people do what they need to do to make the kind of changes they need to make in their lives. And for that reason, I figured that's reason enough to go ahead and see where this goes.
I didn't expect that. He's like, oh, so it could be an alien, an interdimensional being, or it could just be some part of my subconscious while I'm conscious. No, I like the channeling community. There was another channeler I used to watch frequently. God, what was his name? He was the one that would channel the Yael. I'll just do that. He was the one that was like, you will send your best and brightest to school this morning. It's a very good day for learning. Blasting at you live from the Yael headquarters. That guy? Who was that? Does anyone remember? No, this isn't the guy. It was an older guy. Yael were very talkative through a bunch of different channelers, but there's one in particular I'm referring to, and I can't remember his name. No, it is him. He made a rap song about them called Bringing in the Yael. Thanks for your sub, Kev. I don't think it is, though. He was much older, unless the Yael de-aged him.
Ones, we are of Ashtar Command. We are of the Pleiadians. We are of the Pleiadian civilization. Of the Pleiadian consciousness.
Billionaire Boys Club. Isn't that Kevin Spacey's movie?
Move through these ripples of time-space as your civilization, as your solar system moves into a new era of the galaxy, a new area of the galaxy, and a new
We
era
moved to a new area of the
civilization.
galaxy?
The idea is that there are time fields, time-space equations.
Wonderful message. It repeated everything I've been seeing in my meditation. In your meditations, you've been seeing that we're changing the area of where we're located in the galaxy. That would cause such an immense change in daily life as we know it. That would be immediately recognizable. That couldn't just happen without us knowing. Oh, here we go. Bringing in the Yael music video with footage of Yael ship. Wait, this is huge. He's got footage from inside of their spacecraft?
Bringing in the Yael, bringing in the Yael, our family from the stars, on earth they will dwell. Bringing in the Yael, bringing in the Yael.
The kind of music to throw your ass in a circle to.
Bringing in the Yael to get this party popping.
I feel like I've actually heard this before. I think you're right.
Rocking, and you know it's a boat that desperately needs to be rocked. We may all come together, there will go the shadow government. And I know you're thinking retribution, but it'll be different. Let me clear up this confusion. Cause
whoa!
Gonna be love. We ain't gonna give nothing but kisses and hugs.
Yeah. Kiss and hug them.
And then extension of you. I know it's hard to discard the old ways of war, but see it through. Cause there ain't no ours. We bringing in the Yael.
It actually might be the same guy. I could be misremembering. I thought he was much older. Because I'm pretty sure I've heard that song. That definitely opened some neural pathways the Yael wanted closed in my brain. Oh, this is a classic. This one's a classic. Teen girl abducted by praying mantis alien. Ancient alien. I've got to send that to my dad. My dad loves ancient aliens. How the fuck? Really, Dad? A girl abducted by a praying mantis alien? Ancient aliens. Aliens in disguise. Warn researcher. We've taken many humans. God damn it. Channeling the ninth dimensional Pleiadian collective. Interview with extra dimensionals. Here we go.
Yes, hello, dear. This is the Ninth Dimensional Pleiadian Collective, and it is a pleasure and an honor to have the opportunity to connect with you. So,
nice to meet you.
In a short time today, we think we're going to cover a pretty lengthy or a pretty substantial amount of ground. So we're very, very excited. So thank you for the opportunity to connect.
Absolutely. What's very interesting to me is all of these like ninth dimensional beings that are able to be channeled through these goobers are always just on standby. It's like they're waiting to be channeled. They must be like maybe interns of the other ninth dimensional Pleiadian society. Like they just have to sit around like fucking phone operators waiting for some human to channel them. That sounds like so boring. Yeah, just actually channeling a call center. Why does no one ever channel like a really aggressive alien? Or like a really cool one, like, hey, sorry, I can't talk right now. I'm fucking 5 3-titted alien babes. Call back in a moment. then break connection. Nothing ever like that. It's always like, oh, it's such an honor to be speaking with all of you on Earth. This is a Ninth Dimensional Pleiadian Collective reporting in live. What do you want to know? You need to watch Daryl connect to Bashar. It's hilarious. I just watched Daryl connecting to Bashar. Or does he have like a ritual for it? Alright, he's jacking into the upside down. Assuming athletic stance. Oh, good crack.
Sorry.
No apologies. Do what you need to do to get the aliens on the horn. Oh! Picked up a bad frequency there. Oh shit! We're losing him! He's going too deep! Bashar, let this man go! Where's the holy water? That actually sounds like Darth Vader's mask. Holy shit. What cool noises. Now, if he actually starts levitating, then I'll be impressed. No!
Boy, I'll say good day to you this day of your time.
Hey!
How are you all?
Don't yell at me, Bashar. What the fuck, man?
All right, I will take that as an okay.
Does he have an accent?
First of all, we would like to thank each and every one of you individually, and all of you together collectively.
I love how he put on an accent for Bashar this time, but then later on he got rid of it. He's like, I don't want to do that anymore. Bashar just lost his accent, his dialect. He outgrew. The old yell guy you were thinking of is Sean Swanson. Is it? Hey, it's my boy. I think this is him, right? Yeah.
The idea of, from your perspective, not of Earth, but human beings.
Yeah. See, I knew it. I knew it.
Similar in appearance to that, then, that you are familiar with Earth humans and your planet. We, then, are of another planetary location. And in that, we actually...
I'm very convinced that Jake Barber is a...
That guy actually has a voice that sounds like AI. I thought I clicked on one of those AI slop channels.
And it's quite clear everyone's taking his information very seriously. The big question is anybody going to do anything about it?
Yeah, we're going to go to war with the aliens. The alien subreddit is already clowning on this. The evidence is a chicken egg. Man, you made me think this was real. What? You're telling me this guy's evidence of aliens is a chicken egg? Oh yeah, you're right. The subreddit is clowning on him in a big way. Where can I see the evidence that he submitted? Where is it? Where is just like the video itself? Wait, these are the actual photos? These aren't memes? No, that's definitely a meme. I want to see the actual evidence that he submitted. Is it? You're telling me this is it? This isn't a joke? Oh my god, you're right.
NewsNation has independently obtained
No, it looks like he's taking this very seriously. How have we gotten this stupid? The NewsNation UFO sling clip looks fine to me. It seems like classic sling load system used in underslung operations. Just thought I'd share. Brother. I'm gonna grab you by the shoulders here and shake you back to reality. I gotta wake you up from this dream you're in. That's not real footage of an egg-shaped UFO. That's footage of egg in a duct tape. Man, now I sound like a fucking moron. It's a video of an egg wrapped in duct tape. Weather balloon. Why wouldn't aliens have Why wouldn't aliens have egg-shaped ships? Saiyans have ball-shaped ones. Checkmate. You're fucking right. Kakarot's in that egg. No, this is a real news story. I am just as surprised as you are. When I first looked it up at the beginning of the stream, I thought it was a joke. So I kept missing the actual video, the actual footage, because I thought it was someone just clowning on it. They are running this as if it is 100% legitimate. Here, I already got the subreddit open. Someone actually just recreated it almost 1-to-1. The only difference is they didn't use duct tape, they just fucking strapped the band-aid on it. It's just an egg over carpet. That's it. And this guy didn't have, like, night vision. He just had a green filter. No way people believe that. Pretty much nobody does. Not even this subreddit. Like, the subreddit is making fun of it in a big way. I don't think there's a single person in the planet that would see that and be like, holy shit. This is eye-opening stuff. This is the most Reddit thing I've read in a while. I just got lost in this pretentiousness. Apparently everyone has had the exact same response to the News Nation special report, which is to post their disappointment and ridicule as to the footage that was released. The effect is to render laughable any opinion contrary to the fire hose of insults that followed the airing of this segment. But that effect is neutralized as soon as the mechanism behind it is illuminated. The driving force behind this tsunami of bad faith reactions is a coordinated ridicule campaign. It's the same tactic used by government Fife Symington following the Phoenix Lights incident. It's the same tactic used against Pulitzer Prize winner John Mack of Harvard when he dedicated his career to interviewing abductees. In the light of history, it is obvious that ridicule is the only real tool available to architects of the UFO cover-up, which has hidden the very nature of reality from taxpayers for the better part of the last century. You are free to consider the question of non-human intelligence without fear of any real and meaningful damage to your reputation or mental health. Ridicule campaigns like the one currently consuming the sub have failed, and recent polls suggest the public is keenly aware that non-human intelligence exists and has been interacting with humanity for a very long time. As the great Bobby McFerrin once said, "Don't worry, be happy." We're not alone in this existence, and that knowledge is more joyful and curious than it is fearful by a mile. Enjoy it. Updoots for you, sir. I tip my fedora, gentle sir. Reddit Platinum! Brother, it's a fucking egg! It's an egg! It's not actual footage of an alien or a UAP whistleblower. There's been so much actual credible evidence that has come out, you don't need to defend all of it now. This is hooey! It's fucking barnacles! I'm just a regular-ass stay-at-home dad that follows this stuff. I have no skin in the game, and I'm certainly not working for the government. That video was cool, I guess. Man, how is it cool?
One of the clearest images.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I've heard a lot of helicopters. Like, that doesn't even really sound like a helicopter. That sounds like a fucking lawnmower that they put like a stock propeller sound effect to. Nothing works here. It's a fucking egg. It's like a fishing rod and it's carpet. That's clearly carpet.
Let's freeze frame here to look at one of the clearest images of a UAP ever taken. This is no
so
blurry light in a distant sky.
You know what? I'm changing my tune. I agree with this guy. That video is cool, I guess. As I posted elsewhere, the real info wasn't the photo of the egg. It was the guy's testimony about coming into psychic contact with something and the illness suffered by himself and the other men in the crew. For some reason, that's being completely ignored by everyone in favor of just ridiculing the egg. Proof will never come in the form of photos or videos. They're too easy to fake now. Testimonials are all we have along with our own potential experiences. Yeah, you can't fake testimonials. Those are bulletproof. Did I ever tell you guys about the time I psychically connected with Ariana Grande and she gave me a lap dance in Fortnite once? You aren't being fair to the egg. We need an expert. Call your dad right now. Let me see if he's awake. I'm going to send him this egg real quick. Give me a second. It's midnight, so they might be asleep. He might believe it. Nah, there hasn't been like anything recently my dad's believed in for the alien stuff. He believes in like the actual, like, some of it's very far-fetched, but like in terms of recent evidence that comes out, he believes in like the actual like footage from, you know, the pilots, the one from the ship. On r/UFO, a UAP filmed with good quality and slow-mo at the Miami Air and Sea Show. 3 videos from different angles. Ran the enhanced version of the spinning Miami UAP. What the fuck did... This? Bro, if that is an alien spacecraft, they have got to be the most dizzy species in the galaxy. Holy shit, if that's how they, like, traverse the cosmos. It's like a laundry machine. Like a washer. It looks more like a big hat being taken away by a strong gust of wind. That's a frisbee in slow-mo. No, it more looks like it's something like a septic tank or something that fell out of an airplane and they reversed the footage. So after it hit the water, they just reversed the footage and they just have it tumbling. Like that, I feel like I'm just watching something in reverse like that. My theory on why a super advanced extraterrestrial species might have become interested in nuclear materials in the 1940s. What? If they can visit our planet, surely they wouldn't care about nuclear materials. They would have literally cracked faster than light travel to get here. Why would they care about nuclear material? I just want to see this UAP again. If this case is genuine, after watching the film, I'm 90% convinced that there is no other plausible explanation, and perhaps abductions claims are also true. From this? Bro, if this is accurate, if there are tiny little aliens in there, I no longer have anything to fear from them. Because they will not even be able to... They'll be walking around like they're fucking drunk. If this is how they travel. Literally blasting against the sides of a small metallic object. They're just getting pinballed in there. You don't know how they work? True, I guess they could be like gyroscopic. Everything's tumbling around them, but they're perfectly still. In that case, why have everything tumble, though? Oh, even they're making fun of it. Okay, so maybe they don't actually believe it. That might be sarcasm. I didn't think it was a bird until I saw this filtered video. The white looks like wings flapping up and down to me, with reverse colors due to one of the filters. I actually didn't even consider a bird. It looks metallic. It really looks like a piece of something that just fell off and got taken by wind. I think he's absolutely right, though. Hold on. Looking at it again, it does look like these are wings. Yep, that might just actually be a bird. Analysis here. What in the fuck is... What is this? Oh. Alright, so the majority of these are just talking about how it's likely a bird, but then there's some that are doing deep Zodiac Killer level analysis on it. I don't understand, though. Where are the other angles that you were talking about? Oh, here we go, here we go. What the fuck? That actually looks like a ball that just gets taken up. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's not a bird. I don't know. What a weird, goofy thing. It's a fucking beach ball. Maybe? I don't know. If this is like the speed of it, though, what kind of bird can go that fast, like, upwards? Thanks to Maya, I learned hawks can dive at like 300 miles per hour, so if it was going down, I'd believe it's a hawk. But this is going up, right? Is this a spaceship made out of spider webs? What the fuck is that? Okay, so this is clearly not the same event. It looks like a badminton shuttlecock. So this isn't even the same event, and it's still here.
I'm on Glenstone in Springfield, Missouri. That is a cube spinning on an axis. Flickering. It's got lights around it.
A cube?
Middle of the day.
What? I guess he can see it better than I can. Shit looks like the golden snitch. These are the smallest aliens ever. I don't think it's aliens, though. That would be wild if... I would love if it was aliens, though. That would be great. It's fucking balloons. There's probably some experiment. Bro, I don't think this is an experiment. I think this is something very simple, like a really simple explanation. I don't think it's an experiment. I don't think it's aliens. I think it's probably something very easily explained that got taken by strong winds here. Like, I mean, if we want to go like full fantasy or sci-fi here, I guess there is a multiverse out there where this is a small alien surveillance drone. I guess. Explain that now. What, the triangle? Are you talking about this? Alright, let's put on our thinking caps for a moment. Why would aliens visit this planet covertly while also having 4 giant lights and a Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer blinking on it? This is absolutely just a normal drone. Okay, but what if it wasn't? There would be no one happier with the confirmation of a real alien visitation than me. I want these to be real. I want to make that clear. It would make me extremely happy. Since I was an actual infant, my dad has been telling me for years, aliens have visited our planet and we're going to see them one day. I would love that. My dad and I would talk for hours about it. But I don't think the triangle or the tiny little ball bearing that gets taken into the sky here is those aliens. I guess it could be D.B. Cooper's spacecraft too, yeah. I guess you never really know.
Right over our heads. Pointing it right at him. And now he's turning.
Whoa, whoa!
Yeah.
You scared him!
Yeah, it just flashed. I'm lasering at him.
God, they're gonna blow up our fucking planet. Stop pranking him. Stephen Greer has an app called CE5 Contact that teaches you how to perform a seance and summon UFOs. In the documentary Close Encounter of the Fifth Kind, you can supposedly see it working. I might need to learn that seance. Ever had a personal alien/UFO encounter? No, but if you ask that question to my dad, he's going to tell you the same story he tells everyone else anytime it gets brought up. My dad is convinced that one time he and I saw a UFO together. We were on a lake, and there was a big bright light in the sky. I don't remember exactly like how bright or anything like that, but I remember it being like a big bright light in the sky. And my dad and I looked at each other, and he pointed at it, and I was like, "Yeah, I see it." And then when we looked back, it was gone. And my dad is convinced that that was legitimate aliens that were watching us. I don't think it was the sun because it was past sundown, but at this point it's been so long that it might have just been the sun. I don't know. If I had to guess, it was probably just like an actual like plane that was moving fast and low. Because it was sundown, so you could definitely see plane lights in the sky, but it was lower than you would expect. But I'm guessing it was probably a plane. Especially since that lake was near an airport anyway. Why do you refuse to believe the truth? I just don't think that was aliens. Like, why would the aliens fly a goddamn spotlight to our planet? Why would they come here in a giant disco ball ship that's super bright over a lake? Why would they do that? That makes no sense. We would do a lot of mundane shit too if we invade another planet like aliens did. I just don't think so. I think if we found life on another planet, we'd first try to covertly study it. Like if we found them and they didn't know we were there, we would absolutely try our absolute utmost to not disturb them or alert them to our presence. 100%. And then we'd try and conquer them. Once we learned whether or not we were technologically advanced more than they are. Like, it wouldn't make any sense to immediately go to the planet and try and host like a rave. Like, I don't think we would fly to a distant planet, another solar system, and bring, like dead mass. I love talking about aliens. I cover alien news with a buoyant energy. It's something that's near and dear to my heart. My father is a firm believer in those extraterrestrial bastards having built the pyramids, and it leads to some great dinner time conversations between the two of us, and it's all in good fun, in good spirit, and I like to keep my finger on the pulse of anything alien related. So, I'm going to talk about this latest invasion of UAP spheres that are taking over Colombia. I covered the first sighting not that long ago, where there was this sphere that was flying around, being all spooky and scary, and then it eventually softly lands itself in a field, and a shirtless dude comes over, picks it up, and puts it on his bed in a blanket with his nipples hanging out, like his fucking pepperonis on full display, next to this iron colander. And then a preposterous video that people really firmly believe in because the follow-up really helped sell the dog shit, where they had these scientists analyzing this conundrum of a spacecraft, this tiny little like Pokeball, this like steel Pokeball. They take it to like a laboratory where they're running tests on it and shit. It was the dumbest thing, but people really believed it. But now we're back for round 2, the remix. It's happening again with a new sphere being spotted, the Jumbo sphere. I guess these 2-centimeter tall aliens are launching a full-scale apocalyptic invasion of Colombia here. I don't know what they hope to accomplish. Maybe they're visiting Earth so frequently so they can get their hands on our precious Cheeky soap. Go to usecheeky.com to get some soap. They could have just gone there without having to make all of these stops in Colombia if they really wanted it that badly. Maybe they're here on vacation. Who knows? But the subreddit is going ballistic over, once again, another one of these spheres. There they are. They're among us. They've made it to Earth. And they came in their favorite marble. Here it comes. It's wrapping back around. What is that? Aliens. They're inside there. They're just very small. They're very tiny. I could eat those little bastards like gingerbread men. Ooh. That's why they're protecting themselves in that iron soccer ball. It's the Death Star. Pretty much. Look at how clear it is. You can almost see them in there waving at us. Checkmate, non-believers. At last, irrefutable evidence of aliens here. This is compelling evidence, no doubt shaking some people's belief in God. This is terrifying footage here. So many questions left unanswered. What do they want with us? Do they come in peace? Are they aggressive? Are they here to fuck my farts? Like, what is their goal? What's the end game here? I don't even know where to begin, but if I was to start to spitball some thought experiments, do you think it's a coincidence that the previous sphere goes extremely viral, gets a lot of headlines, and now all of a sudden we're seeing very similar spheres in a very short period of time? Does that not seem like a bit of a coinky-dink? Does that not seem like, something's a little fishy with that? Or I guess it could be a case of like the aliens really enjoyed their stay after being captured by the shirtless dude. So now he, reported back to HQ, and now they're sending all the spring breakers from the cosmos. So now all of them are coming. Maybe, perhaps. Now, drop the sarcasm for a second. There are innumerable ways you can fake this kind of footage, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say that it is practical here. I really think they used real props. And someone in the comment section on that subreddit actually did drop a video with a demonstration on how you can easily fake this using a drone and then just some kind of strong fishing line to pick up your homemade DIY sphere. So here in the footage you can see the drone lifting it up, and as it dangles it around, you're going to notice some really uncanny similarities to the Jumbo sphere video, the way that it just kind of aimlessly moves around. Now, of course, the further the drone gets away, the more you see, but when it's close to the camera, all you can see is the sphere, and it looks like it's flying on its own power, but you know that's not the case here because you've already seen the drone. And you'll notice when you go back to the Jumbo Sphere video, the camera is always zoomed in a way where you can't see that high above it. It zooms out occasionally, you can see like a decent bit above it, but never like the full sky. So it's very possible that the drone was just very high overhead with a really long piece of fishing line or some other string in order to hold it that wouldn't be easily observable by the naked eye in the video. Now, further evidence to kind of confirm this theory is when you come to around a minute into the video, you'll see that they're doing this whole air show. They're not showing any signs of intelligent flight. They're just kind of doing loops around here, seemingly for the cameraman to appreciate and jerk off to. But then at around a minute 13 seconds, as we zoom in here on the Jumbo Sphere, you can see it wobbling. Why the fuck would it be wobbling? If this is a spacecraft that is flying under its own power with its own incomprehensible propulsion system, why would it be wobbling? Unless the aliens are just drunk driving, sloshed behind the wheel of this motherfucker, that doesn't check out. However, it would be wobbling if it was being carried by a drone. Now, of course, this isn't the only way to fake this footage. There are tons and tons of ways this could easily be fake. And I think one of the big things that should be setting off a lot of alarm bells in people's brains is how frequently these sphere videos are now popping up because they got so popular with that first one in Colombia. There is now, from yesterday, another sphere spotted in China, and it's exactly the same as the two I just showed you. Well, the one I just showed you and then the one I covered 2 months ago. It is exactly the same. What are the odds that now we have 3 of these videos in such a short period of time, all of identical spacecraft, all doing exactly the same thing of just mindless wandering aimlessly, and nothing comes from that. Nothing at all. Maybe it's because it's bullshit. I'm gonna be real brave here and say I don't think these spheres are actually from, you know, the 9th quadrant of Andromeda, from the pervert cosmic 3-titted aliens out there trying to pay us a visit by, I guess, just in like this stupor, going back and forth over blades of grass in a bunch of different locations across Colombia and in China. I know that sounds crazy for me to say that it's not actually aliens, but I don't think it is. I think these are just easy to do viral videos. You need 3 objects: a drone, fishing line, and then your own little homemade sphere, which you could easily do by gluing 2 fucking dog bowls together if you wanted to. It doesn't even have to be that thorough or convincing. They're not even doing anything remarkable. If they were going like 400 miles per hour back and forth, just zipping and zapping all over the place, that'd be a little harder to explain with the drone theory. But they are going at such a trivial pace, you could outwalk these things. It is clearly for the sake of these videos and nothing else. Put on your thinking caps, I'm begging. These are not aliens. But really good job from the hoaxers that have convinced so many people that they are. Very successful endeavor from them, and I'm sure they made it. That guy's got the fucking iron jaw right there.
We are the IL. We are the IL. We are the IL, and we would like to be of service
Holy
to you
shit.
today, if we can, in any form, in any
Looks
way
like the
you
Crimson
wish.
Chin out here.
That we're going to be having consensual sex with these extraterrestrials.
Fuck yeah! When do we go to the Citadel with, you know, all the other
A
races,
sort of,
Krogans,
a blend
Solarians,
of-
and shit?
From what I understand, they view us as basically completely insane. When they see us,
I can't
worrying
imagine
about things
why.
like death,
If aliens are
they find
actually
it
talking to us and
hilarious.
this
when
is
they
their
see us,
vessel,
running
I
around
imagine
like
they have the
Hector's
worst
chickens,
impression of
just
us.
to create money himself to me as Tahini Ra. He's almost like
This
me.
guy's not even like an alien
It's quite
whisperer.
weird.
He's
When I
like
first
a
saw it,
Tinder
it was
for
like seeing me
aliens.
and another
Like he's
person.
our
And
Tinder,
so, yeah,
and the
it's
aliens are
just
swiping left on us, unfortunately.
in a way like that.
But what I'd like to talk about today is how it affected my consciousness.
Do you have any
spiritual
proof?
transformation I went
Sorry to
through
use
as
that
a
word around these
result
parts, but
of this contact.
how do I know you
I
actually
hesitate
contacted the
to call it a
Yayeli?
result of the contact.
Bringing in the IL, bringing in the IL.
Oh, he raps.
Stars, on earth they will dwell. Bringing in the IL.
Move over, Lil Nas. We got a new #1. Get out of here, Old Town Road.
Bringing in the IL.
I'm gonna scroll down and I'm gonna see Juice WRLD commented.
Boomerangs made a cross.
Greetings, friends of the universe.
Today we are going to talk about the Yahyel extraterrestrial race. Who are the
How many of you
Yahyel?
knew about the
Where do they
Yahyel?
come from? And
You guys
what
were
is
trying to
their
keep this a secret
connection
from
to
me,
our
weren't you? You
planet?
didn't want me to open my
Let's
third
do
eye.
it. They are part of our galactic
Where did you guys
family
get
and
these?
very similar to us
Did they send
in
you
their
this
physical
picture?
appearance, together with full and graceful race of hybrid beings, which consider us as
Now, this
their
is like an
creators
advertisement
and
for
parents,
Christian Mingle.
Since our DNA is the
It's like
primal
Alita
component
Battle
in
Angel
their
eyes and
biological
shit.
makeup. That are part of their collective as
What
well,
is this pose?
which can be a little more different than
Did they
us
catch a
in
mid
appearance.
Fortnite dance? Just keep.
Expectancy is around 300 years.
They're only 5'5"?
They have 5 fingers on their
Fuck,
hands.
fuck
and 4
humans.
toes.
I'm going
They
for
have
Yahyel
ears,
girls.
thin lips,
I'll be a
and
god
large
amongst
eyes
them.
With larger
I'm
pupils
5'6",
than
bitch.
humans.
Oh my god.
The
I
eye
will
color,
rule the
in general,
Yahyel.
is green or blue, but
Take
there
it
are
easy,
other colors
Earth
as well.
virgins. I'm out.
The Yahyel extraterrestrial are beings that are connected to the infinite. In that connection,
Isn't that
they
just
want
like a
us to
bad
understand
Second Life
that there are
avatar
other
for the
forms
lady
of
from
life,
Lord of the
not
Rings?
only that of the Yahyel, Sasani,
The omniscient
and
elf lady that I'm
Pleiadian
blanking
human
on her name.
civilizations. They help us realize the
Oh,
magnificent
man.
and loving beings that we actually are.
Here's another dank Lord of the
As
Rings
connection
reference. That looks
between
like
us
Gollum.
humans and the
As a
Yahyel
Yahyel, of
civilization
course.
unfolds,
Actually, it
they
just
will
looks like
share
Gollum,
more
really.
information about their
No
history,
Yahyel DNA
our
found there,
history,
just
and
Tolkien
more
DNA.
information about where we come. This is the Yahyel symbol, with which can be used to access the Yahyel collective consciousness.
How the
By
fuck do you
focusing
use that
or
symbol to
meditating
access
on
the
this symbol,
consciousness? Put
you
it in
are
Notepad?
inviting, calling,
And then I just
and
have like a
connecting
fucking
with them.
acid
As
drip
they
into their
say,
consciousness?
We now have access to see, to
You
achieve
download the
contact.
app.
They chose the
Yeah, I
symbol
scan the
because it
Yahyel QR
represents
code to
the
jack
idea
in.
of a
It's the only
triangle.
way to communicate with them.
A triad as unfinished and incomplete. They say it symbolizes
Okay, everyone try
the idea
visualizing that
they
symbol
will
and
not
see if you
be
can communicate
complete
with them.
until they are reunited.
Ah, don't
with
come in
their
your pants
human
too hard.
family, which is not only
Oh, I'm
us,
getting
the
a
Earth
conscious
humans,
signal
but
from a
also
Yahyel.
other human
They're
races.
saying they won't come
If you
until
often
everyone
see
subs
the
to
symbol
twitch.tv/voicecritical.
in meditations, deep mindful.
This looks like a man that's channeled more than one Yahyel in his lifetime.
Who are happy
Don't
to give us
objectify the
information
Yahyel, they're more than
and
just
aid us in
titties.
our ascension and spiritual growth,
They're big
and
eyes, too.
simply to exchange knowledge. We know this has been a long and hard journey for nearly
How
all
do
of
I
you.
know this came
It
from a
has been hard,
Yahyel?
bumpy ride, but there has been
Do you have like a
some joys
signature
along the
signed
way.
Mr. Yahyel?
We know
Ishua
that
of the
many of
Yahyel,
you are
perhaps?
tired, and some are in these limitations, and it is now started. In the year of 2012,
What?
you
Oh, is this
have
what the
reached
Mayan calendar was
critical edge.
predicting?
Your planet just got
The
over
end of
7
Earth
billion
because the
people,
Yahyel
and
make
you
us
are
come
now
too
more
hard or something?
positive than negative.
Nature. And with that in mind, dear one, in what way would you most enjoy moving
Is he
forward
blind?
together in
They
this
say
farewell
Yahyel
time?
channelers actually willingly stabbed out their own eyes in order to only see the collective Yahyel consciousness. He's a hero.
Familiar with the Earth humans in your planet? We then are of another planetary location.
Can you get some? I don't want to talk
And
to
in
Ishua
that,
anymore.
we
Can you get someone
actually
else on the
have
line?
Origination.
I don't like
of
his
more than
attitude.
one planet. There are.
Doesn't matter. Because again, as we are willingly sharing our love with each and every single one of you, one way or another, there will be other aspects of
How are they
yourselves
sharing their
that
love?
will
I've never met a
achieve
Yahyel.
state of realization in regards
Ishua's
to
never
state of
talked to
growth.
me in a wet dream or
Is
something.
there a particular goal to us in allowing yourselves to expand divinely?
Brad, just
The whole
hang up on
idea-
Adronis. Tell him I'm not interested. No soliciting. Let's go back to Ishua.
This is commonly known as channeling.
What is this? The Yahyel took a pedophile? They communicate to us through our sex offenders? Jesus. E.T. encounters, explore the fear. That's like a tagline for a WWE cage match. This Sunday, the Yahyel...
Three, 2, 1. Awesome. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the official podcast episode
Jackson, you should do the intro. You brought the
281.
guest.
Yeah, I am doing the intro. Why do you have to
told
make
me
the
to
intro
remind you.
so fucking awkward every week? I'm so sick of this little shtick. Yes, so this week we have bought the popular
okay, just take it from
and
the
much
top.
requested. All right,
Yeah.
I'm sick of this. I'm leaving
Jackson,
the show.
breathe.
Goodbye.
I know you're nervous. I know you're nervous. This is our first main episode without Charlie, so I know that you're nervous. I know you're sweating. Your hands are trembling. You're gonna vomit. But dude, just like take it slowly. We have a guest. You don't want to embarrass yourself, do you?
All right, so welcome to the show, Mr. Wendigoon, muchly requested. Seriously, like I've seen so many requests for you, and we've received like DMs and stuff requesting you onto the show. So this is like a big deal for us, and it's a
well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm a big fan of the show. I think you guys are hilarious, so it really does mean a lot for you guys to invite me on. I greatly appreciate it. And it is kind of fitting because a bunch of people say I look like generic version Charlie or like Walmart brand Charlie. So this kind of just, lined up perfectly. So happy to be here.
And mysteriously, like Andrew said, he is not here at the same time.
Yeah,
So
that's really weird.
You've got like a Superman situation going on.
Kind of weird you've never seen me and Charlie in the same room, huh?
Yeah. You sound just like him too. It's like I can't even tell them
This is
apart.
throwing me for a loop. I don't know what's happening.
I'm just Charlie with more banjo music, so yeah.
Oh, that wasn't a joke before? You actually play the banjo?
No. I just meant that I'm Southern, like Appalachian.
Oh, right.
Yeah, banjo's
Right.
just an easy joint to hit, but yeah.
Well, we were talking about that the other week. Technically, Charlie is the most southern of anyone in America, because Florida goes all the way down, right? So that's pretty. Pretty safe.
See, Florida's kind of like a wormhole, because like you're driving through the South, and it's like shotgun, Confederate flag shotgun, and then retirement homes, and that's when you hit Florida.
So, Wendigoon, I think you'll agree with this, and I think I brought this up on the podcast, but the ironic part of Florida is the more north in Florida you go, the more the south it becomes.
Yes, correct, 100%.
Yeah,
so
it's super weird.
You can tell where it starts, because I want to say not Jacksonville, but like whenever you start going down the actual point of Florida, like mainland Florida on the panhandle, that's just Alabama, only hotter with beaches, right? But as soon as you pass that crest going down the highway and you start seeing palm trees, you're suddenly in like northern South America. It's like a switch flip.
Yeah.
It's so weird.
So the way that I've always described it is there are 3 Floridas, and they are very different. There's North Florida, Central Florida, and South Florida, and they are 3 different states combined into one
100%.
state. North Florida is the South. Central Florida is Florida, like Orlando and Tampa
That's Disney
and all
World.
that
Yeah,
stuff.
it's
Disney
Disney
World.
World.
Yeah, Disney World. It's Florida.
It's just Disney America.
It's Disney America. It's Florida proper, right? And then the South is Little Cuba.
Yes,
It's-
exactly.
It's Spanish America. Yeah.
So it's funny, I stayed in southern Florida for a couple weeks last year, and like I remember stopping in northern Florida to get gas, and there was like Confederate flags hung up everywhere and a bunch of like Trump 2024, all that stuff. And then you get in the truck, and then I drive and then stopped again in southern Florida, and all the gas stations were in Spanish. Like, it's just
That's
like
Florida.
a total switch. It's wild. But yeah, Florida's something else. Florida's like, a bunch of people like brag about being from the South and like the pride that comes with it. But man, if you survived growing up in Florida, that is like a testament.
Is that serious? Is like Florida like the most brag-worthy state in the country in terms of upbringing?
It is in the term of survivability. Like,
every day is like full of danger.
Yeah, like if you come out and you're like a functioning member of society and not like a gator wrestler, like all the jokes about Florida, man.
Yeah.
Like that's the culture down there. Like if someone wrestling a gator to like get a free bingo card is just a Saturday for them. It's absurd.
So if Florida is mostly full of like retirement homes, and like that's the experience that I've heard, or tourists because of Disney World and such, why does it get that kind of attitude? Why do people go to those kinds of extremes in Florida?
So
does anyone have a
like,
reason?
When you drive through Florida, you can see it because you'll be going down. It's all flat for one, right? There's no hills or mountains or anything. So you're just driving, you can see all the way out to the horizon. And it's like, oh, look, we're at the beach, and there's like, you know, palm tree. This is actually the experience I had when I was down there. You're like, oh, we're at the beach, and there's palm trees, and there's guests. And oh, at the outside of the beach, there's a little villa that's like the retirement homes. And then you drive for like 10 more minutes, and traffic is stopped because there's a group of alligators crossing the highway. Like,
that's cute.
It's like having your civilized society on the fringe of the outer worlds. Like, if you go a little bit inland, it becomes a player versus player situation.
Yeah, so it's like the wilderness in RuneScape. I don't know if you played RuneScape, but yeah, there's a section in RuneScape.
I'm familiar, yeah.
Yeah, the wilderness. It's like that, yeah.
Pretty much. It's hilarious, though. So yeah, if you, like, grew up in Florida and you're normal now, that is the true, like, I survived testament.
Can you escape Florida, though, or does it always go with you? Are you, like, branded as a Floridian if you go to other states and then people, like, distance themselves?
Knowing friends of mine who grew up in Florida, I can tell they're from Florida before they tell me. Because there's just
it's
like,
just an aura that permeates.
Yeah,
what are the hints?
Like you stand too close. Yeah, you stay too close to them.
What's your typical reaction if you're like near a Floridian or conversing with one? What do you do?
Always have a weapon in arm's reach. No, I'm kidding. Whenever like
escape plan.
Escape plan, yeah. Normally, I guess what it is where I've hung out with like guys who are from Florida, they'll casually bring up wild scenarios like they're not a big deal, and that's what tips me off to them being in Florida. Like I have one friend of mine, for example, who I didn't know was from Florida, and in one of our first conversations with each other, he was like, yeah, I remember when I was like 5 or 6, there was a trailer park next to my neighborhood where they would get into fiberglass light battles or halogen light battles.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
they would
was it Shadow Super Easy?
The sport of Florida, yeah.
Yeah, the sport of Florida, yeah. And he says that to me, and I go, "Are you from Florida?" And he went, "Yeah, how'd you know?" So stuff like that. Yeah.
Is that how they settle like I don't know, presidential debates in Florida whenever they need to choose a new senator or something? They just put him in in the middle of a.
That's how you determine if a bill becomes a law.
He takes his, is it all formal too? One takes his glove off and slaps the other one in the face with it. I challenge you to a duel, sir, and then they just fucking wrestle in a white trash trailer park.
It doesn't sound like there's any honor in Florida.
But they do wear suits, oddly enough.
Yes, yeah. There's their own code of honor. Like it used to be duels where, take 10 paces and then, turn and fire. But now duels in Florida are like, grab as many light bulbs as you can from Home Depot and meet me at the trailer park. Same spirit, really.
Yeah, that's called a Florida snowball fight. You just get all the light bulbs you can, you make a little fort, you start chucking them. It's good times.
Yeah, wait, actually, you're right. There is no snow in Florida. It's too far south. That's what you have to do.
It's so hot
Wendigoon.
and gross.
So Wendigoon, I don't know how much you want to dox yourself, but which state are you in, or specific region of the South?
I'm from Tennessee.
Tennessee, okay. Yeah. So, I think Tennessee. Does Tennessee get snow at all?
Yeah, we do. Normally every winter we'll get some. It's very rare that it's like a debilitating amount of snow. That normally happens once every like 8 years or something. Yeah.
I thought it was just like New York up, like those states, like the north. What is it? The Northwest? Those kinds of states?
That's the Northeast.
Northeast, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Michigan and such?
No, a lot of our states get snow. Most of them do.
If you look at the U.S. on a globe, like the entire country's pretty far north comparatively. So like Tennessee will still get snow. It's just normally not a lot of snow.
Okay.
Yeah, so I brought that up, and I wanted to double check on the snow thing because I don't know if you've ever experienced the like fake snow that they do for the South. Maybe when you were a kid.
Yes.
What do you mean fake snow?
Yeah, that shit is the most pathetic like fantasy fulfillment I've ever seen in my life. So anyone out there listening who's grown up in the South of the United States, like any southern state, especially ones that don't have any snow like Florida, you'll know that very often when wintertime rolls around, the parents are like, well, we want the kids to have snow because it'll be fun and like a winter wonderland. And, it's winter. They got to have snow. So what they'll do is they'll get like a snowmaking machine which just kind of powders ice and then sprays it out all over the fucking grass.
Why?
And they'll make a singular hill with it, and they'll be like, "Go slide down the ice, yay!" Wee! And it's the most like pathetic and not snow thing because it's fucking jagged and hard and uncomfortable.
If America is full of states where snow actually happens, why not just drive 2 hours north or something?
No, Jackson. You have to get a big, complicated gas spewing machine to cover your lawn in slush.
So,
yes.
I live fairly close to Gatlinburg, which Gatlinburg has a giant ski resort on top of it that whenever there's not snow, they pretty much cover the entire mountaintop with like fake snow to some degree. So normally if like kids want to see snow, that's where their parents take them. However, I do have memories of my friends like at middle school. They'd roll out one of those machines and spray them. And it was always a game with the kids of who could stand the closest to it without chickening out. Because it was basically like getting sandpaper blasted into your face out of a machine gun. So like the boys would be inching towards it screaming as their faces getting chipped.
But it's ice.
Yeah,
it's just
sucks,
ice, man.
Yeah.
That sounds awesome.
They make that giant hill, and they're like, "It's snow." It's like, no, it's fucking just a bag of ice you got at 7-Eleven. Like,
well,
that
that's what
shit hurt.
snow is. What's the difference?
Yeah,
really?
and they're trying to make the best of it. What can you do?
Sky ice.
I know, but
they're
even
trying
as a
to
little
make-
kid, I could tell. I'm bringing this up because I did that multiple times through multiple years of my like childhood, and every time I knew, I was like, "This isn't real snow. This sucks."
Aw.
Well, no one's saying it's real snow, Andrew.
Yes,
You're
they
not
are.
like
That's
some
the point,
genius.
Jackson. They put
No,
up
they're not
flyers.
saying it's real snow.
You'll have a church or some other community function, and they'll put up flyers and they'll be like, "We're going to have a snow day in Florida." Whoa! And you know they're going to get out the giant fucking fluffy ice machine that just sprays it all over the church lawn, and it sucks. It's exactly
Andrew,
what they do.
having been in Florida and like it's so hot that I would take that deal.
Yeah.
I would settle for it. I'm fine. Like blast me in the face with ice shards. I would take. Do you guys think maybe like Floridians are just crazy because it is that hot and the citizenry they have to live from AC to AC basically? Like you get out of your car and you have to sprint inside the house lest
I see
your
what you
brain
mean.
fries. Like if you
Yeah,
stop to do your
like
if you stop to
heat
tie your
fried.
shoes, you just fucking go crazy from the heat.
Melt.
So I have a theory about why Florida is the way that it is. So like humanity over like, centuries of establishment has gone from like, man-to-man survival to like now we can pretty much thrive and survive in society as it's created. We don't have to worry about like the wilderness or, running out of food or anything like that. That has applied to everywhere in like, the United States except for Florida. When I was in Florida, I watched a guy, he was fishing, and he reeled in his pole, and there's a little baby gator next to him, and he just looked down at it and kicked it. And I just stared at that. I'm like, that man has lived more of like the raw instincts of life than anyone I've ever met.
Well, to some degree maybe, but like if your instinct is to kick a gator, I think your instincts are a bit off as well.
You've got to curb their aggressive behavior early. It was probably his pet. You can't have it just sitting there like doing that. That gator thing they do. That like
They just hiss
you can't.
at you.
That's a sign of aggression. You can't have them doing that. It's not good.
Who's boss?
Yeah, that way when you bring it home with your like wife and small baby, it won't decide to have a midnight snack when you're not looking.
So, were you saying that maybe Florida is just one place in the world that's not meant to be inhabited? Maybe it's
a little
cursed?
bit, yeah. So it's actually true that right after the Civil War, or actually, sorry, right before the Civil War, whenever the like westward expansion was essentially killing and chasing out all the Native Americans, a group of Native Americans went to Florida. And the military left them there because they said, quote, no one in their right mind could survive that harsh land. And nothing has changed.
When our fucking parents were growing up, especially like our Florida parents, they would talk about how, hey, yeah, we live here in Florida and everywhere south of us is just swamp.
Yep.
There were parts of Florida as recently as like the fucking 60s and 70s where it was just uninhabitable. It was just swampland. You could not live there. And then they built it and expanded it and kept pushing south.
when I stayed there in Florida, I was staying like pretty close to what beach is that near Miami?
Probably Miami Beach.
No, it's on the Gulf side. Fort Myers or Fort
Myers, yeah.
Yeah, I was near Fort Myers, and I was like near a subdivision. Like this wasn't Florida quite yet, and there was a little canal in the backyard, so I was just fishing. And while I was fishing, a log floated by, and I was like, "Oh, it's a big log." And then I like focused on it, and it was just an alligator, like 5 feet from me. So I'm like, that is horrifying.
So this was one trip? All these experiences were from one trip?
Yeah, this was like, we were pretty close to the, what do they call it down there? Like the wetlands of Florida. The Everglades.
The Everglades?
We drove through the Everglades a lot, which is where I saw most of that.
Because I was going to say, you've seen more alligators in this one trip than I have in my entire life.
Dude, so while I was there, I went to, it's like the Skunk Ape Museum. Which Skunk Ape's like a big Florida, urban legend. So I went to the museum, which is in the middle of the Everglades. Like you just drive on a bridge over it most of the way. And they had an alligator preserve there. So like you could see them in cages, but it didn't really mean a lot because on the way there, like looking over the bridge, you just saw dozens of them just floating across the water. And I'm like, man, these guys really have to fight for it, don't they? Just to stay alive.
This genuinely just sounds like my state of Australia. Like, I live in Queensland.
The entirety of Australia is a PvE experience.
But we have the cooler alligators. We have crocodiles, which are a bit more extreme. Not to brag or anything. So
they're way more violent,
we have both, Jackson, you dumb son of a bitch.
Wait, do you seriously have crocodiles?
The Everglades is the only habitat on the world, I believe, where alligators and crocodiles coexist.
Jesus, what if they breed?
I would love to see that, actually.
Aren't crocodiles way more aggressive?
I think so.
I think saltwater. I'm not sure what kind of crocodile you have in Florida, but saltwater crocodiles are like the largest type of whatever those species are, like crocodiles and alligators, and they're the most aggressive. I'm fairly sure. They're the ones that live in like Africa as well, and like Cape Town.
Do you see them a lot, Jackson?
I'm a bit south in my state. I'm more towards like the southern border of my state, which doesn't really have many crocodiles. But if you go up north, you see them a lot. Like just walking down the street, you'll see them.
That's cool.
And they one of our politicians recently. The reporters, it was during an election cycle, the reporters asked him about his thoughts on like gay marriage and stuff, and he answered, and in the answer he tangented into talking about the crocodile epidemic that's currently going on in Queensland, and saying how the real focus needs to be on the crocodiles because they're getting that bad.
Jackson, it seems like every 10 years your entire country has a new animal to hate.
Yeah.
Well, no, crocodiles have been around for millions of years. First of all, so they've always been an issue.
It's Australia specifically. It's Australia specifically. You had a whole emu war, and then there was the whole problem with fucking koalas and they're burning to death, and you need to hate them because they're so stupid. Then you have crocodiles.
Well, the reason we hated koalas was because they were giving us STDs somehow.
Yeah.
I think through their urine.
Yeah, well, hold on. I've had questions about that. I keep hearing that, and I need you to justify why that is.
I can't tell you the science behind it. All I know is like their saliva and their urine they're able to transmit, I think it's chlamydia through it. So if you get koala piss on you, well, not kissing them, when they urinate, when they pee. Sometimes if you're handling them, which you're not meant to do, but if like someone handles them, they'll pee on you. Don't you remember the whole thing? I think it was like Harry Styles or someone. I think it was One Direction when they were over in Australia. There was a scare because one of the koalas that they were holding during a zoo visit urinated on them. And there was a legitimate risk that a koala might have given Harry Styles chlamydia.
Oh no.
Oh man, I don't want anything bad to happen to him, but that would be hilarious.
I don't know if it was Harry Styles. It might have been a different boy band.
In Harry Styles has koala chlamydia.
I may have just landed in
the
innocent
headlines,
man.
man. The headlines would just go nuts with that. Oh.
That's what I mean. Like Australia, like Florida too, but Australia more so. Everywhere else in the world's hyper focused on politics and like opinion
civilization.
Pieces. Yeah, and meanwhile Australia's like, all right, the crocodiles have to stop killing us. Can we all agree?
And the emus have to stop eating our farmlands or something. So we'll send 2 guys in a truck out into the bush to mow down as many emus as we can.
Well,
It's
apparently,
so funny that they had to retreat.
Yeah, I know. It's our biggest embarrassment.
well, you're on luck though, but because koalas are apparently an endangered species currently. But your scientists are apparently working on freezing koala sperm to preserve the species. So I guess future generations.
Well, yeah, they're
can still-
ridiculously cute.
They are. They're so adorable. I don't
Aren't
like
they
the thought
mean?
of them, like frying in a wildfire.
I don't know. The only ones that I've ever had hands-on experience have been ones at zoos. So I don't know how that translates because I worked at a zoo at some point.
You did?
But
so you could possibly have chlamydia or HIV.
I was about to ask.
Are you talking about your mom's house when she brought in like 40 wild animals?
My mum has an animal collecting habit that's a bit crazy. We've talked about that in the past.
Wait, she had a koala?
No. It's illegal to own native animals like that.
What I'm trying to think what else. Do you guys have giant spiders, right? Are those like a reoccurring problem?
Not a problem. They're not. They don't like get in your way or anything. But yeah, they'll be in like rooms that you enter into in your home. Usually, there'll be one steady. Just like 2 nights ago. 2 nights ago, I went in late at night after recording to go to the toilet, and I just look up and there's a spider the size of my hand on the roof, just chilling, looking down at me. But they never get in the way or anything, and they're usually good for like insects and stuff.
They never get in the way. That is the
So
most
it's
Stockholm syndrome response I've ever heard. I said, "Are they a
treating-
problem?" And you go, "Yeah." He goes, "No, they're just in my house."
So you're basically
I never
treating
understood
them
the
like
fear
a
of spiders.
farm cat, where you just keep them around to catch all the cockroaches and shit.
Yeah. Well, no, that's exactly what they're good for. They keep flies out of the house. They keep mosquitoes out. Any kind of like actually annoying insects. So they're kind of cool to have around, and they're not aggressive or anything. If you don't like go and touch them, then they're not gonna hurt you. Although, having said that, there was one time when I was about 6 years old where I woke up in the middle of the night and there was a spider on my head.
Oh
and
my
that kind of
gosh.
scared me.
Oh my word!
Oh god,
that made me
actually
faint.
made me flinch.
Ooh.
they
Is it like one of
poisonous?
the huntsmen, like the big ones?
No, I think it was just a small. They're called daddy long legs over here. I'm not sure if that's the
Oh,
actual.
okay.
Of course they are.
The actual word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They are called daddy long legs here as well, and they're not bad. So that's
Yeah, aren't those
Yeah.
harmless spiders?
They're harmless, but I've
Oh, they're
heard.
tiny.
I don't know how true this is. But I've heard that they're only harmless because their legs are so long that they can't reach down to bite you, and they're actually extremely venomous. So if they were able to bite you, you'd be in trouble, but they can't.
I've heard that
can't
a lot
be right.
too growing up. Yeah, it's an urban legend that I think actually got started from a movie that got made years back, if I remember.
I thought you were going to say it got started by like a daddy long legs that wanted to kill as many people as it could.
That can't be true because evolutionarily that there just doesn't make sense for them to evolve to a point where they can't kill stuff.
Well, maybe it evolved to help them kill, I don't know, flying insects more. I don't know.
So daddy longlegs, their correct name's like the scientific whatever name for them is harvestmen, and they are not even a spider. I don't think. I think they're in the same classification that like ticks are. That they're still kind of arachnid, but not like a direct
No, they're
spider.
posers.
Yeah, they're posers pretty much.
So they're just ticks with long legs.
Pretty much.
That's
disgusting.
That actually has made them more scarier to me. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like ticks.
You don't like
They
ticks,
were
but you're
harmless.
okay with the giant spider in your house.
Yeah, well, ticks are like annoying. They like steal your blood and shit. They,
You know
they
what else
actually
is
attach
annoying?
themselves to you.
A giant spider in your house.
Well,
They
to
don't
be
attack
fair,
you, dude.
Yeah, but to be fair, like ticks, your whole life you grow up being told that you have to check your feet for ticks and shit after you're taking a walk in the woods because you don't even know if you have them, and then they give you fucking diseases and shit. They're like stealthy killers. I hate ticks.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and they'll
fuck
kill your
ticks.
pets and stuff as well, because they'll spread diseases and such.
Around here, the ticks can carry Lyme disease and Rocky Mountain spotted fever. And I'm pretty sure it's Rocky Mountain spotted fever. I could be wrong. But it leaves a lasting effect in your body even after you have it. So my girlfriend's dad got bit by a tick a while back and got sick and got over it. But for the rest of his life, he has a red meat allergy just because he got bit by a tick.
Okay,
that's such a weird correlation.
Sucks.
This is now the scariest beast on the planet to me. Kill all ticks.
They're actually that's actually pretty common. I know a lot of
common.
For a while, I had like stomach issues, and I was afraid that was what happened. That I got it. Yeah, so ticks.
It's such a weird correlation to me. It's like if a tick bit me and then I couldn't smell roses or something. It's like that doesn't even make sense.
It has,
like I can't.
What's the process
it
here?
has
How does it happen?
something to do. So like I remember having it explained to me in biology classes in college. But the short version is that it has something to do with the disease that is carried, which again I think is Rocky Mountain spotted fever. It leaves behind an imprint to where your body can't like digest certain protein or amino acids that are found in red meats, I believe. So essentially you have an allergic reaction to them because you can't process them.
Holy shit. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, so like not only is it don't get bit by a tick, you'll get sick. It's like if you ever want to eat a hamburger again.
So
yeah,
needless to
it's
say,
literally like a tick that creates vegans or vegetarians.
So
It's
needless to
terrifying.
say, your girlfriend's dad shot himself, right?
So they have medication for it that as long as you eat it whenever you eat red meat, you should be fine. So it's funny, you'll see a lot of like older guys around the region, like they'll sit down, eat a steak, take 2 pills, and then start eating the steak.
I think your dad maybe isn't adventurous enough. Maybe he's got to find the other tick that has the antidote. And then find the next tick that gives him like super speed or something.
We should start testing out these ticks.
I would take the other way around. If a tick gave me an allergy to salads, I would have an excuse, you know? Sorry, Mom, I can't finish my salad. I'm allergic.
Yeah,
What are
you've
you,
got a bunch of
6?
picky children in the wild right now trying to get bit by ticks that it's like, oh, where's the broccoli tick? Quick, hand me the green beans tick.
They're like little loot boxes.
Hand me the green beans.
Yeah, they're
tick.
negative loot boxes.
Elden Ring talismans. You just attach them to your ass.
It's a permanent debuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're awful.
Yeah, ticks have always scared me. To anything that steals your blood, or like that process of stealing your blood anyway, like mosquitoes, ticks, leeches, all of those. Those are the things that terrify me the most out of anything in the animal kingdom. Or I suppose anything that causes like prion disease as well. Like, isn't there like brain-eating amoeba and stuff like that?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that counts as an animal, but that's where the true threat lies, not with the spiders. The spiders are fine.
I'm once again saying that sounds like someone with Stockholm syndrome, but I do see your point.
It sounds like you're in the pocket of Big Spider. Like, what is this propaganda you're spreading?
He's been perpetuating their lies.
That's a real
There's that.
conspiracy.
Yeah, I know. There's that brain-eating amoeba. The one thing we have around here that's really freaky, if you're not familiar with it, is chronic wasting disease. Have you ever heard of it?
I've heard of it, and I know it's scary, but I would love for you to...
I mean, it sounds terrifying.
Yeah, re-jog our memories, because I've heard of it. It's not great.
So it is a prion disease that is mostly, I think exclusively found in deer populations, that they'll get from like drinking water or like eating something that carried the prion, even if it wasn't showing signs of it. And in deer, the prion goes to their brain and causes these massive warts and tumors to grow all over their body. Like, it looks like straight up The Last of Us clickers, like over their face and over their mouth and everything. And the deer begins to go insane. It starts like trying to walk around on 2 legs. The deer, there's one story of a deer that started bashing its head against a rock and then started licking up the blood. Like, it makes them go complete out of their mind. They look like these gross zombies, and they've been known to charge and attack humans whenever they're in that state.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, it's straight up
that
zombie
genuinely
plague.
is a zombie
Isn't it?
outbreak, but for deers.
It's a deer
So
zombie
that could happen
plague,
to
yeah.
us.
I could be wrong, but also can't you get it from them if you eat the meat?
You can get it from them if you eat the meat. I don't think it shows the same symptoms. I just think you get really, really sick, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Oh, I want to
what
bash my head on a rock.
What I vaguely remember is that
Sounds
prion
awesome.
diseases are like so fucked up that even when you thoroughly cook the meats, you don't kill it.
It's
Yeah.
terrifying.
So prion
there's no way to
diseases-
there's no way to like solve it or fix it or like stop it from happening as well, right? They're just like they just exist.
Yeah, once someone gets it, I mean, that's pretty much game over. Because all a prion is a misspent protein. I believe it's a protein. So, like, what are you going to do? Like, it's just a structure. It's not a virus or something you can kill. It's just in your body. Mad cow disease is the same way, if I remember correctly. Yeah, prion disease is, like, the only way to treat them is to not get them. And if you get them, then it's just GG, pretty much.
Fuck, that's terrifying. Oh, I hate that. I hate thinking about that.
Classic diseases. Can we talk about something real quick that isn't like
depressing,
disgustingly harmful or detrimental or terrible or makes us
finally.
feel bad? Can we talk about something that makes us feel good, please?
Yes, for sure, Andrew. Please take
Such
the
as
lead.
athletic greens. Let's talk about athletic greens. Ah, yes, athletic greens. Are you taking enough? Are you putting enough things in your body? Your body needs a lot of things. Vitamins and minerals and proteins and macros and whatever the shit. It doesn't matter. Because with athletic greens and their delicious premium scoop of AG1, you're going to be absorbing 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, whole food source superfoods, probiotics, and adaptogens to help you start your day right. It's a special blend of ingredients that'll support gut health, your nervous system, your immune system, your energy, your recovery, your focus, and aging, and all the things you can ever personally imagine. Look, I don't go outside much. I'm gonna admit that. I'm a big stupid nerd. I sit inside. I'm watching Dragon Ball Super right now. Yes, feel bad for me. Pity me. But your subscription at home is going to come with a year's supply of vitamin D as well if you're getting into athletic greens. And that's super important because if you don't look at the sun that much, well, you're going to need some vitamin D now, ain't ya? It's going to cost you less than $3 a day to invest in your health, and it's going to be cheaper than your fun little Starbucks coffee habit. You're also going to notice that Athletic Greens has over 7,000 five-star reviews, and it's been recommended by professional athletes. Oh boy, right now it's time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with convenient daily nutrition. Just one scoop in 1 cup of water a day, and that's it. No need for a million different pills, and God, no need to do anything. You can drink something. Athletic Greens is going to give you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. All you have to do is visit athleticgreens.com/theofficial. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/theofficial. Make sure to put the "the" in front of there. That's important. And you can also take ownership over your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutritional insurance if you remember that little code. And yeah, God, speaking of codes, there's a code. There's a code amongst men. The code is shave something. Well, maybe your pubic hair or testicles. You can shave your face if you want to be a weirdo, but everyone knows beards are just the best goddamn thing on the planet. But you should probably shave some other part of your body. And if you're going to go down to your penis's lawn patch, well, you're going to want to check out Manscaped. They're going to bring you the Performance Package 4.0. It's going to have the signature Lawnmower 4.0. It's an electric trimmer. It's designed to work on loose skin. It's got skin-safe technology. You're not going to want to hurt yourself. You're not going to want to cut yourself. And a grooming routine isn't complete without their Crop Preserver Crop Reviver before showing off your brand new 2022 self. Complete the set and do it by just purchasing one thing, because Manscaped's also going to throw in the Shed travel bag with anti-chafing boxer briefs as free gifts just for looking at your pubic hair and saying, no, get out of here. Kick discomfort and poor hygiene to the curb this year and use the best tools for the job. Whether your New Year's been full of places to go or work to do, you can be sure to travel with Manscaped and go to manscaped.com for our exclusive offer of 20% off and free shipping with code official. That's 20% off and free shipping on the only tools that you're going to need to clean yourself up down there with code official. 20% off, free shipping, code official at manscaped.com. New year, no pubes in 2022 with Manscaped. But you're buying these things. You're purchasing these things. You're buying into the capitalist machine. You're saying, my credit card is my life and soul. You can have it, but don't be so hasty. Why don't you take some inventory a bit on what you're buying? Why don't you take a little breather and go, wait, hey, shut the fuck. Cheryl, I know that you need a Christmas gift for your fucking son, because Christmas is coming, but you need to shut the fuck up, Cheryl. Because I'm going to tell you about honey. Honey. Free money. You like that rhyme right there? You like that I rhyme two things together? I know how to use the English lexicon to work to my advantage, and you should know how to work online shopping to your advantage. Imagine you're sitting in your gamer chair, sipping your gamer juice, wearing your gamer glasses, and playing on your gamer keyboard and mouse on your gaming game website, and you're buying a new game. And all of a sudden, Honey just walks right up in the corner of the screen and goes, hey, man, you just saved some money on that game. And you go, how? And Honey says, does it matter? You just saved for some free money on that game. I wouldn't ask questions either. Honey will find working coupons on over 30,000 stores online. And you don't even have to do anything. You can just save money. I can't tell you how many times I need extra cables for what I do, whether I replace bad ones or I buy more peripherals for my big recording studio video content creation warehouse setup. They rack up. They get expensive. But with Honey, they've got savings on them. That's right. If Honey finds a working coupon all over the internet, you're going to watch your prices drop. Think about clothes. Think about tech stuff. Think about pizza. Think about headphones. Think about God knows what else. Works for anything. If you don't have Honey installed already, you could be straight up missing out on free savings. It is literally free and installs in a few seconds. By getting it, you'll be doing yourself a solid and supporting the podcast. Get Honey for free at joinhoney.com/official. That's joinhoney.com/official. Thank you to our sponsors for making us do this show full time. But more importantly, thank you out there for listening to me rant about sponsors for 6 straight minutes. I love you. All right, that's good. I'm done.
That's pretty good.
Thanks to the sponsors for sponsoring this episode of the official podcast.
Yeah.
You guys know we appreciate yous. Thank you.
I
The
love
audience
every
just-
single one of those products and use them all.
The audience was on the edge of their seats. They couldn't wait for which one was coming next. Yeah.
I thought that was like you were transitioning the convo, and then I remembered I needed to shut up. So good job on that.
You never need to shut up.
No, please keep talking. We're down a member. We gotta make up. We gotta make up for lost quality here. We're down a member. We're fucking desperate. I don't know if you can hear it in our voices, but we are struggling. We're sweating. We are panicking. Recording this
Wendigoon's
episode
more than making up for it. Wendigoon.
Oh yeah,
Do you have,
he's doing a great job.
I want to talk about
thank
the
you. Thank you very much. I
UAPs, please. Have you guys looked more into the UAP stuff? Any of us? Any of you?
UAP,
as in UFO.
What is UAP?
Why did you say UAP instead of UFO then?
Why did you make it so confusing?
Well, it's just a new what they call it.
Don't come up with your own acronyms. Use the UFO terminology.
I didn't come up with
please.
it.
So what does it stand for?
What was it? Unidentified aerial phenomena? I think that's what they're called now. Anyway, I mean, it's the same shit as UFOs, except they changed the name for it now. But what I've noticed, I've not looked into it, but I wanna. What I've noticed is that we now have a new crop of ufologists. Like, you guys remember the old crop, which would just be some white trash dude on TLC or something claiming like, yeah, they kidnapped me and they put probes up my butthole. And that has changed, I've noticed, because
that was
these days-
Wendigoon. That's why he's on the show.
Hey, watch your mouth. That's my people you're talking about.
I'm sorry.
Well, nowadays I see these people on social media, and I figure, that's a wild claim. The U.S. government found extraterrestrial materials, and they're patenting the technology and this and that, and but But then I look at their profile expecting to see a complete nut job, and then I see it's, oh, this is actually like a scientist at fucking CERN. This guy works at NASA. This guy works at, I don't know, just some egghead job. I've noticed that shift. Does anyone else?
Isn't the distinction that like UFOs are kind of specifically trying to be alien, whereas UAPs is more, oh, look at this weird thing we caught on film. We don't know what that is.
Yeah, but they do lean into the hinting that it is alien technology and that the US government is basically fishing these things out of the sky and making them crash so they can harvest the technology on it.
Wait, so aliens are coming here and the
you?
government is just shooting them down to collect their resources?
That's
what
yes,
the
I
theory
saw
is?
one of them literally float this idea that the government has anti-UAP technology. I forget what they call it. They have like a specific name for it. It's basically the idea, it's like a tractor beam where they disable the onboard navigation of the fucking UFO and make it crash land someplace, and then the harvesters come in to take it apart and basically research it for their own purposes.
These fucking idiot
What if
aliens
that was?
keep sending
What
their
if that
people
was
here.
the truth? What if every week the U.S. was visited by aliens and they had sophisticated autopilot and warp speed and jump drives and all this shit, but we just never see them because the U.S. immediately pulls them down with a tractor beam and blows them up?
Extreme diplomacy.
I'm just here to talk.
There's a little like dark room in NASA. It's got a giant steel door with no label on it. And if you enter in the security code, you go in and there's just a bunch of like drone piloting nerds who are just constantly firing at aliens like an arcade game, pulling them down to Earth.
Aliens have actually
been
been invading us for decades, like full on invading us. And
they
they
never stopped.
They're dumbfounded. Like, we
ever
came
since
in
Roswell.
peace.
We're
We were
committing
gonna give you
alien
the cure
genocide
to
right
cancer.
Meanwhile, on their home planet of Zizgabar, they have like their peaceful leader, and he's like, "Oh, we've lost contact with probes 17, 22, and 84. We have to send 30 more. We have to get these aliens the message of world peace. They need to know."
That's
fucking idiots.
Galago was a documentary. I
That
think
was their first attempt. Caught
Yeah,
on
that-
film.
A lot of that. See, here's the issue with like most stuff that involves the government. No one will ever.
Okay,
really...
Tennessee boy.
Yeah, it only took me half an hour to break into government ranting. Like, whenever you deal with anything that involves the government, it's always going to be unknown to the degree that even if they say like definitively something happened, most people aren't going to believe them.
Yeah.
So I remember, like, I think it was last year, they announced that there was a bunch of UFOs that they have no idea what they were. And like most of the UFO, like the ones you were talking about, the old school, you know, the aliens sucked me up and put a probe in me and all that. Those guys were like, nah, I guess aliens aren't real since the government said so. So
Yeah, right. Then you have that, like, they have to deny whatever the fuck the government says, even when the government is like, yeah, you were right. We lied to you.
Yep.
We have
Yep.
like little records of unknown stuff flying in the skies, but
Are you guys saying that the government issued like a press statement saying that these guys actually did get probed? I didn't see that.
no, they didn't say get probed. But we've talked about this before, Jackson. Have you not heard of this? The government did admit that yes, UAPs are real. There are things in the sky that float around and fly around that are beyond our
That's
recognition
not what
and
they
understanding.
said.
But-
Well, it is what they said, but that's like an artistic interpretation of what they said. Like it could have just been like military drones that they don't know about, or other countries' drones,
Well,
or
yes.
civilian drones.
Yeah, but the point is they used to deny that even happens, and now they don't deny it anymore. That's the point.
yeah, the old excuse, like it's a meme now, like the whole weather balloon thing. But during the Cold War, whenever there was like a plane or weird ship spotted above the U.S., they'd be like, "Oh, it's a weather balloon," when in most likelihood it was some country's, you know, aircraft they were testing out or whatever.
Yeah.
The government would always just brush it off as being a weather balloon. So a lot of people, like, it's more so than just the alien stuff. Like with a lot of the UAPs, it's like they said, you know, it's another government or it's some weapons testing or what have you. But just because the government said the UAPs do exist, that has made conspiracy theorists think that it's absolutely anything other than that. That it's like I've seen people theorize about times the government has said, "Oh, this is like a new kind of plane we were testing out," and people are like, "Nah, that was an angel.
Oh yeah, I've seen
Definitely
those
wasn't
ones.
a plane.
I really want it to be aliens, man. I hate the plausible explanations like, oh, it's just whatever, fucking China or Russia testing a new hypersonic missile or whatever the hell. Like, no, please let it be aliens. I want aliens.
Let it
damn
be
it.
aliens this time.
I want us to discover alien life before I die. That's my only wish. I'll die happy.
But
if
no,
I know
it's
we weren't
not
alone
good.
in the universe.
It's not good if it's aliens because that means that the U.S. government has literally been shooting them down, right? It means we've been committing alien genocide.
As we should.
I don't give a shit.
But you are right that it's kind of like the new thing for like eggheads or brainiac types to support the idea of there being extraterrestrial life, whereas 40 years ago that was seen as like a crackhead conspiracy theory. But now you've got Elon Musk and all those people like, oh yeah, aliens are out there definitely. So there has.
I thought that was always a popular belief that aliens are out there. It's just the debated topic is if they visited us.
Yeah, what we mean is
but it used to be mostly put away by like the academia crowd. Like that, seeing aliens as being out there was put down on in official settings. But whereas now, like I said, it's kind of cool to believe in it. Like I think it was Elon Musk who was talking about the Great Filter Theory, and like all the conspiracies around that. So yeah, it's become much more mainstream as of late.
Well, you'd think statistically it would have to some degree be that aliens are out there. I mean, think of it. If the universe is as big as it is and infinitely expanding, you have infinite tries at life. You know, you got one here. Who's to say we didn't get another one 68 trillion miles away or whatever the fuck.
Well, that doesn't mean that they exist now, though. Yeah. It just means that they eventually will exist.
Or have existed.
Right.
Well, I hope it's real. I hope they're visiting us. I hope they'll forgive us for the U.S. government shooting them down and then subjecting them to MK Ultra, LSD drugs, or whatever the fuck they're doing.
Now you're thinking. That's the truth.
What if
technology?
What if a visit to Earth is just like a bender? They just come here for like the drugs and stuff. They get shut down and pumped full of like LSD and shit by the government and leave.
Dude, you should drop by Earth. They put probes in your asshole. It's awesome.
Realistically, what do you think would happen? So we're in the middle of the desert, and it's like there's like a military base nearby or whatever. And realistically, like a literal flying saucer straight out of the '60s crashes onto the Earth, and an alien comes out and he's like, like we have no idea what the fuck it's doing or saying. Do you, in a realistic scenario, no government conspiracies or any of that? Do you think they just shoot it on sight, or they actually try to like contain the fucking thing?
Well, if it's not a threat like in that moment, then I think communication should be a priority.
Well,
are you talking about
who finds it, right?
Yeah, are you talking about normal citizenry, or are you talking about the government finding them?
The government.
Let's say that the alien like locks onto Area 51, and it's like, my research shows this is where I should land. It's Area 51. And he just lands in there, and the government knows it's an alien. Do you think that they're gonna actually try to pull him in, or just fucking take him out?
They just pull out a revolver and shoot him in the head immediately? It's fucked up.
I really don't know.
He could be a threat. You never know.
Well, it's like I said, it depends. If like, an Air Force lieutenant or whatever sees it, they'll probably take it in. But if you've got like a couple Marines on patrol and like that happens in front of them, they are destroying that thing.
Oh yeah.
It just depends on who comes.
You have to remember the chain of command.
You have to remember the government. The government is equal parts evil and incompetent, so it's really a crapshoot of what the fuck's gonna happen. But that alien is not gonna be greeted with peace.
Oh, that's so sad.
Parts evil and incompetent. I like that.
Maybe we'll find a diplomatic middle ground where, like, we'll communicate, but we'll tell it to go fuck itself and get off our planet.
I like how.
Thank you for visiting.
I like
but
how
our border wall is closed to the Earth. Get out. Leave.
Come back with a visa, please.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't file the proper paperwork. Is that a jar of peanut butter? That didn't go through security. That
Take
could be
your
a
shoes
dangerous
off,
substance.
sir. Put your hands above your head and stand still.
Oh my God. The fucking TSA. That was the topic I wanted to bring up, but it just reminded me how fucking mad about it. All right, so I wanted to bring this up. I forgot to bring it up for a while, and then I remembered this story. So I went to Texas about a month ago, as you guys know.
For the wedding.
And one of my friends got stopped in security. And we had to wait an extra like 15, almost 20 minutes because he had a jar of like peanut butter in his backpack. He bought some like homemade peanut butter at a store and he wanted to bring it to eat on the plane. And they were like, oh, you can't take this on the plane. And it's like, where's the fucking line with this shit?
Oh, I can tell you.
There could
I think the line was 200 milliliters because I also got pulled aside when I was traveling in America and the TSA agent fished something out of my fucking bag. I think it was like facial cream or something. It was like, you can't bring this on board. They are annoying like that.
When I was going through the TSA in America, when I came over to America, I literally saw like an old guy in a wheelchair get pulled aside and strip searched. Well, not strip searched, but like searched. And I was like, I don't think that's a terrorist, guys. But this guy that's like unable to move unless assisted is probably not pulling any shit on this plane.
How do you know he's not faking it?
He's faking being old.
Yeah, this 90-year-old dude. He looked like a ghost.
Well, that's the one that's exactly who I would recruit into my terror organization. The one you least expect. I don't know. I'm always, whenever I'm not flying and I don't have to fly anytime soon, I'm like, this is safety theater. This is just to make us feel safe. This is a stupid waste of money. But then when I have to fly, because I'm so terrified of flying, I'm like, yeah, strip search everyone. Put your fingers in that guy's asshole. I think that breastfeeding mother over there, I think her baby is a bomb.
That's the fucking problem, man, because like there's still a ton of people who think the TSA do anything. They miss. What was the statistic? It was like ABC News. They tried to sneak shit in and like measured how well they could do it. They snuck like 90% of their contraband through and the TSA didn't even notice it.
Yeah.
Isn't that insane?
Well, no, the TSA has proven to be ineffective. They have proven to be
Yeah.
ineffective and a waste of money. It's just all.
Don't tell me that. I don't want to know this.
Well, that's the part you were talking about, like equal parts evil and incompetence. Because what always happens with this stuff is they are incredibly dumb about one thing, so they overcompensate everywhere it doesn't matter. So like, like 9/11 was what did it for him, and there were like a group of 4 guys who went to a flight school in Florida who learned how to fly a plane and then told the instructor, no, it's okay, we don't need to learn how to land. And they were given a pass.
Oh my god.
No joke, that's the hijackers. That's what the hijackers did. They learned to fly in Florida, yeah.
Another fucking great example is how long ago was the shoe bomber? You guys remember the shoe bomber who tried to bring a shoe bomb into a plane? How long ago was that? And it wasn't even successful, and now we still have to take our fucking shoes off for no reason?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
It's insane.
Like, what, did he put a bomb in his shoes that he was wearing?
I don't remember the exact details, but I know that case is the specific reason we have to take our shoes off. And it was so long ago, and nothing like that has remotely even happened since.
So where is the line, though? If that's the case, like, are we just eventually going to be, like, all sitting naked on a plane because we're not allowed to wear any clothes because we could conceal items?
This is the future they want for us. Just naked flights.
Just
but,
naked
like,
orgy
Epstein's plane was, like, the introduction for that.
Ew. This is what the aliens want.
Goal. That's the one. That's the plane the aliens want to be on. Yeah.
It was fucking 2001. I just found info on it. This happened back in 2001, and it was a guy wearing shoes that had explosives in there.
I thought you meant 9/11. I was like, no shit, it happened in 2001.
Yeah, well, it actually happened after 9/11. That's another thing too. That's another fucking thing. So this happened in December of 2001. So like 3 months after 9/11, and with all the incredible paranoia and increased security and TSA measures, he still got on the plane with his shoe bomb.
Yep.
Still did.
Yep.
Wait,
so he didn't blow up the plane, obviously, because we would have been talking about it. But he got subdued by other passengers, and then they landed, and like he was arrested and all this shit. But it's like, even with all the increased TSA security stuff, he still got the fucking bomb on the plane. And now, to this day, 21 years later, we still have to take our fucking shoes off, even though that man specifically proved that the TSA doesn't do anything.
So Andrew,
God damn it!
What was there a guy that like actually did smuggle in a peanut butter bomb? Like, why is peanut butter on
the old peanut butter
list?
bombing of 2006. That's right, Jackson. I remember it.
It just exploded, splattering peanut butter everywhere. It was a mess to clean up.
What
That's
even
why they
is the
stopped it.
excuse?
It's just so stupid.
I think I remember they tell us like you can't take liquids and stuff like peanut butter past the to the
Yeah, that's
gates
just a
and
customs
shit
thing.
because
That's usually a customs thing.
is it? I thought it's like so you can't like mix chemicals together to make something explosive on board. But I always knew, yeah, this is just you're making me throw away my water, so I have to buy a $6 bottle of water, don't you? That's your grift.
Dude, imagine if like you sat down like in the plane and the guy next to you just breaks out like a junior chemistry set and starts making a bomb out of peanut butter.
Also those science goggles.
Dude, we live in such a goddamn, such a fucking different time. Like, can you imagine the era back when you could just openly smoke on planes?
Yeah.
Just fill them with fucking tobacco smoke and not care.
I watched Die Hard the other day. And
oh yeah,
in the opening of that movie, he's on a plane and he stands up and he has his gun on and he's like, and the guy looks at him, he's like, "Oh, I'm a cop," and just walks off. I'm like,
he has his fucking gun on, and it's okay.
You used to be able
and
to walk
sequel,
on the plane.
That's the other thing. Well, he was a good guy. He was one of the good
in
guys.
Die Hard 2, in the fucking sequel, his wife is trapped on an airplane, and you want to know how she communicates with them down on the ground? She uses the fucking plane phone. It just calls down there. They just call things. You can use a cell phone and a fucking phone on a plane. Isn't that insane? Even though it's been proven in nearly every test that the radio frequencies that phones and laptops makes do not interfere with plane equipment in any way.
That still baffles me to this
insane.
day. Like, put all your devices in flight mode, except you can still use your tablets. It's like, wait, why? Like, what difference does it make? Why do I have to put my fucking watch in flight mode?
I know it doesn't make sense, but
it makes no fucking
my
sense.
fear of like planes crashing and shit, I still get annoyed when I see people on their phones during that aspect.
I am me too.
Motherfuckers.
I know.
So you're not a team
it's
player.
It's just so weird though. It's like I get being abundantly cautious, and they want you to turn like your cell phone signal off. Like, okay, I guess you're communicating with the tower, whatever. But how the fuck are my wireless Bluetooth headphones that are only connecting to my Switch or my phone gonna crash the plane?
How are my wireless headphones, which sometimes even randomly disconnect from my fucking phone, which is right next to them, gonna interfere with like $1 million flight equipment? It's stupid. But also, so Wendigoon, you reminded me with the gun thing. So you guys know what an air marshal is, right? The guys who basically
it's like a sheriff.
Right, he's basically
They're the police
like
of the skies.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's a sheriff that can fly. Yeah.
There's security, and they dress in civilian clothing. And on every flight, I think that you're supposed to have at least one or two, I think, depending, I guess, on the size of the plane. And they just blend into
the entire plane is
citizenry.
just air sheriffs. It's just all every seat is occupied.
Anyway, so
By
after
air
I came
marshal.
back from my trip, I did a lot of research on flying and shit because I was like relaxed. So I just looked up a bunch of crashes and documentaries and shit. Did you guys
I
know
do that
that
all the
air
time,
marshals
too.
apparently have a ton of controversy and are extremely incompetent to the point that like a lot of them are just straight up alcoholics? Because
Well,
all
they're
they
just
do
police,
is
right?
They're just
Absolutely.
like cops.
They're just police.
Just like cops.
So
Yeah.
I've got a buddy who is a pilot for JetBlue, and there's a certification course that pilots can go through so that they can carry their gun on a plane. Because they view it as, well, if the pilot's armed, that's probably not a bad idea. So he went through the course where, like, the training's like they teach you to sit down in a chair and point the gun behind you, like, down the aisle and stuff like that.
Just fire randomly into the aisles.
I don't think it's random, but
just take a shot. Just make sure. That guy going to the bathroom, you never know.
The protocol is, if there's any problem, execute everyone on the plane.
No survivors, no witnesses. And they crash the plane immediately.
What is
If you
it,
don't know who
Bane?
the
Like, no
terrorist is,
survivors.
if you don't know who the terrorist is, just start an order. You'll hit him eventually.
That's the
fine.
real reason that the door seals to the cockpit, so they can just gas the entire rest of the plane.
Dude, they got a particularly rowdy flight. This cabin's lost. Push the button. We'll get a new one when we land.
Hey,
ejects the
just
ball.
so you guys at the tower know, the whole crew's like terrorist or something. Anyway.
But yeah, anyway, apparently the... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, while he was taking that training course, air marshals were teaching it, and listening to the doctrine they teach is the most laughably wrong stuff I've ever heard. One of the air marshals suggested that it's if the pilots want to, they should carry their gun with the slide lock back. So like the slide always sticking backwards, and then if they need it, to pull it out and then snap the slide forward and shoot, which is one of the dumbest boomer ideas I've ever heard.
Why? That just sounds like a stupid safety.
That's the idea. That they're like, this keeps the gun. They say it keeps the gun safe, which
just use
for
the
one,
safety.
no, it doesn't. Yeah,
it's called the safety.
Either use the safety, don't rack it. The worst thing you want is the firing pin and slide locked back, ready to go at a moment's notice, making the gun way longer than it has to be. But
to make it as safe as possible,
like
they should hide each bullet around the cabin, and then they have to go on like an Easter egg hunt for You have to find the bullet before you're able to use it.
I did not know that pilots are allowed to carry guns, but I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, they have to go through a course. I think my buddy said it was like 5 classes or something.
Is there a limit on what they're able to carry, or can they like dual wield and shit? Can they like a Uzi, like a full on
like an
MG?
AK-47?
And I know guys who as a half joke carry like AR pistols and stuff as their concealed carry. So I wonder if they would say anything, like, because you're a pilot, you're allowed to carry your handgun, and then you just pull out a Draco from your pants and like set that down on the check-in. Like, yeah, this is coming with me. Don't worry about it.
I wonder what would it maybe help if we like just deputized all the flight crew in the same way? All the hostesses and shit are strapped.
Imagine like that little flight attendant while she's giving the introduction has like an AR across her back.
Yeah.
I bet you there'd be way fewer like drunken passengers just yelling at the flight crew if they just pulled out their guns every time and just pointed at the fucking belligerent fuck.
It should be like Oprah, like there's a gun under everyone's seat. So everyone's ready to go.
like fucking battle royale, they just get random weapons.
Random weapons. While she's doing the whole talk, it's like in the event of a terrorist attack, along with the oxygen masks, a gun will drop into your lap. Accuracy is advised.
We need to institute Operation Eagle Free into more institutes of America. We just need to add guns to everything we do. Everyone would be safe.
There are now more guns in the U.S. than there are people. So I feel
fuck yes,
yeah,
that's been true for a while.
You need at least 2. You need a gun and a backup gun, just in case.
And then you need a backup gun for that backup gun, because you never know when you'll have a problem. Yeah. And then might as well carry 4 while you're at it.
And then you need a gun for when you're transferring between guns, because you don't ever want to not have a gun. Like you got your living room gun, you got your bedroom gun, but what about when you're moving from the living room to the bedroom? You're going to need a gun to escort you.
You need a gun to shoot open the gun safe, to then pick up the gun.
You use a gun to shoot the lock off another gun.
Then you're good to go.
That's pretty good.
I've heard like most people in America, even if they don't like guns, they still own a gun for protection, because they need to in a world where everyone has a gun.
God bless America.
That is the one thing I like about Australia, is that we had one mass shooting in the late 90s, and then the government just bought every single gun and said no more, and now we don't have guns.
Wonderful. From the Australian, our government disarmed us.
Well, it's been fine so far.
That's historically always a great idea.
All we have to worry about is the koalas and spiders, apparently. So we're doing pretty good.
Jackson, we in the Constitution have protection from the idea of the government kicking down our homes and taking everything from us.
You voted for them.
Which they're known to do.
Idiots.
Yeah, I'm glad they never do that. I'm glad that they definitely don't usurp their authority. Or they definitely don't take stuff
randomly swat you and shoot your dog.
Yeah, I'm glad that's never happened.
Thanks to the Constitution, as you know, and this happens all the time. There's a legal precedent. If a cop enters my house with a warrant or anything, but thanks to the Constitution, I can shoot him dead, and I'm fine. Nothing happens. I'm legally protected thanks to my right to bear arms. That's what it means. That's how it works.
Yep, that's what it means. You
yeah.
can execute with extreme prejudice. No complications.
As long as you're in your
This has
house, you
never
can
been
just
a
shoot
problem
anyone
ever.
from out the window. You're just like taking blind shots at people walking by.
Hey, castle doctrine, man. He was coming into my home.
Shoot the paper boy off his
I have
bike.
the right to kill him and end his fucking life.
Yeah, officer, he was coming into my house from his porch on the other side of the street. I just...
You see, yeah,
I'm pretty
you see that
sure
guy
he was
minding
coming
his own
over here.
business? You see the guy across the street in his home watching television? He was thinking about coming into my home.
He looked at me.
God, I had my sniper rifle set up.
That's your legal
Stand
defense.
your
He
ground
looked
state.
at me.
Sure, it's happened before.
I do find it a good thing though, because you can't, like, there are cases, I forget, but there was a recent one where the cops basically fucked up the invasion of the house. Essentially, they didn't announce themselves as the police when they were breaking in to arrest someone, and the guy fired back and, like, I think killed one of the cops. So now he's in court defending himself, because legally he's allowed to do that, because he had no idea
Well, if
that
they
it
didn't
was a
announce
cop.
themselves, yeah, that was...
Yeah.
Well, that's that's like the new hot issue topic in a lot of states is the whole red flag laws.
No knock.
Yeah, the whole no knock raids and all that, because like the whole red flag thing is if someone is viewed as being a dangerous individual, in some states the police are allowed to then enter the house without quote unquote giving themselves away. But what that does in practice is people can enter the home and just shoot someone, and if the guy tries to defend himself, well, they shot a cop, and it
that's pretty
has
fucked.
become a big issue.
That's
pretty
fucking
not
retarded.
good.
So they're just like execution squads then. That's obviously not going to go well if you storm into someone's house randomly. Well, from the people that live in the house perspective, it's random. And then like you're not alerting them of anything. They're going to put up a fight.
Yeah.
That's why whenever I'm home, instead of a door lock, I have a counterweight mounted to a shotgun.
That's the dumbest thing.
You can never be too careful.
In most jurisdictions, not just America, like around the world, you're not allowed to booby trap your own house, and I hate it. It's like such a dumb thing.
Wait, why aren't you allowed to? Surely you are.
So
no, you're not.
I think the
because
rule is
at least. No, you're not. And the excuse is like, well, what if you have like a heart attack and EMTs have to break the door in to get to you?
Yeah,
and then, they're not
True.
supposed to get shot in the
They
face
get
with like
shot.
a Wile E. Coyote contraption of an axe just coming at
Yeah, they slip over on grease on the floor and shit. They did a little cartoon
I think
running animation.
one of the precedents that's set for that was there was a hoarder who like died, and their house was just covered in shit, like newspapers and books and all sorts of garbage. And their sibling or relative or whatever tried to go help them while they were dying and sick or injured or whatever, and they just got crushed by a stack of debris and died too.
well, that's not really
brutal,
intentional,
my
but
word.
oh.
Technically, the entire house was a booby trap at that point.
Yeah. If it's hoarders are the worst.
I think,
dude, I think about that so often, man. I've been living lately trying to be more minimalistic. Like, I clean out my fucking closet and spare stuff like once a month
hoarders.
just to get rid of shit.
I hate it.
I can't imagine just living with junk, just shit you don't even remember you have that takes up your entire living space.
A literal
Fucked
junk
up.
too, just like every single God, Hoarders in principle sounds like a funny show to watch, right? But whenever I try, I just get sad because every single fucking episode, I swear to God, they lift the box up and underneath is just a petrified kitten. Every time.
Yep.
I can't watch this. And then, like, the hoarder lady will every single time be like, "Oh, Mittens, I thought, we lost her like 2 years ago and never saw her again."
What a special day. She finally found
Hooray! We found her.
I think the rule, if I recall correctly, about booby traps is that you can booby trap your house as long as it is reasonably not with lethal intent.
So you can do the Home Alone shit.
You can, to a degree. So, like, for example, you can put up electric fences around your house, right? And like that's legal because that's reasonably not lethal. You cannot put up landmines around your house.
Oh, fucking government!
Yeah.
I know, right? Infringing once again. But I think because technically, if you go along the whole booby trap thing, then legally, home security systems could be seen as within that. So I think as long as it's like non-lethal, you're good to go. So you can set up like a pepper spray gun or something.
Ooh,
like that.
yeah. Yeah, like non-lethals. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. What about a taser
Just a
then?
bunch of. Yeah, you could do a taser. You could do a bunch of flashbangs.
Now, how do we legally set the distinction for lethal and non-lethal? For example, if I had I have a staircase, let's say, and I put a bunch of marbles in front of it,
that's what I'm
would that be lethal? Because a bad fall down the stairs can fucking kill you.
Honestly, I think that would depend on the jury. If you can convince the jury that the marbles were there for purely altruistic purposes.
Yeah, see, because I could argue the marbles aren't lethal, and like the stairs aren't lethal.
The stairs part of the house.
I bet you could win that.
Yeah, it's part of the house.
I
Yeah.
bet you could win that case. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Like, well, okay, so if it's part of the house, then how far does that go? It's like, officer, that's just where I mount my shotgun. You know? So it's and is the string lethal? That's what I thought.
I like to keep it with a string attached to the trigger, Your Honor.
Yeah, it keeps me on my toes. I enjoy mounting my gun, facing my door at a 3 o'clock angle, locked and loaded, as any grown American would.
Look, officer, I'm a French historian, and that's just where I put my replica guillotine. It's just, it looks best there. It frames the door really well. Come on.
Officer, you don't understand. I'm a Revolutionary War historian. I just like putting my cannon in the kitchen facing the back door. That's just where it goes.
Of course I need it loaded, officer. Where else am I going to store the cannonball? God.
And my gunpowder.
My gunpowder, yeah.
Now, I understand that him opening the door set off a striker match, but is a match lethal? That's what I thought.
I would love to see the news article one day where someone takes this too far and you just see the entire front half of their house blown out.
Nothing we've said is too
Absolutely
far at all.
gone.
Someone's still gonna have to come up with the too far
It is
element.
like, it's not super common, but you do hear about meth houses blowing up a lot around here.
Oh well, yeah, because of the chemical work, right?
Right, yeah. So, like, if you combine it wrong, it just explodes. So, like, there will be imagine just a trailer park, and all of a sudden, one of the houses explode.
Yeah, we got to stop giving those responsibilities to crackheads. They don't know what they're doing.
Responsibilities, like it's a humanitarian issue.
We should give them some.
We should leave that kind of work to like Gus Fring and the likes of him. Neat and clean in a super lab.
Yeah.
We should give those responsibilities to a more regulated party. I think the police should handle cooking and distributing meth.
Right.
They do a better job.
I think police should start a meth lab.
Why not, man? They're underfunded, aren't they?
How else are they
Yeah,
money?
let them earn their money there with a good, honest day's work. That's
They
how
sell
they'll
their
raise
crack
their
and then
money.
they arrest the people that buy it immediately. Wait, that's entrapment.
Like,
They
oh
do
wait,
that.
that already happens.
Yeah.
Oops. we invented police again. Oh no. It's just normal police with extra steps.
If the entire police force unanimously all across America just decided, all right, we're going to cook and sell meth just out in the open, what are we going to do? Who's going to arrest them? Who's going to stop them? They got guns and shit.
We need a new police above the police. Why don't we have anything like that? The police that police the police.
Yeah, why don't we have an army?
Is that what the...
Man, we invented it again. Dang. There we go.
All right,
again.
so hang on. Let's escalate it. What if the U.S. Army, the entire U.S. military, every branch, the Marines, the Navy, everything, they just collectively said, look, being the world's most superpower military, it's pretty good, it works, but we want like some spending cash.
Yeah.
We are going to make and sell crystal meth just out in the open, like no conspiracies, no back alley government, no like, oh, maybe they did, maybe they didn't. They straight up announce on television, join the army, you'll make crystal meth.
The meth arm of the
them?
military, yeah.
Well,
Who's gonna stop them?
Minus the meth, you kind of just described the Federal Reserve.
Basically, yeah.
And I guess as the same with that, no one's going to stop them. They're just going to do it.
You can't fucking stop it.
We're like,
if we really wanted to fuck over the world, we could do it so easily. No one's going to
very
stop
handily,
us.
yes.
Yeah.
It's like, hey guys, can you quit, making meth like at my son's preschool? It's like, go ahead, call us. What are we going to do? Call your elected officials, see if they'll change it.
Yeah, go ahead and vote. In
Go
about
ahead and
6
vote,
months,
loser.
In about 6 months, you'll maybe get a bill passed, but by then I'll have made 12 tons of crystal meth.
Go ahead. Maybe a different guy will sell meth to your children. See how that goes for you.
I wonder how many
it
there are,
hurts.
like, do you guys think there's a bunch of amateur chemists who just make little amounts of meth just for their personal use?
No, there's no such thing as a little amount of meth to a meth addict.
Yeah, that's relevant. That's pretty relevant.
That's true, I guess. I don't know, like, I mean, people do brew their own beer at home sometimes, right? As a hobby.
That's completely different.
It's
so
a little
completely
easier to
different.
control your alcohol than your meth.
That's like a hobby. Cooking meth is not a hobby.
I just do.
Well, hang on, Jackson. You're really underselling meth addicts.
How do you make meth?
Let's describe in intricate detail on the podcast how you make meth.
Yeah, this is the new hit topic.
All right, so
First,
you need some carboxylic acid. Go ahead and get some.
Yeah,
meth
you need an
now.
RV. You drive it out into the desert. You need a sidekick from high school.
Yeah, I've seen Breaking Bad. You need some Sudafed.
You need some Sudafed. Yeah, you need. You need some. I think they use copper most of the time as a means of like conducting the crystal structure and stuff like that. So yeah, we can do it.
We have a smart person on the show.
As
I have
a
no
joke
idea what
in
any of that
Minecraft.
means.
Like whenever I was in, when I took organic chemistry, like my professor would always talk about meth, and I think what it is because like he knows
He's
how
a
much
meth
money.
head?
No. It's like it's the same Walter White thing. Like he knows how much money he could make selling it. So every lab he'd be like, yeah, if you just like took that bottle there and put it in there, you'd have meth. Anyway, back to the
You could live my dreams.
Do you think he's just like sullenly daydreaming, like you guys are doing a little worksheet, and he's looking out the window and he's like, I could be selling meth.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. I remember one time he got mad at us in class because like everyone did bad on the test, and I remember he went, "I could be selling meth right now, but no, I'm here."
That man is one cancer diagnosis away from actually doing it.
Yeah,
he sounds like a cool professor.
He was fantastic. I loved him. He talked about like that kind of stuff all the time. He showed us how to make meth in lab one time, and he was like, "Now, if I mix these two together, that would do it. I'm not going to do it, but if I wanted to, I will." Like,
did you go to school in a back alley?
That's just a crack den.
It's like he's testing his own limits though. He's like progressing each day to a new high. Like he's eventually going to do it. He's eventually going to do it.
The next week he brings in slideshows of 9/11 and he's like, "Today this is what we're learning, class."
His addiction was almost making meth. Like that was his high. Like looking at the two beakers next to each other and sweating. Like that's what he was into.
See, don't you think that guy at least one time just for shits and giggles did it and then just tried it out? Maybe just once in private.
I think so.
Everyone makes a little meth every day.
And at that point, you got to do it, right? You got to smoke. You got to get rid of the evidence. So you got to smoke it or whatever the fuck you do with meth.
And you have to test it to make sure you did it right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like you can't. You don't know.
And then you need to prove that you
high.
can do it again. So then you do it again, and you make more meth.
And then at that point,
formula.
Yeah.
Right, and at that point you've already committed 2 felonies, and like you have 0 money to show for it, so now you have to profit off of it, so you make a third batch.
Well, it's not cheap to make meth,
Right.
of course. So
Exactly,
you're in the
gotta,
hole
like,
Oh,
at the
get a
moment.
return
So
on investment. Yeah.
maybe you go
Right,
outside.
You have to
and
make
now you've
back
got-
your investment.
Yeah.
And now you've got clientele, you know,
And
that's
they-
more, and you can't let them down. So
They know where you live as well, so there's a bit of danger there because you've made a clientele out of crackheads with knives and shit. I
and
assume.
now your family's been kidnapped by the cartel, so you have to make more to like satisfy those guys.
Meth is a business, same as any other.
This is just
like, hey, what's the
As you're
stock price
making
on
the
meth?
5th batch to save your family from the cartel, you're like, and I tell you what, the capital isn't just what it used to be in this country.
This business has a lot of overhead. God. I would
He's
have
talking to
invested
his
if I
wife
knew.
in bed like, oh, honey, all this red tape from the government is really killing my business. It's so stupid. We need to deregulate everything.
At least his 401k is pretty good, I assume.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you guys think meth
I miss
or
meth.
drugs like that will ever be legal?
No. Not unless an actual
we
meth
used
head
to
gets
say the same thing
elected.
about weed.
I imagine an idealistic future where we can take, say, cocaine and synthesize like the addictive properties out of it, so cocaine just becomes something fun to do.
Oh, that would actually be
so
so cool.
nice. That would be
Yeah.
amazing. Why is no one working on that?
I'd love
Fucking
that.
Marlboro and all the companies, they need to get on like
Well, they want it to be addictive.
addictifying drugs.
No,
that's true.
Those
That's a good
companies
point.
want it to be addictive.
Yeah.
That's
No,
actually a really
wanna
good point. I
I want to
forgot
go.
about that.
I want to go to the Family Fun Center. And it's like, all right, Jimmy, you go on the go-karts, and Susan, you and your mom, you can go play the basketball game, and I'm going to go to the concession stand and buy some cocaine. Like, I imagine a world where recreational drugs are just, we've figured it out. We've gotten rid of the health effects and the addiction and all the problems with it, and they're just something you do. You just, yeah, I think I'll do some cocaine today. That sounds fun.
Well,
just a fun thing to do.
You can work towards this future, Andrew. All you need to do is find the most, I don't know, like presentable crackhead in your nearest vicinity and convince him to run for office, I guess.
I'll be looking for a while. I live in Florida.
You're just talking about now libertarians now. Like, you know how they have their conferences every once in a while, and it's like somebody will ask one of the candidates, so should it be legal to sell 4-year-old heroin? And he'll say no, and then the audience boos him.
Not a true libertarian.
What a monster.
Yeah, I tell you what, like cocaine at your, school concession stand would make your daughter's kindergarten graduation way more enjoyable.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
All the dads would just out of their mind.
I wish drugs were a switch, man. Like, if I could turn drugs off and on, I would do them way more often. I hate the fact I used to smoke weed all the time. I loved it. Like, I'd do it every day, not every day, but most days after I got home
You're
from
a big
work.
stoner.
And just hang out and relax. No, yeah, I think I straddled the line of being a stoner. I don't think it was that bad, but probably 3-4 times a week I'd smoke some weed. And so the biggest problem that I had with it overall was you just couldn't turn it off. If you got high, you were high for the next God knows how many hours. So after the hour or two where I got I got my fun, I'd get high, I'd watch a movie, and I'd be like, okay, that was fun. I was high. I watched that movie. That was great. I don't want to be high anymore. But too bad. You got to just ride it out. If they invented a switch, a kill switch, where it's like you'll be high for an hour and then you can turn it off, I'd do that shit every day.
Well,
every single day.
Well, there you go.
Awesome.
Your kill switch is just other drugs.
Oh,
yeah, there you go.
Oh, yeah.
That's what meth is for.
There you go. That's it. Meth is the clear all. It's like hitting Control Alt Z on whatever you just took. So yeah.
Hey, Doug told us about that. Remember where he would just get drunk, but he didn't want to fall asleep, so he'd do meth.
What kind of what? No, that's some guy. He's like, man, I'm getting kind of tired. Better take some crystal. What the heck?
Apparently, it was cocaine. People saying it was
it
cocaine.
cocaine? I don't remember anymore.
Was it? Well, is it meth
Cocaine
that
is
truckers
more.
use?
Wait, cocaine is more like I don't know. It's nicer than meth. Meth is like a scary drug in my mind.
Isn't meth just
dangerous.
like white trash heroin? I don't know my drugs. I'm not like a drug.
Yeah,
I
neither.
don't know.
So
I'm straight edge.
Well, yeah, Wendigoon, you have experience. Tell us.
You're a drug dealer or something, right?
So if I had to tier them from worst to like least effective, heroin's the worst by far. Meth is like middle, and then cocaine's the least out of those three.
What are you judging that of, sorry?
On like how bad the effects are on your body,
right.
or like how addictive long term. So like cocaine is derived from like plants, and like pure cocaine will like get you high, and it's kind of just like a really strong Adderall. It's like a stimulant that keeps your mind going. But you come down off of it decently hard, not as hard as some other drugs. Like the poor version that they make to try to get the effects of cocaine is crack. So crack or crack cocaine is like a chemically synthetic version that causes way worse effects on your body. Meth is like, well, meth used to be over the counter in small doses. Like, it's again a stimulant. However, meth is like so strong whenever people take it that it like sends them to the clouds and then they come down really hard. And normally the reason meth is really bad for you is because like the way it's made in trailers, it has so many other weird chemicals and properties in it.
True.
That's where people get like scabs on their arms and their eyes sink in and stuff like that. Because it's not pure at all.
It's how it's how it's formulated.
Exactly. Yeah. But the thing is, with like cocaine and meth, you can snort cocaine and meth because they are like getting that direct line. You get a like strong hit of it, but it won't kill you. Heroin is so strong that if I recall correctly, like something like 95% of people who try to snort heroin immediately have an aneurysm.
Oh God!
Like, yeah, heroin is the worst. Like you hear black tar heroin as being like the worst drug ever. That's because like if heroin is produced wrong, it is like a tarry substance you're shooting into your body, and the only way you can really take it is through injection, and that just like it erases your brain for a small amount of time, and then you're immediately hooked and like stuck on it.
That's
so
what
you
it
don't
does.
feel like
So wait, can you explain what the effects of heroin is?
And where to get it?
Yeah. How much? How much are you offering?
So like, again, this is all from like testimony of people, and different people have different accounts.
Yeah,
right, sure.
Yeah, we definitely not. Yeah, heroin, to my understanding, is like it's not like a hallucinogenic where it sends you to like a different place or you start hallucinating. It just like completely removes sensory effects from your body and makes you experience all these weird feelings and sensations for hours. And then whenever you come out of that high, it feels like you're dying, like you're just sick and weak all over, which is like normally whenever you hear someone's hooked on a drug like that, it's not like, oh, I can't wait to get high again. It's, oh, I want to stop feeling like death. Yeah, I need it. And heroin can do that to you after one time. Just make you absolutely dependent on it.
How long does that feeling last for?
Usually like anywhere from probably like 12 hours, an entire day about. And then when you come out of it, you're miserable. Because I know most people who do it, like they'll do the heroin and then they'll do it late at night and then wake up the next day feeling awful. So it's like a very
Is that why people who do it often slip into like heroin comas where it looks like they're just dead or completely unresponsive and then they'll just snap out of it?
Yeah. Like you can be in there for a long amount of time.
You are an incredibly like knowledgeable man. I think you've had something intelligent to say about every single thing we've thrown about you this episode.
Yeah, I like it.
I'm just a weird person. I don't mean to know stuff about heroin.
Yeah,
but it just intrigues
me. strangely, look at the pattern of topics he's been really knowledgeable on: hardcore drugs, booby trapping your home, terrorism on airplanes.
Aliens.
This is worrying.
Yeah. All right, I gotta go. So
yeah, he's got a flight to catch.
I got a flight to catch for my heroin. Actually, you've seen Pulp Fiction, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
In the movie, the reason Uma Thurman's character almost dies is because she pulls heroin out of Vince Vega's coat, and she thinks it's cocaine, so she snorts it, and that's why she almost dies. Because you can't snort heroin, or else that happens. But yeah, heroin's the big bad no.
But aren't they really different substances like physically? Like is heroin a powder like that?
I think you can get it different ways. I'm pretty sure. Again, I'm like not super knowledgeable on this. I think heroin comes in like small crystals, kind of like meth, and you're supposed to melt it down. That's where you see people like lighting a spoon. Yeah, so you take it from its crystal form, you melt it, then you suck it up in a needle and shoot it.
Okay.
So that's...
I'm taking notes.
Yeah,
that's helpful.
Yeah, anytime. But like meth, you can smoke. or you can snort it, but heroin you pretty much have to shoot. I don't think you can smoke heroin.
You would be the absolute worst dare officer I've ever seen.
So this is exactly how you do it.
Yeah. Anyway, don't do anything I just said, kids. But
don't do any drugs in Korea, but it gets you super high.
Don't do any drugs, but you will be a different person for 12 hours. It's insane.
You'll be so cool.
You'll be the coolest.
Man,
kid
I
on
miss the
block.
simpler days of like the 1800s when it was like, you got a headache? How about some cocaine?
Yeah, unironically.
Go back.
Like I saw old cough syrup from the 20s, and the ingredients on the side were cocaine, like methadone,
morphine, right?
and alcohol. Like,
Nice.
Just take coke and meth, and you'll be fine.
I wish we still had that.
Cola, just straight up.
Yeah, they did, didn't they?
It sucks that we were born after those times.
That's where
That's why it's called Coke.
It's
Yeah.
Coca-Cola, and coca, the derivative is it comes from the plant that makes cocaine.
Yep. Yeah, it's like an opium plant.
Fucking German soldiers in World War II were given methamphetamine as part of their little
Rewards.
kit for fighting war to keep them awake and alert.
So that's actually where like the whole Blitzkrieg formula of war comes in for the Germans.
Because they were just high?
Yeah, so Blitzkrieg means lightning warfare. And the reason they were able to push into Russia so fast, like they moved from the coast all the way to or the border of Russia all the way to Stalingrad in like under a year, was because they would fight in 48-hour cycles. So you would have one division that would like fight for a day, and then when they were tired, they would straight up do meth. They would have little methamphetamine capsules. They would fight another 24 hours, and then the group that was behind them would leapfrog, and they would keep doing that cycle over and over, and that's how they pushed halfway through Russia in under a year. Because they just never quit moving, never stopped. Your troops don't run out of sustainment whenever you're able to cycle through them like that. But yeah, they just did meth. That's how the Blitzkrieg worked.
They were nuts.
I think they did this something similar with the Japanese pilots. Just they would shoot them up with fucking drugs and tell them to just kamikaze boats. Because when you're that high, you just don't give a fuck anymore.
It seems to me with all its practical uses, we need to bring back like over-the-counter meth and cocaine and all that.
Yeah, I'd be okay.
I think you're right.
You can do.
I suppose that is the conclusion that we're coming to from this discussion.
Hang on. Hear me out. Hear me out. Caffeine is a stimulant, right? It is no debate a stimulant, a fucking drug that changes your brain chemistry, your body chemistry, amps you up, gives you focus, whatever. So why don't we just go like, hey, here's a more powerful stimulant called cocaine. What's the problem? Maybe you need a prescription. Maybe you need to be over 18. I don't know, but put it back on store shelves.
Maybe you need to prove you can handle it.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
essentially what Adderall is.
True.
It's the same. It's not near as strong, of course, like per size, but it is a stimulant that's derived like the same chemical process in the body, which is the reason people will find out they have ADHD in college because they'll do cocaine and be like, "Oh, this is cool." I'm like, "I feel fine." That's how people figure out they have an issue.
I did my homework today.
You imagine being the person who does cocaine, and as soon as you realize you're okay, it's just, oh no. Oh, God. Don't tell me.
So that's what that is.
You take a hit and you're like, dang it. This is what it's like. Yeah, I remember there was someone, I think it was on 4chan, they posted, they're like, I did coke at a party last night and finished like 3 essays that were due. It feels pretty cool. And they were like, yeah, maybe talk to your doctor about that.
See, we need to bring it back. It's got to be on store shelves, man. It's just got to be available.
I think that's going to be the next frontier after weed is legal everywhere.
I do think cocaine will be the next thing after, because it's the same arguments as weed. It's like, it's a plant. Once
Bitcoin and cryptos finally take over the world economy, which they're of course going to do, we need to say, look, we were already buying drugs with them anyway. Just put the drugs on the market. It'll be fine.
I mean, you have to make the tax argument if you want politicians to legalize all this shit. It's like, hey, you don't want the cartels to make all the profit, do you? That just like good old American businesses sell this shit instead.
I mean, that's actually really strong evidence. Fucking weed gets legalized in Colorado, and they just see a huge fucking spike in revenue because of all the tax on it.
Never forget, the war on drugs was not about like saving people from overdosing on shit. It was all about money. The American government was actually just fucking butthurt that the cartel was making all the profit off of like drugging their citizens. That's all it was about.
Which is the reason that the CIA started to funnel cocaine over the Mexican border, and like is like that. I think that was in the 70s when they sent something like, it was over like 20,000 pounds, an absurd amount of cocaine to Mexico, and then they just started profiting off of it. If anyone messed with them, they could just bust them for it. Essentially a really big mafia. So they did the same, like, you know, they criminalize some drugs until the profitability has ended, and then they'll legalize it, and that's just going to continue. They did the same thing with prohibition. With alcohol and whatever. So it's a money making empire.
Why did prohibition happen? Because I thought alcohol was always profitable.
So prohibition started with a lot of So after the Civil War, America had a cultural reset because, you know, the country had just been at war with half of the people that were now a part of the country again. So, like, industry had to completely reset, culture reset, and all that. And there were a bunch of movements, like, that's when progressivism started. So there were arguments for, like, you know, women's rights to vote and, you know, the rights of, like, the Electoral College and stuff like that, where they started to redo that. Yeah. They started to redo the idea of the Electoral Colleges to be more representative of the number of people in a state. And there was more, again, progressive pushes for progressivism. So one of the pushes that came during that time was an end of, like, people just wanted to get rid of violence in general. Like, it was after World War I, and they decided that crime bad. And a lot of people saw the reason crime existing as alcoholism. So you'll see a bunch of old pictures of protests that say, like, we want bars out of our town to get rid of violence. And in, you know, as we established, like we made the joke with 9/11 and the shoe bomber earlier, like there's a problem, so they address it in the wrong way. They did not decide to address American violence with, you know, social issues or, you know, not understanding mental disorders and stuff like that. They're just like, oh, the alcohol, we'll ban it. So they thought that was a solution, which made the problem 100 times worse because now the only way to get alcohol was through bootlegging. So you opened up an entirely new market of crime, and that's when the mafia came to the United States and began to take over distribution of that stuff. That's whenever bootlegging lines were ran all the way from Florida to Canada. So they made the underground crime syndicate of the U.S. 100-fold what it was. True. And then whenever they decided they could tax it if they brought it back, they got rid of prohibition.
When prohibition like ended, is that when the mafia and such lost their power?
So kind of. Whenever prohibition ended, they just went into different facilities, and like once prohibition ended, they started to work underhanded in business and stuff like that. Like, it didn't really end, the mafia's reign of terror, whatever you want to call it, until like the 60s or 70s. My grandfather knew Jimmy Hoffa, and like the mafia was still a very powerful thing at that time. I mean, this is kind of known by modern standards. But whenever the unions began to start, the mafia was running to oppose those. The mafia was working for businesses to shut up people who were going to snitch about businesses. They still operated and laundered money. They just weren't as profitable, I'd say, as they were during Prohibition. Like like the number one people who were mad that Prohibition ended were the crime organizations, because now they couldn't make money off of selling it illicitly. Yeah,
so. Well, that's why I was asking. I was just curious if it sounds like it would have the same effect on the cartels if like a lot of drugs were made legal. They would lose their money.
Also, as just like process. With the cartels and legalizing weed, like I think during Prohibition, that was also when liquor became much more popular of an alcohol form to drink, because you get You know, if you have to smuggle shit, you might as well smuggle liquor instead of beer and get more bang for your buck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's almost as if you take something that people love and really want and buy and sell and trade and enjoy, and then you make it illegal, they're going to find ways to get it anyway.
Man, that's
they're going to
crazy.
make video games
What?
illegal.
Weird.
Dude, I think you cracked the code. We have to tell someone.
But when you make something illegal, it goes away. That doesn't make sense. Come on.
No, they can't be doing that. They're not supposed to. That's not happening.
That's against the law. You're right. It's against the fucking law.
They're breaking the law.
If you out there are an alcohol bootlegger and you're smuggling alcohol, that's against the law.
Mm-hmm.
Stop it. PSA.
Where I'm from, like Appalachia, my family's from Appalachia. A lot of my grandfathers and great grandfathers were a part of that, the whole bootlegging process, and it would normally be entire towns would be in on it. Like the little old Mabel who runs the country store would like store it in the back and then hand it off to people who would deliver it up north. So like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna arrest an entire city? Because they're not supposed to be making moonshine in their bathroom? Like, come on.
Turn it into a prison city. Wall them in.
Just encircle them with walls, yeah.
Yeah. Just build giant walls.
Just throw the
Put
walls
a fucking
up.
big dome on it like that television show. So they can't get out.
I like that. I like the good old human instinct and spirit of just like telling the government, whatever, I'm still gonna do it.
Well, it sounds like it brought a lot of people together, and if it weren't for the mafia capitalizing on it, it might have been a wholesome experience.
Maybe the
Just a
real
family
bootlegging
business.
was the real bootlegging was the friends we made along the way.
Yeah, I think so.
Well,
It sounds like Mabel had a
that
good
whole
time.
thing? Isn't that whole thing in bootlegging also how we got NASCAR?
Yes.
Because people would soup up their cars to run away from the cops.
Yeah.
God,
while they were
that's
bootlegging.
really. Oh, is that what the
I didn't
Daisy
know that.
Dukes thing
Yep.
is?
So whenever bootlegging ended, they were like, well, we have all these super fast cars. So they decided to start racing them, and that's where NASCAR came from. Yep.
That's awesome. I didn't know that.
So you can thank Prohibition for one good thing, NASCAR.
Yep.
You're welcome.
Is that what the
Yep,
Dukes of
because-
Hazzard is? Is that like based around that time?
Yeah, well, the Dukes of Hazzard set in the I think I want to say 70s, and it's just like a group of I think they bootleg in that show. I know they run from the cops all the time, but like before then, cars were a new thing. No one ever thought about souping them up to go faster until you needed to run from
Idiots.
the cops. So then once they're done with that, they're like, well, I guess we'll just keep on doing this. So
Did we ever soup horses up, like horse carriages, to make them go faster?
I mean, that's
Steroids,
what
I
chariots
assume.
were.
Yeah, I
essentially.
guess chariots, yeah.
Yeah, they went pretty fast comparatively. There's some like funny stories whenever chariots were being invented of like armies trying to make these super heavy impenetrable chariots, and then they would like run them across a swamp and everyone died because the chariots just sink.
Well, but also if you make the chariot, you can make it as much of a tank as you want, as long as the horse is still a living thing. You can just shoot the horse, right?
Right, yeah.
Well,
Chariots
they
have
didn't
so
have
many
guns
points.
back in the fucking Roman times.
Yeah.
Well, whatever. Point is, you're just basically making yourself a tomb. If an enemy army wants to fucking capture you, all they have to do is kill the horses.
You come pre-packaged.
Gift wrapped even. Yeah.
It would be cool if they made like horse armor then.
Yeah, they did
make horse
Yeah, they
armor.
did. I know the knights had horse armor. I don't know if there was any like Roman times. Maybe.
Wouldn't it have had, like lowered the mobility of the horses by a significant amount?
Yeah, but it
Yeah.
also made them impenetrable to arrows, which was their main concern. Because if like you were like riding a cavalry unit that had chariots, and then all your horses get wiped out by one arrow barrage, I mean, good luck.
No, just one arrow.
Just one arrow.
He's a really good shot.
Yeah.
A triple collat.
Just
all at
bounces
once.
off them, yeah. One for the montage reel.
It's just one archer with a bunch of arrows on one bow, fires them all at once.
Fucking
his arrow,
Legolas is
his
that
arrow
shit.
has like weed skins on it and shit. He's just stoned out of his mind too.
Do you think that like maybe at the range they'd get like a double target in one bow and they'd be like, "Mom, get the parchment."
Get the parchment. Record this.
Recording it is like a fucking 6-month ordeal where they have to engrave it into fucking tablets.
Son, this achievement's amazing. When this photograph develops in 8 to 12 months, we'll look back on it and smile.
God, people are so dumb then, and that's like that's the best they thought it was gonna get too. They didn't think it was gonna get better. That's what they thought life was gonna be.
We're fucking cavemans in that regard, man. We're looking at shit like algorithmic generated photos and fucking all sorts of shit like AI and virtual reality. We're like, damn, dude, this is the pinnacle of technology. This is the latest, coolest, greatest shit ever. And yet in 100 years, we're gonna look like disgusting fucking cavemen.
Oh yeah, and
Don't even
said this before. Humanity will never be emancipated from its lowly origins until we figure out to not shit anymore. I am so tired of the fact that we still have to poop. We need the technology to eliminate this fucking process.
What a strange line of like accomplishment. Like, dude, that's the defining.
Wendigoon, if I could shoot down UFOs, the first thing I would do is like check out their toilets and like what technology they use to not shit. That's the
What if they have worse shitting technology than us? It's just like a hole in the fucking UFO that they shit into.
It's just an outhouse in the back of the ship.
Wouldn't that be disappointing if like we found a UFO and we were like, time to see what tech these guys have, and it turns out they just built like a really big catapult back on their planet.
They just got absurdly lucky.
The spaceship is made out of wood.
We think he's speaking this advanced, incredible alien language, but he's really just doing his version of like
Ooga booga aliens. Oh man, with like big clubs and fucking loincloths.
We finally translate their language, and all he's saying is like, "Me hungry, me want sex, me like meth."
We're like they've adapted beyond the need. Me like meth.
Me like meth. That would be so mean to get an alien hooked on drugs.
That is exactly. If we lived in the 1960s, that's the first thing that the fucking government would do if that Roswell crash was real.
You know what LSD did to
hooked it
him?
on LSD.
You know what's a depressing thought? What if Earth is basically just the highway truck stop and they just come here to shit? Like, this is just their toilet.
Just shit and leave.
Like, you know how on the sidewalk you'll see a dog turd and you'll be like, how discourteous. You could have at least picked that up, lady, or whatever. But what if it's actually alien shit and no one just gives it a thought? It's not like we dissected it and run DNA tests on it.
They're just dropping shit from the sky overhead.
That's all.
There's
Area
so many
51
possible
is.
what ifs, man. What if the first like extraterrestrial contact we had was with an alien the size of a thumb? He's the size of a thumb. He's a little green man. He's running around, and he's like, "I come in peace," and then he's just immediately flattened by a Honda Civic. And no one ever knew. We would have no way of ever knowing this happened.
That's the start of an intergalactic war against Honda.
Yeah, but they're all the size of a thumb, so his whole planet shows up and they get flattened by a semi-truck. Like,
that's the plot.
No one even knows.
That was their whole invading force.
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. In the first book, they think that cars are the superior life form on Earth. Because they're like, it's fascinating. They're bigger than the humans. They transport them.
Those books are so fucking good, man. I've read the first, I think, 4, and they are so good. I recommend anyone listening to check those out. They're so fucking funny.
I think it's the second one that starts out with that line, like, in the beginning, the universe was created. This has been widely regarded as a bad decision and looked down upon.
Yeah. They're just so well written. I still love the, what is it? I think it's the 3rd book where they have a band that's so metal that the only way people can listen to them is on another planet in an underground bunker because they're so loud. and they end all of their concerts by crashing a car into the sun. It's so fucking cool. It's so cool. I gotta reread those. Those were great.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about getting an alien hooked on meth now. I'm going to be thinking about that for a while.
See what happens.
That's how we get peace. Like, they come here to kill us, like Mars attacks, and they try
we turn them
blue
into
crystal.
addicts.
Yeah, they try crystal, and
the
they're like,
modern-
these guys are great.
They just come back asking for more. You guys got any more meth?
Area 51 just becomes a dispensary.
We just have like an intergalactic Silk Road to just keep selling the universe drugs.
Oh, that would actually be pretty cool.
Silk Road.
That would be
That
cool.
would actually
What if
be
our
awesome.
natural resource on Earth isn't like oil and whatnot? It's just drugs, and no one else has them on their planets. That would make us so special.
Yeah, they
and
have
rich.
no way to like alter their mindscape or anything, so they're just fucking squares, fucking nerd aliens, and they don't
So
know how
bunch
to.
of
That's,
mod aliens.
And they come here and we teach them how to party and get with cool chicks and stuff. Turns into like a college movie.
That's one of the theories around, like, why
theory
we
for
haven't
this?
invented space travel. Yeah, that's one of the theories around space travel, because theoretically, like, with the amount of time humanity's existed, we would have been able to come up with space travel, but we as humanity also dedicate time to arts and understanding and, like, expression. So one of the theories is if another galaxy does create space travel, they probably are lacking on like the humanistic element of it. So stuff like
yeah, 'cause
drugs
they're
could
aliens.
honestly be the answer. Exactly. Yeah.
So they
like,
actually
well,
would-
yeah.
So it is theoretically possible for there to be an alien race of just nerds, completely boring
Yes,
dorks.
pretty much.
Oh,
Pretty
man.
much.
Ah.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be
so
depressing?
sad if they just
They're
came all
lame.
the way here just to correct us on something we said on the podcast.
Just came down to fact check us.
Yeah. Oh man.
I come in peace, but actually, what Wendigoon said is incorrect.
Meth is actually made like this, and then they make the best fucking meth ever.
It's like
That's,
Reddit for aliens.
Insane.
That's why the government shoots them down, because they're just lame. They don't want to talk to them.
Yeah.
Every time they fire one down, boring. Lame.
We've stopped
There's
even
all
taking
your
their
so
fucking
uncool.
calls. Every time they try to
What
radio
galaxy
us.
are you from? Andromeda? No thanks.
We just ignore all their calls now.
They get here. The government's just trying to save us from disappointment. They're looking out for us.
It's the goddamn Garblaxians again. They're so fucking lame.
God, Blackstone's a
hang
pretty
up.
cool name though.
Yeah, you'd think they'd be cool.
Yeah, but imagine being the
Black
scientist sitting at what is it, SETI, the Search for Extraterrestrial Life, where they have these gigantic radio dishes just waiting for an alien signal to arrive. And then they get hailed by an alien, and Steve sitting at the desk is like, "Nah, don't invite them. He doesn't drink. They're no fun."
Steve.
Oh, Steve.
Classic Steve.
Classic Steve.
So we've talked about cults on this this show before, right, guys? Andrew, Kaya.
I love cults. Yeah.
You say
Most
we have a
recently
bit of
about Jared Leto's
fascination.
cult.
Oh yeah, yeah. I guess you could call that a cult. He does. But I was watching some of Wendigoon's content recently to get a feel for him after he had been recommended ad nauseum, and I watched a video on a cult called the Anthill Kids, I believe it was called.
Yep.
Man, that's fucking wild. That's probably the scariest cult I've ever heard of, and I had never heard the name before until that video.
Give us a
Can you-
rundown.
Yeah, Kai and Andrew, have you guys heard of them before?
So I
No.
will say, I'm going to actually add this to my watch list right now because I love fucking cults.
Oh, cool.
So give us a rundown, but don't spoil any of the juiciest bits because I'm probably going to watch this video now.
Okay, all right. So the short version is that it began by a guy named Rock Thoreau, who in Canada, I think it was around the Ontario region, he started to like earn the favor of people who were like low and not doing well in life. I think he primarily like snooped around bars. And he claimed he was like a semi-Christian religious leader. Like, I think he talked about Jesus and God. And he would like essentially invite them to church, which was just his church teaching his own doctrine. But like I said, he specifically picked out people who were not doing well. So after he got a decent following of like 20 people, he began to teach them that the end times were coming, which is seen in a lot of cults. However, his version of it said that he himself, Roche Thoreau, was not the Antichrist, but like not even the second coming. He was like the protector or the forerunner of the second coming of Christ. And therefore, they need to shield themselves from the world. So he took them to this essentially mountain secluded area and began to tout himself as the forerunner of God and how God's coming back and how they need to be prepared for it. So he started to do things with them. Like he said he needs to reproduce. So he would have children with all of the women in the cult.
Classic. Yeah.
So far, so good.
He said that since he knew best, he needed to approve everything the rest of them did. So, like, from eating to even if a man wanted to sleep with his wife, they had to get permission from Roche for every subsequent time that it happened. They had to. They could only read things that were approved by him. They could only play games that were approved by him. And I won't give the details because that's where like the brutalness and it honestly was a cult. If they stepped out of line in any way, like disobeyed him, he resorted to extreme violence in order to put them back in line. But he had built such a reputation with them as like a caring father figure that whenever he was done with the violence and anger, he would switch back into his polite mode and everyone would trust him. And that went on for several years. I want to say over a decade. So
God damn.
The way you talked about it in the video, the stories that you talked about were just so horrifying and so visceral and so disgusting.
Can you give one example? You're teasing us.
So in one case, a woman had run away, like tried to escape, and then the men from the cult found her as she was escaping and brought her back. And like with everyone gathered around, Roche dragged her, I think it was into like a kitchen area, and cut her arm off with an axe. Like threw her on the ground, one-handed the axe, cut her arm off, and then like as she was bleeding, he like wrapped it up and then started like shushing her and holding her and caring for her, like as if it's a father who spanked a child. Like
this is some horror movie shit.
Yeah, it genuinely sounded like a horror movie. And what I didn't understand at first is how people can be led into this situation. And I think that with other cults, obviously, but like this one is just it genuinely sounds like a horror movie. So when they're like exposed to those kinds of things, it always makes me think, well, why aren't they leaving? Or why aren't
Stockholm
this
syndrome.
Is horrifying. Yeah.
And desperation.
But Wendigoon made the point in the video about the frog in the boiling water metaphor, and I thought that was a really good way of looking at it. In that it never starts that way; it always starts.
So why are they
very simple?
Why were they called? What was it? The children of the ants?
They were called the Anthill Kids. So the reason they were called that, that's actually the name they were given by a lot of outsiders, because they built this entire cabin in the mountains, and they would come into town whenever they needed to buy resources or supplies, which there's a whole story in itself of how they would like keep members of the group quiet whenever they went out to town. But people from the town would see like this group who always moved together. And then if anyone saw them on the mountaintop, they would just be moving around like ants building houses. So the locals started to call them the Anthill Kids for that reason. And also there was a lot of children too, because again, Roche was having kids with them. As a matter of fact, after I made that video, I was contacted by one of those children who said that she was a daughter of Roche, who her mother was seduced into the cult. And she said, if I recall correctly, the email said that I got my facts right. And this was interesting and something that I've made a point not to do in future videos. she did not like how at the end I said this is something that the people will probably never get over. And she said she didn't appreciate that because she felt her life was not defined by the way she was born. And I was like, oh, well, that's
fair.
an interesting point. I won't say that in future videos. But it was so wild because that was the first time I covered an event like that. And then to have one of the people message me. And in future videos that happened too. I did a video about Munchausen syndrome. About parents who essentially force a sickness on their children. And one of those children contacted me from that. And said like they enjoyed the video or whatever. So
I
that's
thought
been one of the
Munchausen was
weirdest
like
things.
fairly, well, not super common, but it's not like rare or anything, right? It's not super rare.
So there's two different kinds of Munchausen. There's Munchausen syndrome, which is whenever someone essentially feigns an illness or convinces themselves that they have it to the degree they start showing symptoms. My video was on Munchausen syndrome by proxy, which is whenever someone forces an illness on someone else, most often to receive attention or money for it.
No, usually it's their kids.
Yeah, normally it's their kids. There's some cases where it's like a spouse, but most often children. And that one is pretty rare. At least the diagnosis of it's pretty rare.
Because I don't know anything about this, but I would assume it's because there's a lot of like manipulation that goes into it. It's not self-imposed. Is that why it's super rare?
Yeah, it's also so there could be cases where people arguably have, and this is one of the things I talk about in that video. It's really hard to nail down as necessarily a mental illness to the degree that in, like, I think it's in Australia and the UK, it is not considered a mental illness because, like, what's the line between someone is just using someone else to get money or someone has a mental disorder that makes them use someone else to get money? You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like hard to distinguish, which is why it doesn't get diagnosed a ton in like the US. But it most often involves, for one, you not only have to keep a lie up 24/7 to the degree that you have to keep the lie going to the person you're imposing the lie on, but that person also has to have such a degree of mental trauma that they either don't know you're the one doing it or they also keep up with the lie you're giving them. So it's like very rare to find that.
Or again, it's a literal child who just doesn't know anything and doesn't know any better.
Yes, yeah.
And
the most... Go ahead, sir.
No, I was going to say, I assume that's also why it's just so rare diagnosed, because it is a crime they're basically committing and they're hiding it. They're trying not to get caught actively.
Yeah, pretty much. The most famous case of it is Gypsy Rose Blanchard, which is where there's a whole series about it on, I think, Hulu, where the mother was like giving her kids like medication, saying that she had like, I think, diabetes among other issues. She had shaved her head to make people think she was going through like chemotherapy. She carried around an oxygen tank, and Gypsy was given so many drugs and unnecessary procedures at a young age that she did start to become ill from the side effects of those procedures. Like she didn't have any teeth, or like her teeth were rotting out because she was taking medication for, I think it was like, it wasn't cancer, it was like some kind of bone marrow disease. And that meant, oh no, it was her seizure medication. Her mom said she had seizures, so she was taking seizure medication that caused her teeth to rot out. So then that gave her the appearance of being sickly, so people just went along with it. However, Gypsy, I think for several years, knew she wasn't actually sick. She just didn't know how to stand up to her mom. So that story's wild because the way it ends is Gypsy talked to a guy online who she convinced to come over to her house and kill her mother.
Oh.
Yeah. To get out of it. Yeah. Like that story's pretty wild. But yeah.
So did that happen?
Yeah, that really happened. Gypsy
No,
Rose,
I mean, like, did the murder happen? Like, did
yes.
he go through? Oh.
He showed up at the house, pulled a kitchen knife, and then stabbed the mom to death. And then he took Gypsy. Also, before this, Gypsy was forced to sit in a wheelchair. Her mom told people she was crippled, but she could walk just fine. So he comes and gets Gypsy, and it's actually a weird story because the police thought that what happened is someone broke into the house, killed the mom, and kidnapped the daughter. So they were on the lookout for a crippled young girl. So several police and people who were looking for Gypsy passed her in life, but didn't know it was her because she was walking around, and they just assumed she couldn't walk. Yeah. So
the mom had a scene at the end of The Unusual Suspects. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where he walks out of the
perfect crime.
She gets out of jail. She got sentenced to 10 years. I think she gets out in a year or two. But he's got like jail for life, if I recall correctly.
Oh, yeah. Right. I thought you meant they sentenced the dead mum to 10 years in jail for Munchausen.
No.
She's dead.
That guy should not have received a sentence. I mean, if I don't know all the details, but it sounds like he literally saved the person.
Yeah, especially because like in my research, I'm pretty sure that guy had a mental disability of some kind. He had met Gypsy once previously. They had arranged this thing to where they would go to the movie theater, like Gypsy and her mom would, and she would meet him there. So like they met and hooked up in the bathroom, like while her mom was there waiting on her. And then it was, I think a few weeks after that, he came and murdered her.
I was gonna say, if the mother was this controlling to the degree where she's able to impose like illnesses on her daughter, how did they even like communicate through the internet?
So her mom was super strict about the laptop, monitored everything she did. So Gypsy would wait until her mom went to sleep every night and looked at it. Actually, so I forgot about that other detail. The one thing Gypsy had an interest in was like, I think like Dungeons and Dragons. Like she would play it like online and like talk to people online. And she went to a convention for it. And she had planned to hook up with a guy at that convention. So she managed to get away from her mom during the convention. And then her mom eventually found her in a hotel room with that guy and threatened to call the police on him because at the time, Gypsy was, I think, 19 or 20 years old, but she had convinced Gypsy that she was only 15. So,
fuck.
Yeah. So she tells this guy, like, I'll call the police. This is pedophilia, when it actually wasn't. But the guy and Gypsy do not know that she's actually 20 years old. So he, like, screamed off and Gypsy didn't say anything about it.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
like
insane what the human mind can do to another person.
The level of lies she went through and like different cover stories is absurd. It was to the degree she was divorced from her husband. I'm sure she was a great woman to be married to. She was divorced from her husband, and the husband wasn't allowed to see Gypsy, even though Gypsy was his daughter. So whenever the husband would call to wish Gypsy a happy birthday, the mom would say, "Don't tell her how old she is. She doesn't know." Like,
that bitch deserved to get stabbed. She really
didn't throw off any alarm bells or anything.
It probably did for the husband. Oh yeah, I forgot about this detail. So the mom, I forget her name, something Blanchard. She was so annoying and such an awful person that whenever she died, they cremated her body and gave it to her father. And her father flushed her ashes down the toilet.
That is a happy ending.
Based. I love it. That is a happy ending.
Everyone despised her. She was awful.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Good.
Fuck yeah.
Sounds like shit's on daddy issues then there too. Holy fuck.
The actual reason that she Gypsy was in a wheelchair, the reason her mom convinced her, is when she was 7 or 8, she was riding on the back of a motorcycle with her dad. Pretty sure it was her dad. And just in the driveway, just like going back and forth slow. And then while they were sitting there, the bike tipped over and Gypsy scraped her knee. And from that, her mom convinced her that she was paralyzed from the waist down. So that's what started the wheelchair. Yeah. Yeah. Like
I'm surprised she didn't actually just break her daughter's knees to make sure.
You ever think there were times when maybe Gypsy would stand up and be like, "Oh wait, I'm paralyzed," and just sit back down?
She has talked about in an interview since then that as she grew up, she would like move her leg or stand up and then immediately feel like she was doing something wrong and then go back.
Oh,
like she's conditioned to be paralyzed.
Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah, it's her story's very sad. And like I understand, probably not a good idea for a guy who just murdered a woman to get off. But, like, that guy got life in prison, and I'm pretty sure, like, he was kind of manipulated. And, but, I mean, Gypsy, I don't know what the alternative would have been. I'm fine with Gypsy killing her mother. I don't like she had to
Me
involve
too.
someone else to do it, but, you know.
I'll say it for you. I mean, that is everything about this was fair game. That man saved that girl, probably from death, because that mom was sure as shit gonna keep doing this, and yeah, she had it coming. Let the guy go.
We don't know what his motives were, though, do we?
Yeah,
to hook up with her, he was into her.
I'd also be willing to bet that lawyer, if they had a whole trial, he could argue like, well, he didn't have to kill her. He could have just taken Gypsy out of the home. He didn't have to murder her.
That was the point they argued, that like to rescue Gypsy, he didn't have to kill her necessarily.
I
also,
guess. Just because everyone wanted her dead and everyone hated her, and killing her would make everyone's lives better.
He should have waited for a law to be
it.
passed first. The kill Gypsy's mum law.
The defense should have just invited her father to testify. Like, yeah, she deserved it. You should let that guy go.
Now, what was wild, that I still don't think there's an answer for, is a couple years before all that went down, where like her mom died, the local police received an anonymous call that said Gypsy is not sick, her mother's forcing it on her. So the police investigated, and so this is also part of the story. So Gypsy and her mom were in Louisiana during Hurricane Katrina, and their house was destroyed as part of Hurricane Katrina. So they were able to get completely new identities. She fabricated hospital records and all of that. And then a couple years later, the police get a call that Gypsy is not actually sick. So that when they show up, the mom presents them with this fake identity and all these fake hospital records. They had changed their name. So the police did a full investigation into Gypsy not being sick a couple years before it ever came out. But
I really was not expecting Hurricane Katrina to be tied into the story.
I know.
This had everything.
This is a wild ride.
So who called in? What's
no
the theory?
one knows. To this day, no one knows. My theory is that it was the
dad.
father or the doctor. The father or the doctor. There was a doctor. So, her mom had to keep cycling her between different doctors, because if she stayed for any doctor for too long, they'd eventually find out. But there was one doctor who performed one test on her and then told the mother, there is no medical reason this girl shouldn't be able to walk. She should be totally fine. And the mom, threatened to call the police on him or report him to the hospital or something. And then she left. And I think it was after that the police received an anonymous call. So I think it was either the father or the doctor who called that in.
Yeah.
This is so fucked up.
I'm gonna go.
Creepy.
I feel like if the father were to do that, though, if he were to take that step to call in, he would have done more. Why would he have to be anonymous in that situation?
That's true.
He's got some kind of connection.
If I had to guess, what's most often seen with extreme abuse cases like that, where a mom indoctrinates her daughter for years and years, the abuse probably extended farther than her daughter. And I would imagine the husband would have been afraid of her, for either for emotional reasons or physical reasons. There are some allegations that she would beat her daughter. I didn't look into how true those were, or at least I couldn't find information on how true those were. So because the father didn't say anything for all those years while watching his daughter be abused, for one, he was a bit of a coward in my opinion for not saying something. But he was probably scared as well, if I had to guess.
Yeah, there's no way to know for sure unless he talks about it, I would assume.
Yeah, I know he was part of the trial of Gypsy and the guy, but I don't know precisely what he said about her. I imagine, again, her own father flushed her down the toilet, so...
Yeah, I don't think she was a very good
person. I forgot!
This keeps going, Jesus!
The dad always hated her, and eventually flushed her ashes. Because keep in mind, this is Gypsy's granddad, right? I forget what Gypsy's mom's name was. It was Mary or something. Anyway, the mom visited her father one time, and her father had remarried to a new woman rather than, Gypsy's mom's original mother. So this stepmom apparently did not get along with Gypsy's mom at all. Imagine that. And then apparently, while they were staying at their house, Gypsy's mom poisoned her own stepmother. Like spiked her food and tried to kill her. So
attempted murder.
Yeah, they kicked them out
What?
after
This
that.
woman
and
is
then,
a
like,
fucking
a year
menace.
later, she dies.
Gypsy's
Yeah, she was awful.
mom, the woman who forced a girl to be a paraplegic, would poison somebody? That's insane. That's too far away. It doesn't sound like
it's a little far-fetched.
Wait, all of her other stuff to this point has been extreme manipulation. Actually poisoning someone is like way more direct, I would say.
I do think she actually... Okay, so one of the common things that are seen in Munchausen by proxy cases is salt poisoning. So if someone gets a huge salt spike in their body, it will cause their kidneys to start to shut down. It will cause liver problems and everything else. So it'll make someone sick.
Yeah.
But it'll make someone sick, but it won't be physically seen on like a test, because all they'll see in the body is that the saline levels are high or the salt levels are high. So that's not like evidence of poisoning. So there's been several cases of parents poisoning their children with salt to get that Munchausen by proxy effect, and it's believed that Gypsy was one of those. So she was in fact poisoning her child, she just wasn't using a literal poison to do it.
This is upsetting.
What a coward.
Yeah, what a fun note to talk about.
That was shit, Jesus. Honestly, for something that I'd never heard about, that was extremely interesting.
I mean, this whole episode has been a wild fucking ride. We've had aliens and drugs and alcohol bootlegging and airport terrorism, and now this. And
Wendigoon needs to be a regular
guest.
guest.
This has been a roller coaster. I have to sit down after that one.
I like a lot of weird stuff and dark, depressing stuff, so happy to share anytime.
I had a full list of things to ask you about, like, because I was going through some of your videos and stuff, and it's all just so fascinating. How do you find this stuff?
I'm a weird person. A lot of my interests have always been in like the weird conspiracy theories, supernatural, cults, what have you. And I just like enjoy those topics. So I just think to myself, yeah, that'd be cool to talk about. So I research. Like, I always thought Munchausen by proxy was interesting. So I decided to just research some cases and make a video on it. Same with the cults and conspiracy theories and stuff like that. I'm planning to do some videos about psyops coming soon. So that should be pretty cool.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, like there's some weird ones in history that no one knows about. Like an example, the Persian immortals got their name.
What? What's that? I've never even heard of it.
Okay. So, like, during the early Greek ages, like Spartan, Athens times that people think of.
Jackson, have you seen 300?
Oh, were those the Persian immortals?
Believe it or not, Persia was a real place. This might blow your mind. I don't know.
Yeah, they even have a prince. He does parkour.
That's pretty good. The Persian immortals got their name because after battles they would remove their dead from the battlefield, which gave the impression to the enemy forces that none of them had died. Yeah, so
I mean,
imagine,
it's clever, but that would have been time consuming. People would have seen them moving their bodies.
You come to a battlefield and it's just your guys that are dead. Like,
That
think
is really
about the
smart.
psychological effect of like, oh, now I have to go fight against those guys. Another one is, I'm pretty sure it was Alexander the Great, whenever he was conquesting out east. If they ever had to leave a camp, he carried these giant pieces of armor. So like chest plates that were like, 4 or 5 feet tall. And they would leave it behind at the campsite. So if the enemy came through the camp, they would think that Alexander's army was composed of giants. And that's
That is also brilliant. I love this.
Yeah. There's a bunch of stuff like that. I think it was also the Persians. Maybe not the Persians. When they were fighting the Egyptians, they would tie cats to the front of their shields because the Egyptians considered cats to be a holy animal.
Oh, true.
So they wouldn't strike the shield for fear of killing the cat. Yeah. So there's a lot of weird stuff like that. That's pretty cool in history.
That's mean.
That was nice of the Egyptians not to kill the cats then.
I don't know how effective that was. I know that was their concept going. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure if that worked out.
How did they train the cats to stay on the shields?
I think they just
Duct
tied
tape.
them down. Yeah, duct tape. Essentially. I don't think. I'm pretty sure the cats weren't happy with the circumstance.
No, they were dying for their country.
Man, there was one general, I can't remember who it was, but he carried giant curtains into battle because he had elephants.
To do a magic show?
So I think he was attacking Greece, I'm pretty sure, whatever general this was. And he had giant curtains in front of the war elephants. And then whenever they got to the front line, they would drop the curtains because the people of Greece had never seen an elephant before. So whenever the enemy army shows up and a curtain drops and there's a 20-foot tall beast with horns, they thought they were fighting like the devil.
That's awesome. That actually is like seeing an alien in real life. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, like, if you never saw, at Greece, the biggest thing they had was like, big dogs and stuff. And then you see an elephant for the first time.
Have they ever seen curtains before? Because they were really terrified.
That's what they were actually afraid of.
Screaming before the elephant even shows up.
Soft and silky.
They were there, now they're not. What happened? They got smaller.
Where did they go? They put their hands in front of their eyes and I can't see them.
Oh, is that the Statue of Liberty?
But yeah, there's a bunch of weird stuff like that. That stuff went, like, a ton of it happened in Vietnam, and there's even some of it still happening today. So yeah, warfare is weird, but but that's how most of my video topics go. I'm like, that's a weird thing. Let's make a video about it.
So fascinating, endlessly fascinating channel. I'm really gonna dig into it a lot.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. It means a lot.
No. But I think that's going to come to the end of this episode because it is getting extremely early over here in Australia, so I do need to sleep.
We've been going for over 2 hours.
Yeah, I think this is the longest episode, honestly. It might be.
Yeah,
is it really?
It was one of my favorites in a long while.
That's
you
so
have
sweet.
been an
Thank
incredible
you guys
guest,
so much.
man.
Oh,
Yeah.
I appreciate that. I would
this.
be more than happy to come back anytime. I really appreciate that.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right,
we
let's
will
not
definitely
get carried
take
away.
you up. No, you're not getting a clue. Lock you in for the next 50 weeks if we can. Please.
But for real, I had a great time. Thank you guys very much.
Please shout out your stuff as well. Where can people find you? Let 'em know.
So my YouTube channel is Wendigoon. Just here on YouTube. I'm Wendigoon on Twitter as well. That's really the only sites I use. I will give a shout out. The writer and directing crew who did the SCP movies on YouTube. I am currently writing a Stalker film that will be shown on Evan Royalty's channel whenever it's released. So check out Evan Royalty for that because that's what I'm working on. But yeah, other than that, you can just find me as Wendigoon. So
Okay. Yeah, and everyone, please, seriously, go check him out if you haven't already. Although, with the amount of requests we received for you to come on, I am sure everyone has seen you at this point. So, but yeah, seriously, go check him out. His videos are incredible. Really, really
They're
good
fun.
stuff. Yeah, and thank you again for joining us, man. Thank you for joining us for these 2 hours. It's been magical.
You guys have been fantastic. I really appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to everyone at home for listening to this episode of The Official Podcast. If you want to support the show, you can head on over to patreon.com/theofficialpodcast. Kara and myself have been watching the Halo TV series, so you can listen along with us. We got episodes up frequently. There's early access and bonus episodes as well.
Every week,
and
unfortunately.
Yeah, it's miserable.
It's so bad.
The things we go through for...
Updates, the stories at official.men email address, you can still send your stories. Jackson and I are going through them. We're still going to do that. Quick note though, put like a catching headline on your email. It's, it'll make it easier for us to actually give it attention. Don't just send us something like fun story.
And
yeah,
you rate us on iTunes and Spotify and all that good stuff. You know the drill by now. Yeah, thanks for listening, and we'll see you guys